There we go. Lol. I always forget to change my go live notification. Like, why am I like this? Ah! All right. Nice lipstick. Thank you, Magic. How are you? Happy Sunday. I know it's weird seeing me on a Sunday, but is that a Siberian tiger in my lap? Is my little willow pillow. She my cutie baby. I'm good. Hello, friends. Happy Sunday. I hope your weekend is going well. My sweet little Willow, whenever I told her that she had worked today about being a CEO, she literally looked at me and walked in the other direction. I was like, oh, oops. A rare Sunday test indeed. Y'all are actually probably going to start seeing me more on the weekends because I'm changing my schedule in May. And so anyone that has a pet cat is cool in my book. I actually have two, but Ghost doesn't like to be on camera, and so he is sleeping in a sunspot. He's very cutie patootie. But hello, Maritia. How are you? Happy Sunday. Here for the streak. Yashmo, you don't... What do you mean? You are my eyes yellow? No, mine are green, but Willows are yellow. Three willow pillows are yellow. Shmo, what do you mean? You don't wanna go date some teachers at Rose Academy? That's dope. Girl, she's a cutie patootie. I'm quite proud of her. I'm super excited about this. So, we're doing Rose Academy, which is an Otome game. Super hyped for it. The devs were kind enough to send me a key to the full game after I did a demo for it. And we're going to be having the best time. We did already do day one, so I don't know if we're going to start from scratch or if we're going to load past day one. There's 4 days that we play. 4 days that we get to. As tempting as that offer is, you have to spend some time with the fam. That's totally fair. Totally fair. I get that. But I'm glad that you came in to maintain your streak. But yeah, my schedule is going to be changing in May some. So we shall see how I want to change it. Because I have stuff that I have to do during the weekdays now. And like theoretically, I could do it on weekends, but I would really rather not since my partner's off on weekends too. So we'll see. We shushy. So hopefully you guys don't, doesn't mess with your game plan for your afternoons. I use through StreamerBot, but it's an input from nutty.gg. And then you also have to have Tickfinity. So you gotta... Okay, hold on. You call your cat LaBur. His name is Apollo. Oh my god, LaLaBur. Cute. Confused Shaw. Hi, Wookie. I forget that not everyone is in the Cord. And so you'll go to nutty.gg.com. And after you get StreamerBot, and it kind of like automatically plugs in after you sign into your accounts. But you can like change the font, the back color, all of that good stuff. So confused, get good. What does my shirt mean? Dallas is for lovers. So Niall Horan calls his fans his lovers. And so this is a concert t-shirt. You thought I didn't stream on the weekends? Okay, yeah, totally fair, Wiki. So if I do a weekend stream, I'm typically playing an Otome game, and I got the full key from the devs to finish a game I demoed in the fall. So, but Shmo, I can put the video that I used to go through and like install everything in the Discord after stream today. The NH was New Hampshire. Niall Horan. But yeah, Wiki, and I'm also going to be changing my schedule in May, so I'll post it everywhere whenever I change my schedule, but I will be streaming on weekends more since I'm working my part-time job now. It's just easier for me to get stuff done during the week, and I would rather have 2 or 3 days during the week where I can just work exclusively and not work and stream. We'll see. What? You don't have to watch stream if you don't like it. Yeah, big dubs. And there's also an Easter egg in the game they told me about Tesla on holiday. Wow, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you, Shmo. But yeah, the guide was the walkthrough helped me a ton. Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you. Wow. And also thank you guys so much for liking the live. I appreciate y'all very, very, very much. Okay, so let's stop listening to me yap. Wow. Thank you so much for the heart me. Thank you, Derek. See you Tuesday. Yeah. Also, I'm not, for friends that just got here, I'm not going to stream tomorrow because I have a metric ton of work that I need to get done before my first presentation. So we'll be doing that. We'll be back on Tuesday. I am trying to keep my schedule more regular, but we're doing our best. But yeah. Capture. All right. Let's dig into the game. I'm trying to decide if I do want to give you guys the full game instead of just starting over from where we were. So let's go ahead and do new game. That's one thing that drove me nuts about this. All right, for my own preface, so we're starting Rose Academy, which is a new dating simulator where you are a grown-up detective who gets a call from his childhood crush and is asked to come solve a mystery at the school she is the principal of. So let's dig in. When you stream regularly, yeah, you know, content mode. Oh, 18 plus, more detailed text descriptions of explicit Twitch safe. We definitely want to make sure that we are in content safe mode. Hold on. Settings. Content mode. Okay, Twitch safe mode. Okay, we are in Twitch safe mode. It's fine. But yeah, there's no cursor, so it's a fun game to play. Or you guys can see the cursor. Why can't I see the cursor? My god, that's so funny. Willow's so sweet. Yes, she is. Does she bite? So we're going for that one. Who said that? Ciao, bellissimo. How are you guys? Okay, we'll look away for a few seconds. Hold on. You do Willow. Isn't she so cute? She's so precious. Hold on, where can I... This way. Ah! That's my desk. Welcome to my desk. Me trying to show you guys the cat. Unsuccessfully. I'm Bellissima, not you. Okay, well, we could... Obviously, I don't know you, but we both be pretty. You did blow out. Okay, anyway. Okay. Cool desk, though. Thank you, thank you. It is my very extra large Animal Crossing mat. Very, very happy about it. I've had it for years. I got it off of Etsy like 5 years ago. God, time passes so quickly. What is happening? Okay, anyway. Okay. The cityscape had long given way to endless forests outside the window, but I was so lost in thought that I noticed nothing around me. The driver was saying something about the unusually warm September weather, but his words never reached my mind. My thoughts were occupied with memories of what had happened that morning. A flashback. Ooh, dangerous drinking coffee by the bed. A morning phone call interrupted my ritual of a cup of coffee and reading the news. I rarely break my own rules, never answer unknown numbers, especially during vacation. But this time, something was different. A gut feeling told me this call was no accident. The phone kept vibrating insistently. I reached out and after a second's hesitation, answered the call. Hello? James? The girl's voice seemed vaguely familiar, but I could not recall where I had heard it before. Who is this? You might not remember me. It's been many years. It's Nika. We were at the same summer camp, Bear Cliff. Do you remember? Her name triggered a wave of long-forgotten memories, washing the rest of the world from my mind. Nika, my first love. Of course I remembered. You don't forget something like that. I remember. It's quite unexpected to hear from you after 10 years? Yes, 10. Hard to believe. So this year makes the anniversary of our first meeting. Her voice sounded cheerful, almost playful, but I was too surprised to play along. And of our last meeting, too. Nika, did something happen? For a few seconds, silence hung on the line. You're right, something did happen. I wish for the reason for calling you was just the anniversary, but here's a more serious matter. I've heard you become one of the best in your field. How did she find out that I worked as a special agent? That's classified information. Despite my curiosity, this was clearly not the kind of question to ask over the phone. Basically, I need your help, James. What exactly is this about? Ooh. I'm the principal of This does not bode well for me already messing up my lines. I am the principal of an academy for girls, and yesterday, a student died. Everything points to suicide, but she had no reason for it. And this might sound strange, but my instincts tell me that there's something more to it. Vacation, huh? And now I'm investigating something again. A schoolgirl's suicide? That's not even my specialization. Damn, why did I even agree? Just because I heard her voice? So many years, and all this time, she had my number. She knew who I was, but she never called after what happened. Well, what really happened? It was puppy love. What truly connects us besides stories from summer camp. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself that we had nothing in common, I couldn't forget how 10 years ago, after returning from camp, I rushed to the post office hoping to find a reply from Nika. Why I agreed. Bro flipped immediately. Folded. Hello, hello. Welcome to stream. For weeks I found no letter among the fresh mail and even begged my parents to go see her to make sure she was all right. When my father found her home number, I called, but learned that the family had moved and no one knew the new address. The driver's voice pulled me out of my reflections on the past. We've arrived. When the driver stopped the car, I doubted for a moment that we had arrived at the right address. Yeah, I can't type. Mood. I had lunch right before this. I had some chicken tenders and french fries. The building visible beyond the gates looked more like a luxurious mansion from some European aristocrat than a girls' school. After grabbing my bag from the trunk and paying the driver, I double-checked the address on my phone. Rose Academy. The address seems right, so this really is a school. Judging by the location and appearance, the girls studying here aren't from ordinary families. As I approached the gates, I instinctively noticed the flicker of a miniature sensor concealed within the decorative elements. I had seen these facial recognition systems more than once. The only difference was that they were usually in government buildings or military facilities rather than in civilian institutions. Before my finger could press the buzzer, a mechanical voice came from a hidden speaker. Please state your name and the purpose of your visit. James Crofton, I'm here at the personal invitation from the principal. For a few seconds, the system went silent, processing the information. I walked through the gates and they smoothly closed behind me. Several students in identical uniforms stood on the lawn. Upon noticing me, they immediately began whispering, casting curious glances my way. I pretended not to notice them, but my ears caught every word of their not-so-quiet conversations. Do you see him too, or am I tripping? He's so handsome. I wish he were our new teacher. Then I'd attend every one of his classes, especially the extracurricular ones, if you know what I mean. I guess the school doesn't get visitors often. No wonder the new person on the academy grounds becomes the subject of intense scrutiny. And considering it's a girls' school, it seems I'm sparking a special interest among the students. The path from the gates to the door felt like a red carpet. The closer I got to the school, the more curious gazes I felt upon me. I don't remember ever getting this much attention. It's pleasant, it's unpleasant. I mean, we're an adult, so it should be, like, unpleasant, but pleasant. You know, it's gross mail over scrutiny. Listen, I was trying my best. Hey, Neutral, how are you? Bro is extra handsome. Might have a good chance with his old crush. You think? You think we're gonna be able to date our old crush? It's pleasant. Let's see. Ow! Sorry, you guys can see my mouse, but I can't see it on my screen. I must admit, I do actually enjoy it. Feigning interest in the landscape design, I suddenly turned towards a senior student standing alone. She was standing nearby, her intense gaze fixed on me from the moment I stepped on the school grounds. Our eyes met for a moment, and I managed to notice her reddened eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. Unlike the other students who looked at me with curiosity, her face showed tension and some kind of inner anxiety. Catching my gaze, she quickly looked away. She seems upset about something. Should I ask if she's all right? Wait, stop. Now's not the time. The investigation, James. Taking a deep breath as if before a dive, I pushed open the heavy front doors. You can tell she's a senior student because of the gray hair. Neutral, oh my god. Anyway, how's your weekend going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's always nice to have you guys come in on the weekend. I really appreciate y'all coming out because it's not my normal time to stream. Anyway, hello, Zaraya. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Saturday. So, and I usually don't stream on Saturdays or Sundays. Jeez, God, I keep thinking it's Saturday. I'm like, I want an extra day of the weekend since tomorrow I have lots to do. Hello, Mr. Bunny. Surprisingly, there were no guards inside the building. Instead of live security, small surveillance cameras were visible everywhere. I looked around trying to figure out where to go next. The lobby branched off into several corridors, and none of them had a sign reading principal's office. Great, I'm in a school the size of a small palace, and there's no one to ask where to go. I'll have to rely on intuition. I chose the path to the right of the main entrance. You just got done with your 8-hour shift and you're about to go to sleep, actually? Oh, nice. I hope that you are able to get lots of rest and relaxation before tomorrow. Thank you so much for liking the live. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, if it's Saturday, you would be getting ready for your stream. Don't confuse you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My brain is not completely here yet, even though I have in fact been awake since 9. It just doesn't feel like it's time to be awake right now. I slept most of yesterday. Having walked to the end of the corridor without finding anything resembling the principal's office, I decided to turn the corner. I felt a shove that nearly made me lose my balance. It took me a few seconds to collect myself and realize what happened. Ah, yes. The panty shot. Textbooks scattered across the floor, and their owner stared at me with wide, frightened eyes. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm so sorry. Are you alright? You didn't hurt yourself. For some reason, the simple question made her cheeks flush bright red. No, I'm fine. It's just, I'm very clumsy. My mom used to tell me when I was little that I had 2 left feet. It's always like this with me. The girl adjusted her glasses and looked at the scattered textbooks with annoyance. Ah, yes, of course, this shot was important for the story, right? It was very necessary. Help pick up the books, continue on my way. Obviously, we have to help pick up the books. We would be not a gentleman if we didn't help pick up the books. I knelt to help the girl gather the spilled books. Oh, you don't have to. I can manage on my own, really. It's no trouble. Are you sure you're not hurt? No, I am fine. Thank you so much. I picked up the last textbook, the final exam, Kill the Competition, and handed it to the girl. Noticing the title of the book in my hand, she became even more embarrassed and quickly snatched it, carefully avoiding touching my fingers. Since we bumped into each other, could you tell me how to get to the principal's office? I got lost in these endless corridors. Oh, the principal's office. Of course I know. It's straight down the corridor and then to the left. You can't miss it. There's a sign on the door. And thank you again for helping with the books. Her face brightened. It seemed she was glad she could help me in some way. It's good I managed to ask the girl where Nika's office was, or I'd be wandering around here until the evening. Following the direction, I found the corridor with the door proudly displaying a sign, Principal Veronica Preston. Wow, so Nika is actually short for her full name. It seems I know very little about her. 10 years have passed, and I still remember her as the girl from camp. Meanwhile, she's become the principal of an elite school. I paused for a second before the door, gathering my thoughts. Behind that door awaited not only information about the mysterious death of a student, but also a reunion of someone from my past who, it seemed, had long been left behind. Taking a deep breath, I knocked. From behind the door came a muffled "come in." I turned the doorknob and stepped into the office. James, is that really you? After 10 years, Nika had changed. As expected, the soft, childlike features I remember were gone. Nika had always been beautiful, but I never imagined she would become such a stunning woman. Seeing me, Nika arose from her seat. Her suit perfectly accentuated her status as the principal of a prestigious school while still highlighting her graceful figure. Nika seems genuinely happy to see me, yet she still keeps her distance. I wonder if that's a professional habit or something personal between us. Please come in, have a seat. She pointed to the chair opposite the desk and sat back down in the principal's seat. Nika looks unexpectedly at home behind this massive desk, even despite her relatively young age. I'm so glad to see you. It's just a shame our reunion is happening under these circumstances. Give a compliment. I'm glad to see you too, Nika. You look wonderful, and I must admit this position suits you. So this is the crush? We dating her? What's the plan? So from the demo, I know that we have at least 2 dateable options. One of them is Nika, obviously, and then the other one is the swim coach. So we'll meet the swim coach shortly after this, I believe. But as far as the plan, I'm kind of waffling between Nika and the swim coach because the swim coach is definitely a little bit more playful. But last time I picked the wrong option and accidentally pissed Nika off like 3 seconds into the game. Swim coach, yeah, I know, we haven't met her yet in this version. So whenever I got the demo, we already finished day 1, but for purposes of being able to post a let's play afterwards, I'm starting from day 1. So then I'm gonna cut it later. Principal Veronica Preston sounds impressive. And what should I call you now? Veronica, Miss Preston, or my lady? Mr. T Spain, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months, half a year. Whoop whoop. Also, how are you doing? It was so funny listening into your Battle Golf and Repo games yesterday with the squad. I laughed a lot. I missed the Pokemon Championship because I was out and about. But I hope that you had a really fun day yesterday. Gotcha. Good. Saw the chaos. Yeah. Of course I saw the chaos. I was lurking for most of it. I had a ton of anime to get through yesterday because I need to post my recap of the first impressions of the spring season. But it was fun. You got to make some new friends. God! I love all of those people. They're such amazing streamers and they're so funny. But you know, if you're available on the 27th, Mr. T Spain, I'm going to be playing Battle Golf myself throughout the day. Auntie, hello! Happy Monday! How is it? How are you doing? We need to see who this is for understanding the competition. We'll get there very shortly. You did hold your own with the chaos. Bring it on. Yeah. No, I'm super hyped for the 27th. We're also going to be playing some Mario Kart World before that, but I want to make sure that everyone has the chance to be off of work before Battle Golf. You're doing good. Second. Coffee in the AM. Oh my god, I bet. Because y'all, you're back to being on mom duty, so that way you were doing the running for schools, right? Remind you again whenever it gets closer. You got it. All right. Her eyebrows rose slightly, and then she unexpectedly smiled. That very same smile I hadn't seen in years, but could never forget. God, please don't be so formal. My parents call me Veronica when I'm in trouble, and Miss Preston is for students and teachers. My lady sounds more interesting, but I'm afraid if anyone heard this, they might misunderstand us. For you, I've always been and will always be just Nika. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good lurk. Mom duty's never in, but yes, school warden mode. Yeah, okay, fair. That's that's what I meant, but for a simp, you don't blame him, right? Right? She looked at me over appraisingly, tilting her head slightly. You've changed too. By the way, you've matured, become even more serious. Although, you know, even at camp, you stood out among the other boys. I told myself back then, that boy is special. I'm glad to see I wasn't wrong. Well, you know, you were no shrinking violet either. I still remember how you coolly chased that huge spider out of your cabin. I'd already forgotten about that. It's been so long. It's nice that you remember such little things. After so many years, well, you know, childhood memories usually fade. She hesitated for a moment as if she wanted to say something more, but professionalism took over. I'd love to chat with you and reminisce all about our camp stories, but I'm afraid this isn't the best time for nostalgia. Unfortunately, we need to discuss something far less pleasant. You're right. Let's get down to business. Tell me more about this student. What exactly happened? Nika took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. It was clear that talking about what had happened was not easy for her. Is this a spicy principal game? It is the spicy principal game. There's also a coach involved later, so tune in. Let's get down to business to defeat the Hun. Okay, anyway. Yesterday, one of our students was found hanged in the pool locker room. Her name was Avalyn Frost, a senior student and a member of the swim team. You were learning to make a game like this, animated game mode, using images in a storyline, and they do cutscenes. It was pretty fascinating. That's so cool! Yeah, I love visual novels, especially like Otome games. This reminds you of Okie Dokie, so you're already a bit dead. Oh no! I've never played that one. I just got into Otome games, like a year ago? So, but I do enjoy a good visual novel. All right. Sorry, trying to watch the mouse on the wrong screen is interesting. Avalyn was one of our best students. No one could have imagined she was capable of such a step. We called the police and an ambulance followed all the protocols, but this is a terrible tragedy for our entire school. The girls are scared, parents are calling every 5 minutes, teachers are in shock. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Nika, I'm sorry, but suicides don't usually require precautions like calling in a specialist like me. Why did you decide to contact me? I called you so you could take a fresh look at this and conduct a small investigation. I need an objective answer on why Avalyn might have done this. Just a couple weeks ago, we were discussing her plans for the future, which, by the way, were quite ambitious. But her ambitions were justified. She was one of the main contenders for the grant. Wait, what grant? Every year, our top graduate gets the opportunity to enroll in any university in the country without any tests or exams. It's not just admission, her tuition, housing, and all other expenses are fully covered. The competition is fierce, of course. They consider everything, not just grades, but also sports achievements, community work, and leadership qualities. Avalyn had every chance of getting this grant, so it's incomprehensible to me what could have pushed her to do this. You see, I can't be objective. To me, the students and the faculty are almost family. I know these girls are not just from documents and grades, but I see them every day, I watch them grow, and when something like this happens, it's like a punch to the gut. I feel responsible to Avalyn, to her parents, and to the rest of the students. Right now, I really need a clear head by my side. Besides, I don't have much time. Tell me more about that. How much time do we have for the investigation? The Board of Trustees meeting is in 4 days. They expect answers, and if we don't provide them, the school will likely be closed. Thank you for the alert, Xeno. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday and enjoy Destiny 2 with Ed. Some parents have already said they'll pull their daughters out if they don't receive guarantees of their safety. That's why we need to find out what really happened. If it was a suicide, we need to understand the reasons and do everything we can to make sure it never happens again. Your spidey senses are telling you it's Nika? Really? Oh my god. I think it's one of the students that we're gonna meet. And if it's something else, we need to resolve it even faster. Do you already have the forensics report? Were there any signs of a violent death found? Thank you for liking live! They promised to send the information this evening. As soon as the report is ready, I'll let you know immediately. Are there surveillance cameras in the pool area or in the corridors leading to it? If you have doubts that she did this herself, the footage should settle the matter, possibly even before the medical examiner's report. Of course, I haven't seen the recordings yet, but I've already asked our technical specialist to extract and prepare all of the footage from last night. Nika glanced at the watch on her wrist, then looked up at the wall clock as if double-checking the time. They'll be ready in 20 minutes. The locker rooms aren't equipped with cameras, of course, but there's one camera in the pool area and one in the corridor leading to it. In any case, if it's a suicide, the cameras are unlikely to give us an answer as to why Avalyn did it. So let's start from the beginning. Where, who, and when was the body found? The locker room by the sports pool, around 11 in the evening. She was found by her classmate, Annie Harper. Did Avalyn have a key to the pool? Instead of a key, we use a face scanner. Access is available to me, Coach Sam Rivers, and the girls on the swim team. By the way, I've already requested to give you access as well, so you can enter the pool at any time. Doesn't the system keep a log of who entered and when? The scanners installed at the pool doesn't keep logs. Unfortunately, we didn't get around to upgrading it. Only the scanner at the main gate stores data. That seems dumb, but, you know, it wouldn't be easy if... It would be too easy if it did store the data, so, like, I kind of get it. Only adults... Only adults are allowed to leave the school grounds, and Avalyn was already 18. What scanner doesn't store data? That's so true. So true. But in any case, she didn't leave the school grounds. I checked those records. Well, we'll work with what we have. You said her classmate Annie found her. Is she also a swimmer? Yes, Annie is also on the swim team. At our school, classes are formed not by age, but by areas of specialization. We have a science track, arts, humanities, and of course, sports, which includes several disciplines, including swimming. Avalyn and all the other swimmers she trained with were also her classmates. They not only trained together at the pool, but also attended most classes, which were adapted to their training schedule. In a way that simplifies things, so we need to focus on the girls from the swim team. Please send me the information on everyone who had access to the pool, including students, faculty, and maintenance staff. All the maintenance staff were off for the weekend, so they weren't at the school. I'm not sure it's worth spending time on them. As for the rest, I've already prepared the basic information for you. Nika handed me a folder, inside which I found photographs of the coach and the students, along with brief details, first names, last names, and ages. Ed, hello! Thank you for putting on your sunscreen. How are you? Happy Saturday. I hope Destiny 2 was fun. Honestly, you predict the whole game, or your paranoia is tingling. I am interested to see if you're right. It's Sunday. I know. God damn it. I did it again. I don't know why it's Saturday in my head, but in my head it is Saturday. Anyway, happy Sunday. I don't know why. I've been thinking it's been Saturday all day today, which is very annoying considering I have a very big presentation tomorrow for work. Maybe that's why I keep thinking it's Saturday. I'm in denial that I have to do the presentation tomorrow. Sorry I'm giving you so little. I really wish I could tell you more, but you understand you're not here as an official investigator. I took a notebook and a pen from the inner pocket of my jacket and quickly jotted down this information. Diary obtained. Show relationship level in diary. Yes, of course I want to. Nika's phone vibrated. At the same moment, a notification sound came from her computer. She glanced at the monitor and an expression changed on her face sharply. I understand business can't wait. I just have a couple more questions. It seems time really is limited. I need to ask my questions wisely. Okay, more about Avalyn. What was she like? What were Avalyn's relationships with the other students? Who else was competing for the grant besides Avalyn? Could Avalyn or her family have enemies? What was Annie doing at the pool so late? Well, obviously the first question we need to ask is what were her relationship with the other students like? What were Avalyn's relationships with the other students like? Did she have friends or enemies? How did the girls treat her? During her entire time here, Avalyn only truly became friends with her roommate, Sophie. Sophie is the complete opposite of Avalyn, outgoing, emotional, always the center of attention, but somehow they complemented each other perfectly. Nika paused for a second and then glanced across her desk and reached decisively for a drawer. I think I had a photo of them somewhere. Yes, here it is. She took a small photograph in a simple frame and handed it to me. Interesting that she had a framed photo of these girlies in her desk. I don't know if she does that for all of her students. I think you might be right. Something is very sus about this. Wait a minute. I've seen this girl today at the school gate. She's the student who is staring at me so intently. She looked worried. With the other girls on the team, Avalyn's relationships were mainly neutral. I think they respected her for results, but they didn't really include her in their circle, maybe because she was rather withdrawn herself. I haven't heard of any serious animosity, of course, and we have minor disagreements and misunderstandings like the school does, especially given that ours is a private one. But nothing worth worrying about. Well, as far as I know. Okay, so then we should know who else was competing for the grant. Who else was competing for the grant besides Avalyn? And how serious was the competition? I knew you'd ask about that. This morning, I wanted to get the senior class students' files from the senior classes students' files from the teacher's lounge, all their rankings, grades, and personal notes from the teachers about each student. And the most interesting thing is, those papers have disappeared. Apparently one of the teachers took them and forgot to return them. I'll have to check with the staff. As for the grant, this year it was mainly between Avalyn and her classmate Mickey Elderwood, both very talented but in different areas. Avalyn was our star in the pool, while Mickey is simply a genius in the exact sciences. In math and physics, she has no equal. She's even won at competitions twice. What was Annie doing at the pool so late? This will be our last one. You mentioned that Avalyn's body was found by her classmate Annie. What was Annie doing at the pool at 11 in the evening on a day off? Nika frowned and shook her head. Honestly, I don't know. When Annie came running to me in tears, the last thing on my mind was what she was doing there so late. I think you'd be better off asking her that in person. Okay, I'll figure it out. The big picture of what had happened was slowly coming together in my mind. Do you think the camera footage is ready? I think we can check. Johnson usually works very fast. He may have already prepared everything. We both rose from our chairs, but before we could take a single step, the office door swung open without a knock. A woman in a tracksuit practically burst into the room. Wookie, this is your mom, Matt. Miss Preston, I need to speak with you urgently. The woman stopped mid-sentence, noticing me in the office, but she didn't look embarrassed. Her gaze seemed more appraising. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a visitor. I must have interrupted your conversation. I should have knocked. It's quite all right. Let me introduce you. This is James Crofton, a specialist I invited to help us sort out the, situation. James, this is Sam Rivers, our swimming coach. So, what's the urgent matter? I'm afraid that situation is already sitting right in front of you. The whole school is buzzing about a man in a suit arriving. Rumors are already spreading. I came to ask that the police don't torment the students with endless interrogations. The girls are already traumatized by the death of their classmate. Oh my goodness. I knew that you would like the coach. James isn't exactly from the police. He's a specialist with investigation experience who will help us get to the bottom of everything. All right, confidential death, 18 years old. Okay, and we have the photos. Okay, and then over here we have our romance options or our relationships, I guess. So we have 1 point with Nika and 1 point with Mickey. Oh my god. Don't tell me we have the option to date the students. Okay, Sam, 33 years old. Annie, 17 years old, found the body on Sunday at 11 night. Vivian, 17 years old. Sophie, 18 years old. Mickey, 18 years old. And Avalyn, who is 18 years old and is... Wait, hold on. I want to... Why can't we see Nika's? Okay, where... Okay. Interesting. Okay, and then in our gallery we have 2 photos of, I guess, key moments. Sorry, like I said, I have to look at the opposite screen to be able to know what we're doing. Okay. As for talking to the girls, it's a necessity. We need to understand what could have driven Avalyn to take such a step. Besides, I've already obtained consent from the parents for interviews with the students, as well as consent from the students themselves. With all due respect, you don't need to be an investigator to understand that the girls probably just couldn't handle the responsibility. Okay, so now they're both upset. You don't know which one to go for. They're both so pretty, right? I don't know. I like the green hair. I didn't get a chance to ask exactly what she meant by responsibility as the piercing wail of the fire alarm echoed through the building. Nika instantly turned to her desk and reached for the computer. A few quick keystrokes and her face froze. This isn't a drill. The security system shows a fire on the 3rd floor. The server room is burning. That's where Johnson is preparing the footage right now. Nika rushed the door. Sam and I followed her. The hallway was already in motion. Students and teachers were filing out of classrooms in organized chaos. We struggled to push through the crowd running towards us. The school filled with the hum of voices and the blare of the alarm. Nika was giving orders to teachers as she passed along the way. Miss Parker, make sure all the younger students are escorted to the area in front of the school. Jenkins, contact the fire department. A middle-aged woman, apparently one of the teachers, was trying to calm a sobbing girl while the other students lined up against the wall. Nika confidently led us through the maze of corridors, climbing higher up the stairs, skipping steps. Green is a plus, I don't blame you, right? I just colored hair. I'm sure you can understand why I like that. On the 3rd floor, we turned into a deserted corridor. There were no students here, only the smell of smoke growing stronger with every step. Reaching the end, we stopped in front of the small room with the gray plumes of smoke billowing from under the door. You had no idea. Johnson, are you in there? There was no answer. We grabbed the fire extinguisher. I quickly looked around and spotted a fire extinguisher on the wall, and without wasting a second, yanked it from its mount. I knew it could be dangerous, but every second counted. Stand back! I pulled the door open and aimed the stream of foam at the source of the fire. Don't forget to pass, point, aim, and spray at the bottom of the flame. I forgot what the other S stood for. Anyway, the flames quickly retreated. Despite all the smoke, the fire was actually small. Having extinguished the last flickers, I looked around. You love when work gives you an extra day off.
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you guys for liking the live. I appreciate y'all. Gosh, wouldn't it be nice if... Wow! Thank you so much for the heart me. So I guess it is Saturday. Hey, you know, see, I've got something in my brain, I guess that's right. Wow, thank you so much for the Go Popular. How are you, Dagger? Wow, thank you so much for the 2 roses, Maricia. I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, if I ever pronounce somebody's name wrong, please tell me. I would like to correct myself. Even though Dagon, I accidentally gave you a nickname for Dagger. Because of my my poor reading skills. Which is funny considering I am Ace, hello! Happy Sunday. Yay! I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I do pop up Otome streams sometimes on the weekends. You like Dagger? Good. If that other changes, please let me know. I do have a tendency to give people nicknames whenever I'm trying to read the username. Happy Sunday. All right. It was a small room, more like a closet inside, with several monitors and technical equipment. Thank God there's nobody here. Johnson must have already evacuated with the others. Your tech specialist probably survived, which is more than can be said for the computers. A strange coincidence. The fire broke out right when the camera footage was being prepared. Too strange to be an accident. My weekend has been stellar. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I slept most of yesterday, so that was really nice. I also have been catching up on all the anime that I need to be watching. So I'm almost caught up. I have like an hour and a half left. So you go by Dagon, Dagger, only me. Your buddy just gave you a new one, Dagon Sky. Dagonski. I like that. That one's so fun. Dagonski. Hee 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 hee. I love nicknames make things so fun. Mood, right? You live for the cities. Same. It just makes life more fun. Sounds wonderful. Yes. Very wonderful. Plus we have the Otome game today, and I'm always really hyped for my Otome game days. Nicknames are always so fun, right? I agree. But okay, I'll focus again. There's just so much the reading for the Otome games. It's always sometimes I need a break. Dear mods, wow! That's so exciting. It was like Mr. T Spade had 6 months, and I was like, I have been streaming for so much longer than it really feels like. It is so exciting. Very pleased. It seems someone really didn't want us to see what was on those cameras, and it's quite possible this could be connected to the girl's death. Is someone destroying evidence? I think we should find this Johnson as soon as possible and figure out why the fire started at such an inconvenient time and where he was during it. You got Mauritia from work. You don't know why your Korean colleagues keep adding a ya to your name. That's so interesting. This surprised you. I don't... Korean is not one of the languages that I'm super familiar with. The only like interaction that I have with Korean content is the manhwa that I read, or whatever they call it. Webtoons. That's the only content that I interact with that has any like sort of Korean to it. I'll take care of that. We also need to calm the students and staff. The sooner we get things back to normal, the better. Oh, nice. I can use my rolly thing. James, maybe in the meantime you could talk to Miss Rivers. She was Avalyn's coach and mentor after all. She might be able to tell you something useful. You love those too, and honestly same. They're so good. So good. I love webtoons. I'm just an otaku. It just can't be helped. Tessie, yeah. Dagon, yeah. Wikisels, yeah. I like it. I don't mind. I'd also like to take a look at the place where the body was found. I guess I shouldn't be saying that part with a smile on my face. Sam, could you show James the pool and the locker room? Sure, no problem. Nika, take your time. I'll talk to Miss Rivers and Avalyn's classmates in the meantime. Just Sam, please. Sam gave me the slight wink with an unexpected playfulness that didn't match her previously serious demeanor. It's diabolically good. It is. Tessie, yes. Dude, so cute. It is. It's so cute. You were wondering why you were called. You're doing groceries right now. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were just talking about nicknames. Groceries. Very good. Vaguely sounds Russian. Yes, it does. It does. Fun fact, Russian is one of the languages you can play this game in. Actually, I think I want to make this a little smaller for you guys so you can see more of the... Let me know if this is too small for you guys. I want y'all to be able to see all the characters. Perfect. Okay, yay. You're gonna say Tessia, but it sounds too much like something not as cool. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah. Nika's reaction was barely noticeable, just a slight tension in her jawline and a fleeting pause before she nodded and turned towards the exit. Oops. Tesla used to be cool. Especially if we're thinking about like Nikola Tesla, because Tesla coils are cool. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten to see one of those in person, but they are really fun. There was a tension between the two women that I couldn't help but notice. Was it just me, or was Nika jealous of Sam? After watching Nika leave, I hurried to catch up with Sam, who was already heading in the opposite direction. We walked down the corridor in silence and descended to the first floor. The fire alarm sirens had already died down, but the faint smell of smoke still lingered in the air. We passed several turns, went through the double doors, and found ourselves in a spacious room with a high ceiling. The smell of chlorine instantly hit my nose. Here we are, the home of champions. The coach's voice softened, taking on a playful note. So you're not with the police, then where are you from? Curiosity flickered in her eyes. She looked at me with her head tilted to the side as if trying to solve a puzzle. Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you, TikToker. I'm conducting a private investigation, more or less. Miss Preston invited me as an independent specialist. Sounds mysterious. She took a step towards me, closing the distance. A mysterious man in a perfect suit, and handsome too, just like the movies. I'd like to examine the locker room where the body was found. Could you show me? She nodded and headed toward a door on the right side of the hall. I followed her, trying to focus on the case rather than her blatant flirting. The locker room looked so ordinary. Rows of metal lockers, wooden benches, and a few shower stalls. Cute. I carefully examined the room, trying to understand what could have happened here yesterday. What is Evelyn's locker number? 17. She answered without a moment's hesitation. Does the coach know the locker numbers of all of her students, or only certain ones? I looked around once more, trying to spot something that might offer a clue. Search all areas. Ooh, okay, let's click on this. My gaze slides along the row of lockers and stopped on a schedule pinned on the side of them. I stepped closer to read the entries. Training schedule. Monday, group training, Evelyn Frost, Mickey Elderwood, Sophie Williams, Vivian Devereaux. Interesting. I thought that we had discussed that Mickey was not very good. And then on Sunday night at 4:45, we have Annie Harper written in. So she changed from Thursday to Sunday. But still... 4 p.m. is not anywhere close to 11 p.m. Sam, right? She's very attractive. Okay. Evelyn's last training session was at 4 p.m. on Friday. And yesterday, the pool was supposed to have an individual training session for Annie Harper. The Sunday entry stood out. It was written in blue marker while the rest of the schedule is in black. Clearly added later. Okay, so what else can we click on? Okay. So we already decided that we click over here, and then we can look into Annie's locker. I walked over to the locker number 17 and examined it. Samya. Here. Okay, so we have a towel and pool shoes. There's nothing that is really too terribly interesting in the locker. An ordinary metal locker, no different from the rest. Inside were only a small blue towel and flip-flops. Super interesting. Okay. Oh, and the bench. I bent down to look under the bench. At that moment, I felt someone staring at me. Turning around, I noticed Sam quickly looking away, but not fast enough. Her gaze had been aimed at my backside. Did she leave a note? A note? No, nothing like that. And why would she leave one? That wasn't her style. Why do you think so? Even when she was alive, that girl barely ever opened her mouth. I trained her in the pool for 3 years, and in all that time, we maybe exchanged a couple phrases. Sam is nice. She was, how do I put it? Withdrawn. All that existed for her was the pool, the stopwatch, and the result. Okay, okay. Do we have anywhere else then that we missed? I don't think so. Oh, my gaze stopped on a thick water pipe running along the ceiling. So this is the pipe where she was found? Yeah, there's nowhere else to hang yourself around here. Sam instinctively reached for her neck, massaging the tense muscles, a bodily sign of emotional discomfort. However, her face remained remarkably calm for someone talking about the death of her own student. Sam Rivers kept her eyes fixed on me, nervously tapping her stinker against the tile floor. Maybe we should move to my office? We can talk there in peace. It feels uneasy here. You need to go to Dallas. Dallas is a good time. I lived there for a few years, but this is a concert shirt that I wore today from Niall Horan.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you guys for liking the live. All right, I think I'm done here. The swimmy pools, Willow. This is my sweet Willow girl. Go to her office. You know, for some private time. Go look at my baby. Yeah, the sweet Willow girl. She's been snoozing in my lap, but she's really heavy. She's 11 pounds. She says, Mommy, we're not usually on Tuesday. I had to do an extra day of work. Yeah, extra day of work. This is Willow. She's my sweet Torby. She is 3 years old. He's such a cutie patootie. Her brother's name is Ghost. Willow, yeah. He's Willow, yeah. Still baby. I call her my burnt little baked potato whenever she's in loaf mode. The sweetest EP girl. Yeah, it's nap time. She usually doesn't let me hold her like this. Okay, I need you to go sit in your chair, please. Hey, girl. My next goal, she gets nose kisses. Occasionally. She's not really a big fan of nose kisses. Her brother, however, he likes kisses. He'll ask for kisses. It's really cute. But he doesn't like to be on camera, and so he's upstairs sleeping in a sunspot. The coach's office turned out to be a small but comfortable room. Cabinets lined with trophies stood along the walls, and photographs of smiling girls with medals around their neck. A small catch. The sacred sunspot, right? He loves to sit in the sunspots. Willow's a good sunbather too, but she's a little bit more picky about when she sunbathes. Hell yeah. I also like lizard time. I'm very excited for lizard time once it gets warmer here. It's like, we woke up with snow on the ground this morning. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Why? It's springtime. I'm just hoping it's nicer next weekend. A small couch sat in the corner, and a desk occupied the center of the room. I settled onto the couch while Sam headed to the coat rack and began pulling off her sports jacket. Snow in April, I know. We love a sunbathed queen. Exactly. Gotta get nice and golden brown. Just kidding. Both me and Ghost end up a little pink. After all that running through the corridors, I feel, it feels like after a good workout, all hot and sweaty. I really need to do something about that. Sam pulled the zipper down and removed her jacket in a slow, almost deliberate motion. Linger your gaze on Sam, or look around. What do you guys think? Are we lingering, or are we gonna glance away? Are we watching, or are we not watching? But you guys are interested in Sam, so... Been a heat wave in your area. You wish there were more snow. That's fair. Linger. Yeah, I'm respectfully watching. Watching respectively. His eyes with the notebook. I'm crying. You fold. I couldn't take my eyes off Sam. Beneath the sports jacket was a tight tank top, barely containing her ample bust. The fabric outlined every curve of her toned body, showcasing the results of years of training. Oh no. Our eyes unexpectedly met, and I realized she had been watching my reaction the entire time. A satisfied, almost predatory smile played on her lips. Her gaze held clear satisfaction. My reaction had clearly pleased her. I need to focus on the investigation, not on the obvious assets of the swimming coach, although I must admit, the assets are quite impressive. I'd be nervous coughing for eons. Sam sank into the chair opposite, crossing her legs and leaning slightly forward. Her gaze was aimed directly at me, as if she were trying to read my thoughts. So, where were we? When we were in the principal's office, you said you weren't surprised that Avalyn took her own life. Why? Even though I'm her coach and shouldn't say this, Avalyn Frost was quite a strange girl. I never once saw her smile. Can you imagine? Not once. Even when she broke the school record at a competition, no joy whatsoever. Just a nod. What were we, right. Distracted. But Avalyn was a damn talented swimmer. I had high hopes for her and was planning to raise her into an Olympic champion. Have you noticed any changes in Avalyn's behavior recently? Maybe she seemed more depressed or upset? Hard to say. You could never tell what she was feeling. Respectfully investigating. I'm here as a detective, but not for the mystery. She'd come in, train until she was drenched in sweat, and leave, all of it in silence, with a stone face. You know, I always felt like swimming wasn't her choice. Her parents probably pushed her into it and constantly demanded results. I suppose at some point the girl just got tired of it all. And how are her relationships with the other girls on the swim team? Hello? The girls looked at her sideways, obviously, but they didn't bother her. They mostly didn't care about each other. Sure, they trained together, but you could hardly call them a team. I wanted to clarify one more thing. Where did Avalyn get the rope she hanged herself with? Sam frowned slightly and glanced around quickly. She probably took it from here, the coach's office. I have several training groups. Shouldn't the coach's office be locked? There was never any need for that. Before all of this mess, of course. Thank you for liking the live! But you just unlocked the door with a key when we came in. A moment of confusion flickered across Sam's face, which she immediately hid behind a playful smile.
Now I'm all fired up.
Detective, are you suspecting me of something? Of course, after what happened, I started blocking the doors. Alright, let's move on to the next question. According to the schedule, the last training session with Avalyn was Friday evening. Did you notice anything unusual then? Sam frowned. On Friday? Yes, I only saw her briefly. I had to cancel the individual session. I had personal business in town. She arrived a bit early and had already changed, so I apologized and told her the session was moved to the following week. She gave a bitter smirk. Who could have known that the session was never meant to happen? And that was the last time you saw Evelyn? Unfortunately, yes. I left Friday evening and didn't come back until Sunday afternoon. I had a training session with Harper. What? You even train on Sundays? Sam shrugged. All in the name of the sports and results. Harper herself wanted to qualify for the regional champion this year. That's how it is. I sacrifice my weekends for my students. Very noble of you. Ma'am. It's hard to think whenever you're in front of somebody so built. Did you happen to go to the pool in the evening after 7? I love sports, sure, but not that much. Sam leaned forward, gazing intently into my eyes, the corner of her lips raised slightly in a faint smirk. Last night, I spent the whole evening bored on my double bed. You know, at times like that, you really just feel how big it is for one person. Although, I think you could help me with that little problem. An investigator with such abilities surely knows how to entertain a lady when she's lonely. Play along with the flirting, politely decline. I feel like you guys want me to play along with the flirting. Considering, y'all said you would fold. Yeah, I'd freeze. Well, you guys said we were folding, so we'll fold. I allowed myself a slight smile, meeting her gaze. In investigations, as in relationships, it's important not to rush. First, you need to gather all the facts, study the details, and only then draw conclusions. Perhaps when the case is closed, we can discuss your problem in more detail. Sam's eyes lit up with pleasure. She clearly appreciated my answer. I like your strategy, Mr. Crofton. Your decision has affected the relationship. I think I have no more questions for you today. Actually, wait. I do have one more. Could you tell me where I can find Annie Harper? She's gonna fall this close with him still in them. Yeah, we need to investigate everything very, thoroughly. Sam's eyebrows rose and a flash of surprise mixed with wariness appeared in her eyes. Harper? What do you need her for? Annie found the body. At the very least, I need to understand why she went to the pool at that hour. She might know something. The girl is most likely in her room right now. The student's dormitory is in the East Wing. Onwards! She rose up from the chair and took her sports jacket from the rack, putting it back on. I'll walk you there. The school is big. It's easy to get lost. We stepped out into the hallway, and the building was gradually filling with students and staff. Sam led me confidently through the hall toward the side wing. As we appeared, conversations died down and the students' attention turned our way. One of the girls looked at me with curiosity, but upon meeting the coach's stern gaze, she immediately turned away and quickened her pace. We went up the stairs to the second floor where the hallway branched off in several directions. The students' rooms are in the East Wing. The girls shared in pairs. We grouped them by activity, athletics together, academic types together. It makes them easier to manage and keep their schedules from getting tangled. Sam lowered her voice slightly and leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint. By the way, I'm just nearby, room 91, right around the corner, in case you need any additional information or something stronger than coffee after a long day. I'll keep that in mind. Sam smiled faintly. My answer seemed to satisfy her well enough. Finally, Sam stopped in front of door 63. It had no decorations whatsoever, just a small metal plaque with the number. Here we are. The coach knocked briefly. No response. She knocked again, slightly more intently. Perhaps the girls haven't come back yet after the evacuation. We were already about to leave when a quiet rustling came from behind the door. A few seconds later, it opened a crack. So we visiting her later? I don't know if that's an option. Annie, may we come in? Annie. The girl silently opened the door wider, letting us in. Maybe Sam got the wrong room and we accidentally walked into a younger student's? The top of the girl's head barely reached my chest, but the coach showed no surprise. Annie, are you okay? She's so tiny, hard to believe she's an upperclassman, let alone a competitive swimmer. Annie, this is Mr. Crofton. He's come to speak with us about Evelyn. But if you'd rather not, you're under no obligation to talk to anyone. We all understand. The brief exchange of glances between Annie and Sam did not escape my notice. Annie's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly, her breathing becoming more measured, as if she were consciously controlling it. Get Annie off the screen. Her face had set into a mask of indifference, but her body betrayed either aversion or fear. I'm fine. I'm ready. The coach leaned slightly towards the girl, lowering her voice to an almost intimate whisper. Good. If you start feeling uncomfortable, you can always talk it through with me. You know I won't let anyone hurt you. Annie nodded silently, clenching her jaw so tight the muscles stood out on her cheek. Thank you for showing me the way, Miss Rivers. The coach stepped out of the room, quietly pulling the door shut behind her. Annie and I were left alone. Annie stood with her arms crossed, looking at me with open defiance. Despite her small stature, she somehow managed to look formidable. I took an unobtrusive look around the room. The space seemed a bit split into entirely different territories. I'd wager the messy half belongs to Annie. Judging by her crumpled collar and crooked knotted tie, she's clearly not the type who sorts her socks by color. You're okay. It's a teeny tiny 17-year-old. Mind if I sit down? Suit yourself. Annie gave a dismissive wave toward the neatly made bed, but stayed on her feet. How are you holding up, Annie? I understand this must be very difficult. How do you think I feel? I found my classmate's body, and now everyone's interrogating me like I'm the one who did something. Do you have any idea what that's like? Annie turned herself abruptly toward the window and then took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. When she turned back to me, her face showed a mixture of irritation and exhaustion. And that stupid fire alarm on top of everything. This whole school's in a panic and I can't get any sleep. I understand you're going through a difficult time right now. Could you tell me how close you were with Evelyn? A difficult time? Are you sure you're not a shrink? I already said I don't need anyone poking around in my head. No, I'm not a psychologist. I'm here to figure out what happened. Right now, my job is to simply talk to people closest to Evelyn. If you're looking for the people closest to her, you've got the wrong door. You want Sophie. I didn't have anything to do with Evelyn. Why not? You were on the same swimming team and in the same classes on top of that. Annie rolled her eyes as if I just asked the most idiotic question imaginable. She flopped down on the edge of the opposite bed, every inch of her radiating irritation. Being on the same team doesn't mean you have to be friends with everyone. Why would I bother with her? We had nothing in common except the pool. She had that dead fish stare and never said a word, just stood there gawking at everyone, and she loved sticking her nose where it didn't belong. What do you mean by sticking her nose where it didn't belong? Annie's reaction was instant. Her eyes went wide as if she'd only realized she said those words aloud. She straightened up sharply and clenched her fists. Nothing specific, just, you know, the type. Always noticing everything, filing it away, and then using it against you. That was her. Studied everyone like bugs under a microscope. There's clearly some history behind those words, but will Annie share it? She doesn't seem particularly well disposed towards me right now. Did Evelyn have any conflicts with anyone? Perhaps with one of her classmates or your coach? Nothing like that. Did you see her yesterday afternoon? Did she seem low or perhaps agitated? I told you we didn't talk. I didn't see her. Besides, I don't keep tabs on what everyone else is up to. I've got enough of my own things to worry about. I took my notebook from inside my pocket and made a brief note. The scratch of the pencil on paper sounded unusually loud in the silence of the room. Annie shifted restlessly on the bed, her gaze darting towards the notebook and back to my face. I was told you found Evelyn in the changing room. What brought you to the pool at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night? Annie went completely still. A tense silence settled over the room, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. The seconds stretched into an eternity before she finally reacted. The girl leaped off the bed, her face twisting with fury. Despite her small frame, Annie looked terrifying. Are you accusing me of something? Who do you even think you are? A cop? I don't see any badge. You have no right to interrogate me. Aren't you a little small to be talking like that? I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Do we make her more angry and see if she says anything that she shouldn't, or do we try and calm her down? Obviously, if we say, aren't you a little small to be talking like that, we're gonna piss her off and our relationship is gonna be hurt with her, so we may not get any more information later. But I'm just trying to figure out. I'm also a little worried that she may not like us trying to like make her angry to soothe her, you know, like trying to like back down like that. I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be consequences for either action. So let's go. Let's take the risk. I agree, Dagger. Let's make her angry. Aren't you a little small to be talking like that? Aren't you a little small to be speaking to adults like that? I've already told you I'm here to investigate your classmate's death, and I'm simply asking standard questions. You know, at your age, people usually speak to adults with a little bit more respect. Hydrate before you dehydrate. You got it, Shadow. How are you? Happy Sunday. Thank you for popping in.
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you guys for liking the live. I really appreciate it. Annie's face turned crimson. Her eyes narrowed, her nostrils flaring with fury. She drew herself up to her full, if modest, height and clenched her fist. Her voice was quiet, but each word rang out with barely contained rage. You barge into my room, conduct an interrogation without even properly introducing yourself, and now you're insulting me on top of it. For your information, I'll be 18 in a couple of months, but sure, go ahead and judge people's age by their height. Very professional of you. No wonder they sent you to a school instead of a real investigation. Looks like I hit a nerve. Mentioning her height is clearly a forbidden topic. I'm so glad that you're good. I'm good too. I love getting to do pop-up streams for Otome games. It's like my guilty pleasure. But I'm also super excited for this one since I was given the game key after doing the demo this fall. So I've been waiting for the full game for a while. I hope that you got lots of rest and relaxation this weekend, Shadow. Also, I was dying laughing yesterday at y'all's Battle Golf game and Repo. Y'all are just so fucking hilarious. You know what? I forgot my towel there. My damn towel. I wanted to wash it before practice. That's it. End of story. I have nothing more to say to you. I realized there was no point in continuing, and he was too worked up to carry on any kind of dialogue. The situation had already passed the point of no return. I slowly rose to my feet, raising both my hands in a placating gesture. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. If you remember anything important, you can let the principal know. Just leave and close the door behind you. Yeah, Tess, I also hope you're feeling good as well. Dicaro! Yes, I am doing pretty well. I can't complain considering you love friend swap games. They're so much fun. They are. It always makes me laugh so hard whenever y'all are together. I got up and headed for the door. Quietly pulling the door shut behind me, I stepped out in the hallway. At that moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Are there any other games that you enjoyed like that? Shadow, or I guess anybody can answer that question. Girls' room numbers. Number 63, Annie Harper and Mickey Elderwood. Evelyn Frost and Sophie Williams. Number 73, Vivian Devereaux. I took out my phone and saw a message from Nika. Well, I've already spoken with Annie, and Mickey wasn't in her room, so now we can head over to Sophie Williams, Evelyn's roommate. I straightened my tie and headed down the hallway toward room 65. Reaching the right door, I knocked. No one answered. I waited up for a few seconds and knocked again. Harder this time. Silence. I tried the handle, but the door was locked. Sophie must be in class or simply doesn't want to see anyone after everything that's happened. Glancing at the list again, I decided to try the room of the student named Vivian Devereaux. The girl's surname seemed vaguely familiar to me. I continued down the hallway past identical doors with plain numbered plaques. However, when I reached door 73, it stood out noticeably from the rest. Below the number was an elegant illustration of a crowned lion. Judging by the style and craftsmanship, it was a family coat of arms. Coat of arms on the door plaque means we're probably going to get an interesting personality. I knocked and almost immediately a woman's voice came from behind the door. Come in! Stepping into the room, I couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Instead of the standard school dormitory furnishings, I found something that more closely resembled a 5-star hotel. Dicky dick dick so much dagger. Dicky dick thank you. I appreciate the press start taco and corn. Wow. On the large bed, I noticed the room's occupant, a graceful girl in a silk robe. She stretched gracefully like a Disney princess who had just woken from sleep. The girl slipped lightly off the bed and took a step in my direction. Miss Devereaux? The words left my lips unexpectedly formal. Damn, why am I being so formal? She's the same age as Annie. If this is a bad time, I can come back later. It's quite all right. Please, come in. Vivian gestured towards the small ottoman and then settled herself at the vanity table. I accepted the invitation, taking in the details of the room as I did. A private room with a double bed and a vanity table for a student? Even in an elite school, there's a hierarchy, and Vivian Devereaux is clearly at the very top of it. You're Mr. Crofton, I take it? I apologize for my appearance. I slept poorly last night and ended up dozing off. Vivian turned to face me, crossing one leg over the other. Vivian struck me as charming, suspicious. I mean, objectively charming, but in this game, I think suspicious. Most girls her age would feel awkward being caught like this by a stranger, but not her. But even stranger is her story about napping. If she was actually sleeping, how does she have a perfect blowout and full makeup? And how did she sleep through the fire alarm that had the entire school in an uproar? Another man might have brought that story, but not me. There was a fire alarm not long ago. Surely that woke you up. I didn't see the point in reacting. The fire was in a different wing after all. That doesn't add up. How would Vivian know the fire was in a different wing if she never left her room? Thank you so much for liking live, friends. If I ask her directly, she'll just dodge it again. For now, I'll simply keep watching. I took out my notebook, signaling that the time for pleasantries was over and it was time to get to the point of my visit. You probably already know why I'm here. I need to understand what happened to Evelyn Frost. Any information could prove useful, even if it seems insignificant at first. A dreadful tragedy. I haven't been able to find my footing since I learned that Evelyn was gone. I even thought about going home. It shook me so deeply, but I decided to stay. The girls need support, especially Sophie. I saw her this morning. She's beside herself. They were so close. It's hard to accept the loss of someone close. You always wonder what could have done to prevent it. But sometimes people make decisions that are beyond our power to prevent. You speak as though you're not particularly surprised that Evelyn took her own life. Have you noticed anything unusual in her behavior recently? Evelyn and I had a heart-to-heart conversation. Of course, if we'd been friends, I would have noticed something was wrong and flagged it immediately. But given that we didn't interact, it's hard for me to say whether anything changed in her. What stopped you from finding common ground? You've been in the same class for several years. You're already the second of her classmates to mention that she was difficult to get close to. Can I be candid with you, Mr. Crofton? Please. That's exactly what I'd like. She never reached out to people, and people never reached out to her. It's as simple as that. As for me, don't misunderstand. I had no particular bias against Evelyn. I simply don't socialize with any of my classmates. To me, they're children. We have very little in common. Aren't you the same age? I'm speaking more in terms of psychological maturity. I've always found the company of more mature people far more interesting. I miss Sam. We're here to do an investigation. We've got to talk to the students. I prefer to discuss things of greater substance than prom dresses. When did you last see Evelyn? I think it was Saturday. Yeah, that's right. She came up to me and asked whether I'd seen Annie Harper. Do you know why she was looking for her? You forgot that we were here on business and not to date the teachers? Exclusively.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you guys for liking the live. I really appreciate it. No idea. She simply asked about Annie and I hadn't seen her and she left. Do you think pressure could have played a role in what happened to Avalyn? I know that she was a top student and the best on the swim team. Perhaps her parents or Coach Sam Rivers were expecting too much from her and Avalyn didn't want that? Something flickered in Vivian's eyes, a quick, almost imperceivable shadow. Imperceptible. Yeah, Words are so hard, friends. It's fine, everything's fine. For a fraction of a second, her mask of social composure slipped. Then the smile returned, wider than before, but with something strained and mechanical about it. I know nothing about her parents. As for Coach Rivers, she wouldn't do that. Vivian straightened sharply in her seat. Her face remained composed, but her tense posture betrayed a desire to end the conversation. Mr. Crofton, I understand that you're looking for answers, but I'm afraid I'm not the person who can provide them. Wow! I'm new here. Yeah, right. You got your 2-month sticker today. I'm new here. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. My knowledge of Avalyn extends no further than the fact that she swam well and said little. Thank you regardless. Any information is useful for me. I just have one more question. I rose to my feet in no hurry to continue. Years of experience had taught me that silence can draw up more truth than a dozen questions. Watching Vivian, I noticed how she froze in an unnatural stillness, not a movement, not a breath, as if someone had pressed pause on her. This one? Yeah, that one. Thank you so much for the roses. Thank you. That reaction speaks volumes, and the most obvious reading is that Vivian is afraid I'm about to ask her something uncomfortable. Do you happen to know where I can find Sophie Williams? I knocked on her door, but nobody answered. Realizing the question had nothing to do with her personally, Vivian relaxed and smiled again, this time more genuinely. On Mondays, Sophie is usually in private swimming practice. I know because I have the same session right after hers. So most likely she's at the pool right now. Thank you. I'll look for her there then. I closed my notebook and stood up. Vivian rose after me and moved towards the door to see me out. When I reached for the door handle, it wouldn't give, as if it were locked. Oh, I completely forgot to mention, the handle is faulty. They can't seem to get it replaced, though I've grown used to it. To open it, you first have to pull the door towards you and then press the handle. Allow me to show you. Vivian glided to the door and leaned forward slightly, demonstrating the trick with the lock. At that moment, the collar of her robe parted slightly, and I noticed a dark mark on her chest. Until now, the mark had been hidden by the fabric, but it was clearly visible now that she had leaned forward. Worth a closer look, or would that be inappropriate? Obviously, that would be inappropriate, but we might get a clue if we lean closer. So... away. Fair. We will look away. No point in lingering on what I shouldn't be looking at. Birthmark, bruise, it doesn't matter. I have no business staring at a student's chest. Period. I'm here on business, not to add inappropriate ogling of students to my list of sins. Though, for a routine school investigation, there are definitely far too many ambiguous situations here. Period. I concentrated on working the temperamental door. Vivian calmly demonstrated the trick with the lock, then straightened up and readjusted her collar with a practiced gesture. Thank you for the help, and for the information about Sophie as well. Anytime, Mr. Crofton. I hope you find the answers you're looking for, and if you need any further information, you know where to find me. Leaving Vivian's room, I head towards the pool along the same route Sham had shown me earlier. Hopping one is one thing. We're not monsters. Yeah, clearly. We aren't monsters. We are all adults here. I passed the familiar turn, went down the first floor, and pushed through the double doors, where the distinct smell of chlorine greeted me again. Which is funny, because we still don't know how old me and Nika are. We know that Sam is 33. but we don't know how old we are, and that's kind of bothering me. Because like, if Nika is the principal of the school, then we clearly have to be, you know, at least 28 would be my guess. But at the same time, if we were at camp 10 years ago and we still looked like children there, yeah, I was like, to be an investigator, you gotta be in your 20s at least, but I feel like we couldn't be more than 12 at camp based on the image that we saw. So, I don't know. I wish they would tell us how old we were. I passed the familiar turns and went down to the first floor and pushed through the double doors where the distinct smell of chlorine greeted me again. Unless you're like super excellent. CB, hello. Happy Sunday. Welcome in. Can't make you lose your streak this time. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gave y'all a little bit more of a heads up instead of just deciding to do it out of nowhere, which is not out of the question. That's true. Especially since we're special agents. Thank you for coming in to save your streak though, CB. I really appreciate it. Just kidding. You already lost it somehow. No! How did you lose it? That's such a bummer. I'm so sorry. I hate whenever TikTok does that. Like, I feel like, or not TikTok, Twitch does that. I feel like there should always be a notification because it sends you notifications for some streams, but not others. But I don't feel like you had missed any streams. Interesting. I wonder what happened there. It's all right though. Yeah, I felt. I lost one that I had like 80 days on. I was so frustrated. Getting hit by an older person. You did say you'd fall immediately. By the pool, I noticed a girl. She had settled on the edge with her back to me, legs dangling in the water. I walked along the pool side, but the girl didn't react at all to the sound of my footsteps. Sorry to disturb you. Are you Sophie Williams? The girl startled so violently that she nearly slipped into the water. She spun around sharply. God, you scared me. I didn't hear you coming up. She's just 2 years older than me. I still fold. Down bad, right? I got my Dr. Peppy from DQ. I had chicky strips for lunch. She quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, brushing away her tears. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm James Crofton. I was told I could find you here. Oh, you're the detective. The principal warned us you'd be asking questions. There was no weariness or hostility in her voice, only exhaustion and sadness. I grabbed a rubber mat and settled down beside Sophie on the pool's edge, keeping a respectful distance. Thank you so much for liking the live. Oh, sorry. I always end up like with a soy spot around my neck, like right here whenever I'm streaming. I don't know why. You had to spend more than 400 on... Oh, no! Oh, that's gross. Why is that kind of so expensive? Trey has... Or not... Sorry. Hikey has to occasionally spend stuff like that. And it's always just, like, so expensive. The Willow came back after having her dinner. Yeah, she had her dinner snack. Willow also says, sorry that you had to spend so much money on service tech shit. This sucks. All expensive for no reason, right? And nowadays nothing lasts long enough. Like stuff like that should last for years and years, and most of the time it breaks after like 5. If you need it, guaranteed it's gonna be $200 more, right? They know that y'all have to have that kind of stuff, and so they're like, oh, we can hike the price up for this, and if it's a power tool, like 400. Yep. It's ridiculous. And all of the stuff too that we have to maintain the house and the lawn. Sometimes we have to buy doubles of things so that way we have a copy at home and a copy for him at work. You swear your iPhone 2 lasted longer than any of the phones you spent in the last year, right? I have the iPhone 14 right now, and I know that it's about to like crash on me. And I've only had it for like 6 years. Everything considered a necessity is needlessly expensive, right? So frustrating. Like, I remember my first MacBook, that thing was like a brick. Not to mention Nokia phones. I bet that thing could still run. It's like, I don't know if you guys, I can't remember if it was refrigerators or washing machines. They realized, it was like a study that they realized that if they made them more faulty, people would have to replace them for more frequently, and so they would make more money as a company. Bullshit. Had it for 9 months and it's amazing. Oh, nice. HP laptops too. Yeah. 12 years, it's still holding on for you. Nice. I have the MacBook Air right now. See, the problem is once you get something that's Apple, you need to have everything that's Apple. And then once you do that, once you invest in it, really hard to change. Because I have like the iPad, we have Apple TV, iPhone, Mac laptop, my Apple Watch. And it's like, I've had this kind of setup for like 10 years. It's so hard to switch. If I had an iPhone, you just couldn't. See, my first smartphone was Apple, and then I've just never been able to walk away from it. But they're slowly just getting worse and worse. Right, Willow? Yeah, they're slowly just getting worse and worse. Sophie pulled her knees to her chest and absently trailed her foot through the water. I should get back to the game. Miss Rivers gave us the day off today, but I couldn't stand laying in the room any longer. Every time I turned around, I'd see Abby's side. Her books, her clothes, her everything. So I decided to come here. Water calms me down.
I'm fired up.
Were you and Avalyn close? Yes, Abby and I are best friends. She's wonderful. So sensitive and kind, even if most people don't see it. She just doesn't know how to show her feelings. She always keeps everything inside. Sophie is speaking about Avalyn in the present tense. She probably can't accept her death. Thank you guys for liking the dive. I appreciate it. But what are you guys up to on this lovely Saturday? Sunday. Jeez, Sunday. It's so hard to keep track of the days, and I keep thinking it's Saturday. It's Sunday. What are you up to on this Sunday, friends? Jeez. The girl took a deep breath, trying to hold back the outcoming sobs, but her chin betrayed her with a tremor. Willow, I think we're gonna have to trim your nails later. I don't have to get up right now, though. A single tear rolled down her cheek, and Sophie quickly wiped it away with her hand. Sophie, I'm sorry to have to ask, but I need to. What do you think could have driven Avalyn to do something like this? Lounging will probably continue. Monarch Legacy of Monsters soon. Ooh. That's so fun. Sophie turned to me sharply, her eyes blazing. Abby couldn't have. I don't believe it. She never would have done that. She knew better than anyone. If something was troubling her, something that serious, I would have noticed. If you don't believe it was suicide, then what do you think happened? I've been asking myself that since last night, but I don't have an answer. When Abby didn't come back to the room that evening, I immediately felt something was wrong. Everything felt like a dream, a terrible, horrible dream. I was already about to go looking for her, but Miss Preston got there before me. I can't even remember what she said exactly, but when she walked into our room and I saw her face, I knew instantly that something terrible had happened. Sophie closed her eyes and let out a long, audible breath. Most people I've spoken to said Avalyn was quite a closed-off person. Do you think it's possible she wasn't telling you everything? Sophie's gaze drifted aimlessly across the surface of the pool as she gathered her thoughts. I don't know. Maybe I really have been too focused on my own problems lately and haven't been spending enough time with Abby. What kind of friend does that make me? Put an arm around her, try to comfort her with words, continue asking questions. Well, putting an arm around her is creepy since we just met her. And I feel like if we continue to ask questions, we're not gonna get anywhere. So maybe we try to comfort her with words. I didn't reach out to Sophie, but my voice softened. Listen, Sophie, you're not responsible for what happened. Even those closest to somebody can't always see their pain, especially when they're hiding it. You should remember, Evelyn as she was, your best friend. And if you truly want to help her, then help me figure out what happened. Sophie slowly lowering her hands, revealing a face reddened from crying. My words had clearly hit their mark. A flash of resolve crossed her eyes. I took a clean handkerchief from my pocket and offered it to Sophie. She took it gratefully and dabbed at her eyes. You're not what I imagined you'd be like. And what did you imagine I'd be like? I don't know, a cold professional who doesn't care about people? She let out a quiet sigh, as if gathering herself. And you're right. Abby deserves for the people who loved her to know the truth, and I'm ready to tell you everything I know. Do you know why Evelyn went to the pool yesterday evening at all? Did you see her when she left? The last time I saw her was after dinner yesterday. I'm not sure, but I think she mentioned she wanted to talk to Miss Rivers about something. I think Sam said she spent the evening in her room. I'll need to speak with her again and find out whether Evelyn came to see her yesterday. You two are roommates, right? After dinner, was it Evelyn who left? Or you? At those words, something shifted in Sophie's manner. Her shoulders tensed and her eyes began to dart around. I stayed in the room. I mean, first I was in the room preparing for a test. Then I went to dinner. I came back. No, I didn't come straight back. I stopped by the library to pick up some materials. And then I was already in the room when Abby left. It was around 6, yeah? Or maybe later. I think I already said that. So did you see Evelyn leave then? Sophie's gaze slid around the walls, the ceiling, the water, anywhere but at me. She began methodically winding strands of her hair around her index finger and then straightened them and then winding again. Yes, no, I mean, I was in the room when she was getting ready, but then I had to return some books and I probably left before her. Or she left first, I don't remember exactly, it was such a hectic day. She's definitely hiding something. First, she claimed she saw Evelyn around 6, and now she's getting confused about whether she was even in the room at that point. But what exactly is Sophie trying to hide? That she went somewhere? Or that she saw someone with Evelyn? Or maybe she knows more about where her roommate was headed. I won't push her. Better to change the subject and come back to this later when we have more to go on. What about her family? Did Evelyn ever tell you anything about her parents? About their relationship?
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you guys for liking the live. I appreciate it. She has a wonderful family. I've personally met Mr. and Mrs. Frost. They're good people and they love Abby very much. I stayed with them for a week at the end of summer before school started. They live in a beautiful house on the coast. While Sophie was talking about Evelyn's family, I felt my phone vibrate in my trouser pocket. It was an awkward moment to be distracted, but it could have been something important for the investigation. Thank you for being so open with me, Sophie. What you've shared has clarified a great deal. I need to keep moving with the investigation, but I'd like to come back to our conversation later if that's all right with you. Sophie nodded slowly. Of course. I gave her a farewell nod and headed for the exit. At the door, I turned back. Sophie was still sitting on the edge of the pool, feet in the water. Sophie is like an open book, but with a few pages torn out. On the surface, a sincere and sensitive girl grieving for her friend. But those inconsistencies about timing, the nervousness, she's clearly not telling me everything. Or maybe Sophie is a frightened girl who lost her best friend. It's too early to draw conclusions, but she's worth keeping an eye on. How are things going? Have you talked to the girls? Stepping into the hallway, I took out my phone and read the message. How's it going? Right, sorry. I've spoken with Annie, Vivian, and Sophie. The only one I couldn't track down was Mickey Elderwood. Mickey is in the library right now, second floor, West Wing. The music is a paid actor, right? The music that they chose for this is perfect. I love it. It gives very atmosphere. Talk to her and then come to my office. We should be hearing from the forensic examiner soon. Words are so hard. Following the route indicated in the message, I made my way to the library. Beyond the heavy oak doors, silence greeted me, broken only by the rustling of pages and the faintest of whispers. A few girls sat at the tables absorbed in their books. Now, which one of you is Mickey? I unzipped my bag and pulled out my notebook where I'd already tucked a photo of the students I'd spoken to. Flipping through the pages, I noticed that there was no photo of Mickey Elderwood. Rummaging through the side pockets, I spotted a lone photo that had slipped into the very corner. It must have fallen out when I was sorting the others. I feel like you're walking out in the sun as the investigator character is just taking in the atmosphere, right? It's just like whenever it gets like gloomy, whenever the characters are down, it's perfect. Chef's kiss. Picking it up, I took a careful look at the image. Wait a moment. I've seen her today. She's the girl I ran into in the hallway when I was looking for Nika's office. What a coincidence. Scanning the library carefully, I quickly spotted who I was looking for. Mickey Elderwood had settled into the far corner, barricaded behind a stack of books. The girl hadn't lifted her eyes from the page, completely lost to the world around her. I stopped at Mickey's table and waited for a few seconds, but she was so engrossed in her reading that she couldn't even notice I was there. Hello again. The girl jerked her head up, her eyes magnified behind her glasses going wide with surprise. Seeing me, she instinctively snapped the book shut and adjusted slipping glasses with a practiced motion. Like in the courtyard, half sun, half shade. Yes. It is so good. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, the color spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Hello. She glanced quickly around as if checking whether I was truly talking to her and not someone else. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few girls at the neighboring tables looking up from textbooks and watching us with undisguised curiosity. Mickey noticed the stares too, and her embarrassment only deepened. May I? I nodded towards the empty chair across from her. Mickey hastily swept her papers aside and gave a nervous nod. Of course, please. I sat down across from her and immediately noticed the book she had shut so hurriedly. The cover bore the title, Mysticism Under the Microscope, a scientific analysis of paranormal phenomenon. Another curious book with a strange title. Unusual reading material, is this part of some unconventional curriculum or a personal interest? It's not exactly for class, it's a way of calming myself down if that makes any sense. Although I do realize it's completely irrational and goes against all common sense. Mickey nervously flipped through the pages of the book without lifting her eyes. Her fingers were trembling slightly. Have you seen something paranormal? Yes, well, I'm not sure exactly. I thought there was someone standing in our room at night in the dark. I know it's my imagination, but it felt so real. Was it Avalyn you were seeing? The girl nodded, embarrassed, confirming my guess. That's a perfectly normal reaction after what happened. I suppose you're right. It's just that Annie scared me terribly last night. Annie? You know, she was the one who found Avalyn. When she came running into our room late that night, she had these enormous wild eyes. She sat down on the edge of my bed for half the night telling me terrible things. Mickey was speaking faster and faster, as if afraid that if she stopped, she'd lose the nerve to go on. You know, she's really into all of that occult stuff.
Now I'm all fired up.
She said that those who die violently or unnaturally become restless souls forever bound to the place where they died. That they can see all our secrets, all our sins. Mickey dropped her voice to nearly a whisper, glancing around nervously. And that they come back to pass judgment on the wicked, which means Avalyn will now roam the school punishing sinners. I know it's superstition, but Annie truly believes it, and she was very convincing. And those posters of hers, they've always creeped me out, but last night it felt like they were staring at me the whole time. Passing judgment on the wicked? Punishing sinners? Am I imagining things, or is Mickey afraid that Avalyn's spirit will come after her? Ask directly, do you have something to hide? Reassure her, shadows in the corners are just tricks of the mind. Passing judgment on the wicked, punishing sinners. Am I imagining things, or is Mickey afraid that Avalyn's spirit will come after her? She is rather panicked right now, but I do think that asking if she has something to hide will put her on her guard. You want to ask directly? Is reassuring her that shadows are just a corner trick of the mind. Shadows in the corners are just a trick of the mind. Because she is rather... That might be better. I keep going back and forth on like which I think would be best, because reassuring her... She's already so panicked. You're diabolical sometimes. No, I understand that, and that's one of the wins that I'm like asking her directly. Since she's so panicked, we might get something more out of her rather than reassuring her. But if we reassure her, we might get the same reaction of like that we did with Sophie of like, I'm not what you imagined. I think we stay with our like, she might break and spill. That's what I'm like. I feel like if we push her, she might. Because if she doesn't have something to hide, but she knows somebody else who's done something bad. Okay, let's ask her directly. Let's go ahead and take the risk for it. Do you have something to hide, Mickey? Otherwise, why would you be so afraid of judgment? Mickey froze mid-breath as if suddenly paralyzed. The color drained from her face and her eyes went wide. She clutched the book tightly like a shield. What? No, of course I don't have any secrets. None at all. I'm just easily affected by things. That's all. Her voice trembled and the words came out too clipped and too fast, betraying her nerves. I just study a lot and sleep too little, so my mind starts playing tricks on me. And besides, there's nothing in my life besides studying and training. What secrets could I possibly have? Mickey laughed awkwardly, but there wasn't a trace of amusement, only barely concealed anxiety. It seems I startled her with my directness, but her reaction made one thing perfectly clear. Mickey Elderwood has her own skeletons in the closet. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. A throwback. A throwback meme song. After a brief pause, I decided to return to the main purpose of my visit. Mickey, I'd like to talk to you about Evelyn. To better understand what led to what happened, can you tell me what she was like? The girl fell into thought, absently running her fingers along the spine of the book. Evelyn was always quiet. A true introvert, you know, in the fullest sense. Not that I'm judging. I'm hardly a model of sociability myself. She was incredible at both academics and sports, and everything just came naturally to her. I could spend weeks preparing for an exam, making hundreds of flashcards, and Evelyn would just flip through the textbook between training sessions and still get the top grade. In academics, I still had a shot at keeping up, but the pool, there was no chance against Evelyn. She was simply the best. I noticed Mickey was talking about this with obvious distress. Her voice trembled slightly, and her fingers gripped the edge of the table more tightly. And Coach Rivers constantly held her up as an example. Look at Evelyn. Be like Evelyn. Why can't you swim like Evelyn? Thank you, Dagger. I appreciate that very much. And you know what? I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. Mickey went quiet, staring into the distance, and then she sighed and shook her head. It's hard for me to understand what happened yesterday or why. One day you have everything, a dream life, and then just like that, it's gone. Mickey clearly suffered from being constantly compared to Evelyn. But did that grow into resentment, or did it stay at the level of a quite sad acceptance of somebody else's superiority? What about the last few days? Did you notice anything unusual? Maybe Evelyn seemed upset or had an argument with someone. The girl's gaze slid away, avoiding eye contact. No, nothing in particular. I had a week of prep for the physics Olympiad. I was barely out of the library, and in class, Evelyn behaved the same as always. She's clearly holding something back. It seems that the spark of trust needed for full honesty hasn't quite formed between us. Maybe there was something you noticed yesterday in particular? Everything was mostly as usual, although, well, there was Sophie Williams, but that's probably not relevant. Any detail could turn out to be important. So what happened with Sophie? I ran into her in the hallway after dinner and asked her a perfectly normal question, whether she'd prepared for the chem test. And she got this flustered look and ran off without a word. It was so unlike her. Sophie is usually very friendly and outgoing, even with me. At first glance, Sophie's behavior might have had nothing to do with the investigation, but I decided to note it down in my book all the same. And where were you after dinner yesterday evening? Mickey straightened up sharply, nervously adjusting her glasses, and answered quickly. After dinner, yes. I went to study and sat in the library until late. Time flies so fast, before you know it, exams are already here. She spoke too quickly, and her voice was pitched a note higher than usual. Not very convincing. That's worth looking into. The silence of the library was broken by the sharp sound of a door slamming. I turned and saw that the last of the students had left. Only Mickey and I remained in the library, among the endless rows of books. Oh, I'm late. She began hurriedly gathering her things, but immediately stopped, throwing me a guilty look. But, of course, the investigation is far more important. I'm sure Miss Grimstock will understand. It's all right. I don't have any more questions for today. I don't want to be the reason you get in trouble with your teacher. With a grateful nod, Mickey began hastily packing up her textbooks. Her movements were so rushed that her pencil case slid off the table, scattering its contents. Thank you guys for liking the live. I really appreciate it. Her glasses slid to the tip of her nose and she bent down for a fallen pin, and at that moment her forehead met the wooden edge of the table. Oof. A muffled thud echoed through the empty library. Ow! Her cheeks instantly burned bright red. With one hand, Mickey rubbed the reddening forehead, while the other frantically stuffed the scattered pens and pencils back in the case. The girl muttered something unintelligible, clearly mortified by her own clumsiness. Take care, Mickey. Look after yourself. She paused for a moment, catching my eye. Thank you. I mean, yes. Goodbye. Sensual and passionate. Next question. Hi, Knockout. Happy Sunday. How are you? Clutching her backpack to her chest, Mickey hurried out of the library. I watched Mickey go, lingering in the library just long enough to make my final notes. Leaving the library, I headed back towards the principal's office. I'd managed to gather quite a bit of information over the course of the day, but every new fact only raised more questions. I mentally replayed my conversations with the students, trying to find the thread that would tie everything together. Quite a picture this is turning out to be. Every single person I spoke to is holding something back. And then there's the fire in the server room. Too much of a coincidence. When I reached the right floor, I caught the muffled sound of Nika's voice. She was on the phone with somebody. The office door was slightly ajar, and individual words managed to slip through. I understand your concern, Mr. Thornton. We're doing everything we can. All right, I'll be waiting for your call. I knocked gently on the half-open door just as Nika hung up. She turned to face me. I noticed her rubbing the bridge of her nose in exhaustion. James, finally. Come sit down. So, any news? I walked in, settled into the familiar chair across from her desk. Nika looked worn out. The day had clearly taken its toll on her. I spoke with everyone I planned to. Plenty of information, but for now there are more questions than answers. What about you? I heard you on the phone. That was one of the Board of Trustees members. Everyone's on edge. News about the fire has started to leak out too, but that's not the most important thing right now. Nika. We need to recover the surveillance footage that was damaged in the server room fire. Speaking of data recovery, I know a specialist who might be able to help. No need, I've already taken care of it. I have trusted people who've promised to help with that. You're already taking on too much as it is. At that moment, Nika's computer chimed with a notification. She turned to the monitor, and I watched her expression change sharply. That suit does look good on her, right? Although I do feel like it might be like a half size too small, but what do I know? The forensics examiner's report just came in. I immediately rose from the chair and moved beside Nika to see the screen. She opened the email and we read the document together. Among the medical terminology and formal language, I immediately latched onto the key findings on the report. The ligature marks on the neck is horizontal, which is inconsistent with the type of hanging where an angled line would be expected due to the tension on the noose. Pre-mortem loss of consciousness was established. Pressure was applied externally without the involvement of the body's own weight. Time of death between 10:10 and 10:20, or 10:10 and 10:30. Nika slowly leaned back in her chair, her face gone pale. She read through the report several times as if unable to believe what was written. So it really wasn't a suicide. Are you holding up all right?
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you for liking the live. She took a deep breath, clearly trying to
Now
pull
I'm all
herself
fired
together.
up.
Yes, I just need some time to process it. Someone killed Avalon and then coldly staged it as a suicide. That means the killer's still here, in the school, walking the same hallway as the students. It makes me sick to think that the killer has been smiling at me every morning, that it could be one of my students or staff. James, do you have any theories? Who could have done this? Thank you, Anazith. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a great Sunday, Zenith. Thank you, Tinker Taco. We're having a lot of fun. Damn, maybe she needs a hug. One of her students just got murdered, Wookie. We're here on serious business. I know it's only been one day, but perhaps you already have some ideas? It's too early for me to draw any firm conclusions, and besides, the fact that it's a murder changes the whole approach to the case. Now we need to analyze not Avalon's state of mind, but the motives and means of potential killers. Thank you so much for the bras! Thank you. I really appreciate that. But I need more time. Tomorrow I plan to conduct more interviews, and also I'd like to be able to review the recovered camera footage if that's possible. About the cameras, my contact promised to work quickly. The first recovered files should be ready by tomorrow evening, though not everything can be recovered. The specialist sent over a list of cameras they can work with. La Rose de Guadalupe, Hispanic TV show. I love a good telenovela. I went into a really during 2020 when we were in lockdown, I think I watched probably like 10 or 12 back to back. It's been a while now though that I've watched one. There was this one on that was about a historic like murder on a ship. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but oh, I love a good telenovela.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. We'll need to choose which ones to prioritize since each one takes a full day, and we only have 3 more days after this until the Board of Trustees meeting. Nika leaned toward the monitor and opened the email listing the available cameras. Which footage should we ask them to recover first? Today's hallway near the principal's office, today's external cameras on the school grounds, or yesterday's server room. I need to stop randomly adding people. No, it's so hard to, like, whenever you're scrolling through, like, the TikTok comments and you, like, try to press the thing to respond in chat, it always, like, pulls up somebody's username. It's ridiculous. Okay, so I feel like today's external cameras on school grounds, yesterday's server room, today the hallway near the principal's office. But I feel like yesterday's server room. You're gonna go get a Red Bull? See, those are one thing that I've like never had any interest in. I don't really do energy drinks though, to be fair. The only ones that I ever drink are Alani's. I think we do yesterday's server room. Agreed. Nika turned to the computer and began typing the message. Then she looked up at me again. By the way, I checked the access control logs at the main gate. Avalon hadn't left the school grounds since the beginning of the academic year. She paused, furrowing her brow, and while I was going through the system, I noticed something odd. Yesterday at 8 in the evening, Sophie Williams entered the school grounds and then left at 10:30. Sophie entered the school grounds and then left at but there's no record of her leaving at any point during the day, nor any record of her returning after that late night outing. Sophie never mentioned leaving the school grounds yesterday, and she acted strange overall when I asked where she'd been that evening. You had a monster face and it was bad. Their advice. You can stop whenever you want. Sure. That's like me saying I could stop drinking coffee every morning. But what bothers me even more is this discrepancy in the system. How could Sophie have entered the school while already being inside it and left while still remaining on the grounds. Could there have been a system glitch? I don't understand it either. We were told the registration system was very reliable. Every entry and exit is logged automatically with a backup on the server. Coffee is so delish, right? I drink what is like 8 cups of water of coffee a day, but it's just like 2 mugfuls. So it's fine. Holy shit, rar, stale. I quickly jotted a note in my notebook. Nika stood up and walked to the window, beyond which it had grown completely dark, and let out a long, audible sigh. It's getting quite late. Perhaps we should continue tomorrow. There's still a lot of work ahead of us. She turned to face me. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay here for the night. There's a free room across in the guest wing, given how far the city is and the fact that we need an early start tomorrow. A sensible suggestion. Time really is working against us. The longer we wait, the more opportunities the killer has to cover their tracks. Then I'll walk you to the room. By the way, I had dinner sent there. You haven't eaten anything today. You had a coffee subscription once. You don't you don't think you could feel like that again. Coffee's good too. Too good, right? I love a good coffee subscription, but I also like to get it in bulk so that way it's just a little bit cheaper. But I love trying different single origins, so I typically get the one that I like in bulk, and then try a single origin. With how much coffee I drink. It's quite an expensive addiction that I got there. Coffee flavored things in general. Coffee ice cream, yum. So good. We stepped out of the office into the half-empty school hallways. The news of the murder had clearly shaken her. On top of worrying about the school's reputation, she now had to make sure nothing happened to the students. Here we are. We stopped at the door marked with the number 15, and Nika unlocked it with a key, which she then handed to me. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. You have my number. You found a coffee-flavored tea? That's interesting. Tiramisu is good. Yeah, I also like, the Vietnamese coffee. I mean, I know that's coffee, but it's like coffee. Yum. So we calling her later? I turned to Nika. Reassure her, just head to rest, voice criticism about the lack of oversight. I think that that's a great option. That makes coffee flavored chocolate, right? Oh, really? I'll have to try that. Can you imagine just turning to rest and ignoring her? No, of course we have to reassure her. Nika, listen. I gently touched her hand, making her look up. I understand what you're going through right now, but I want you to know we will find the killer and get to the bottom of this. I promise you that. Nika looked at both of our hands, then raised her eyes to face me. And if you need to talk or just don't want to be alone, I'm here anytime. Thank you. Really, thank you. You know, whenever I called you this morning, I was thinking only about what happened to Avalon. I never imagined that our reunion would turn out like this. Yes, despite all these terrible circumstances, I'm glad to see you again. Nika slowly traced her fingers along my knuckles and squeezed my hand one last time. Good night, James. Good night, Nika. Ah! I think she likes us. Is there a mod to date both? Yeah, I don't think that there's a harem ending in this one. I have caramel ice cream in the freezer. I'm definitely going to be eating that after this. It's going to be very nice for my throat. I turned the handle and stepped into the guest room, closing the door behind me. On the nightstand beside the bed sat a tray of dinner that had already gone cold. Before I sit down to eat, I'll make a call to an old friend. Maybe she doesn't want to be alone tonight. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts to a familiar name, Andy. Andy was an old friend from summer camp who now worked in the intelligence and analytics department. How convenient that Andy from summer camp also works in intelligence. Over the years, we'd bailed each other out more than once. Through every time we worked together, I had to put up with his constant grumbling and endless sarcasm. I pressed call, leaned back against the headboard, and waited. After the third ring, a familiar voice came through. Well, well, James Crofton in the flesh. Let me guess. You finally decided to buy me that beer? His voice was cheerful, and I could hear him chewing. He was probably having dinner. Not this time, buddy, but help me out with something and I'll owe you one. Sure, you already owe me a couple of cases. When's the last time you called to just chat? Am I saved in your phone as Andy Problem Solver or something? Andy's voice carried his usual good-natured irony. Although, you know what? I'm actually flattered. Thank you. Thank you for the rise. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Village life, no convenience stores, only pubs. Rip. That's so upsetting. Is he flirting? Is there a piano? You should tell your pub that they need to make like an ice cream section, so that way you can have ice cream too. Although, you know what? I'm actually flattered. So I'm so good that James Crofton himself calls me when he's in trouble. You're not as irreplaceable as you think. The others just have the sense to not pick up after hours. Ah, I see. So I'm the last hope of a desperate man. Even better. Andy laughed, and I knew his mood had fully lifted. All right, tell me what happened this time. Long story short, I need you to run a background check on a few people, some students and a swimming coach. The bartender is already judging you for your shady order. I doubt ice cream's happening. Wait. For your shandy order, what kind of shandy are you getting? A meaningful pause hung on the other end of the line. I could almost picture Andy raising an eyebrow. Then he burst out laughing so loud I had to put the phone away from my ear. You dog! You're on vacation. You're hanging out with some girls and didn't invite me? What kind of friend does that? Andy, this is actually business. Yesterday, Nika called and asked me to investigate a suicide at the school where she's the principal, which, as it turns out, was actually a murder. Ask for Shandy and don't question what he puts in front of me. Fair enough, but I do love a good shandy. I'm about to sound like an alcoholic. I miss drinking so much, especially whenever I was in Ireland on my study abroad. I loved to get a shandy, especially after classes. Ugh. There was a bar on campus. It was really fun. The bar was in the mornings a coffee shop, and then after lunch it became a bar. It was really nice. Yeah, beer and lemonade type of vibe. It's very good. Nika, I've heard that name somewhere before. We were both at Bear Rock Camp. No way! That Nika from camp? The green-haired girl you were so crazy about? I think it's so hilarious that the green hair was, like, natural, too, when they were at camp. The very same. No kidding. I figured you'd lost her contact ages ago. I remember how you went crazy when she disappeared after camp. What a reunion! Make sure to say hi for me! Will do when I see her, but for now, can you help me with some information on the suspects? Andy let out a heavy sigh, and I knew the usual whining about risks and complications was about to begin. James, buddy. The thing is, I'd be looking this up outside of any official case, and you know as well as I do that running checks without a case is, risky. If they see I'm looking up people outside of any official case, they can fire me. Andy's voice grew increasingly pitiful, his classic move whenever he wanted to negotiate better terms. We've got a new department head now, and he's incredibly thorough, checks every single request. Andy, please figure something out for old time's sake. I'm critically short on information to understand what's going on here, and I've only got 3 days left. A long pause. I could almost physically feel Andy weighing the pros and cons. You understand that if I get caught, I have to say I did this at your request? I understand, and I'm prepared to take responsibility. Fine, but for a favor like this, you clearly owe me not a couple of beers, but a couple of cases.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you guys. You're tempted to get into it too, but the alcoholic in me doesn't need encouragement, right? Not in this economy. Shit's too expensive. I also can't drink anymore for medical reasons, so womp womp. But the non-alcoholic options are getting better these days. Good beer, not some cheap stuff, and dinner at that steakhouse we've been eyeing for ages. Deal. You're really saving me here, Andy. Damn, you agreed too fast. I should have asked for more. So, alright. I'm actually curious what kind of story you've got going over there. But to avoid suspicion, I can only run of them per day. I've got a contact in the archives who can accidentally stumble upon the right information during routine work. You don't have much time, so choose wisely. Who do you need first? First, I'd like to find out about... Okay, so we have Sam Rivers, Annie Harper, Vivian Devereaux, Sophie Williams, and Mickey Elderwood. Sophie Williams is looking the most sketchy right now since she's shown to be going off campus. Oh yeah, you had non-alcoholic Prosecco the other day, and you couldn't tell it's non-alcoholic at all? Ooh. That went so well with our conversation. You thought you were speaking for yourself. No, wasn't that like the perfect timing? Okay. But at the same time, like I'd like to know more about Sam's background. Since she's the only adult and we don't really know much about the fact that, besides that she's a swim coach. I'm not too terribly suspicious about Annie at this point. Vivian obviously has some things going on. Mickey and Sophie are like the most suspicious to me. I was like, damn, she's in character. I'm so good at this. No, that's not true. I wish I had the ability to do like different voices for different characters, but that wrecks my voice. And so if I'm having to talk for like, if I'm doing like a long stint of this, I can't do that. I think we do Sophie first. We don't know much except she's hot, right? Let's look at Sophie Williams. Got it. I'll call you tomorrow once I manage to dig something up. Thanks again. Sam is innocent. I don't know. We said our goodbyes and I put my nightstand on my phone. My phone on the nightstand. Talking with Andy, as always, lifted my spirits. It was good to hear a familiar voice and remember that there are people you can count on. Taking off my jacket and loosening my tie, I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the cold dinner. I had no appetite, but I needed to eat. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day. I wonder where all of this will lead me. You still fold if she was guilty. You need therapy. Oh my god! Sam is... You guys are clearly not meant to be detectives. The morning light streamed through the tall windows woke me at 9. Well, I usually get up around 7 without an alarm. Yesterday must have really worn me out. Apparently I'm a certified yapper. Hell yeah. 400 comments. Whoop, whoop, whoop. For my friends that fold easily, I think you guys would like Marriage Toxin, the anime that's coming out this season. It's so good so far. So anyway, that's my suggestion for you guys. After quickly getting myself together, I headed to Nika's office. Plans for the day were already swirling in my head. I need to find out the results of the fire investigation and look for evidence, anything that might help me understand what happened on Sunday evening. I have a little idea, but I'm not sure if Nika will agree. Who ordered a yappuccino? Me. I love to be yappy. Marriage Toxin? Yes, Marriage Toxin. You can watch it on Crunchyroll or you can hop on the 7 Seas. But it was very good. There were no students in the school corridor. The silence was almost oppressive. The students must be in class already, not a soul in the corridor. Well, that works in my favor. Approaching the now familiar door to the principal's office, I knocked. Oh. She's not in a good mood. Nika was sitting at her desk, intently typing something on the computer. The keys clicked in a rapid rhythm. She was clearly hurrying to finish an important letter. When I appeared, Nika looked
Now
up.
I'm all fired up.
Thank you for liking the live. You've been a pirate for many years. You can sail once more. I love that. Her eyes betrayed... Sorry. When I appeared, Nika looked up. Her eyes betrayed a weariness that even her skillfully applied makeup couldn't conceal. Good morning, James. Any news? There is. I settled into the familiar chair across from the desk. Nika turned away from the monitor and looked at me intently. James, I spoke with the fire investigation experts. What happened in the server room was definitely arson. They set fire to a trash bin after moving it next to the servers. That bin is usually kept off to the side, but somebody deliberately moved it. What's more, traces of acetone were found in the trash. Quite a lot of it, actually. Acetone? Seriously? Yes, the main ingredient is nail polish remover. In a girls' school, it's the easiest thing to find. Half the students have it in their makeup bag. And what did they use to light it? Now, that's where it gets interesting. Lighters, matches, and anything flammable or explosive are strictly prohibited at our school. So someone broke the rules and smuggled in a lighter. Nika got up from behind the desk and slowly began pacing in the office, massaging her shoulders. Nika, I have a request. A rather delicate one. She stopped in the middle of the office, turning to me with a wary expression. Well, out with it. I need to search the girls' rooms. The reaction was predictable. Nika stopped and frowned. I understand her hesitation. Secretly searching the rooms of students and staff is a risky endeavor. James, you understand I can't allow this. If anyone finds out I let you go through the girls' personal belongings, we're running out of time, Nika. To figure out what happened, I'll have to ask a lot of questions, dig deeper. Sooner or later, they'll realize we're not investigating a suicide, and then the panic will start. Once it becomes clear that Evelyn was murdered, your students will start to get rid of anything that might look suspicious. Letters, diaries, photographs, it'll all go in the trash. I turned to Nika, meeting her gaze. Think about it. These girls come from influential families. They've known since childhood that any information can be used against them. Coach Rivers isn't stupid either, and she won't want to lose her cushy position. At the slightest hint of a scandal, they'll start cleaning house. Nika kept pacing the office, but her steps became more measured. I could see her weighing the pros and cons. We need to keep the fact that this was a murder secret for as long as possible. Let them think we believe it is a suicide, and that the server room fire was an accident or a wiring malfunction. Lull them into a sense of false security. Exactly. I want to be able to get closer to the suspects, get them feeling comfortable around me, and then they might let something slip. Officially, I can't give you permission to search the rooms. You understand? If this comes out, I won't just be fired. They could press criminal charges. But hypothetically, if someone happened to leave the room keys on the desk, and if that someone stepped out on urgent business without noticing they went missing, she gave me a meaningful look, then somebody else would be very grateful for that forgetfulness. Just keep one thing in mind, James. If you get caught, we'll both be in enormous trouble. I'll be as careful as a bomb disposal tech. I hope so, because we won't get a second chance. She opened the top drawer and took out a set of keys, pointedly placing them on the very edge of the desk where they couldn't be missed. Then she just as pointedly turned to the window, as if looking at something outside. I took the hint and quickly grabbed the set, stuffing it in my pants pocket. By the way, do you have the girls' schedule for today? Of course, I printed out a fresh copy this morning. I had a feeling it would come in handy. Nika went to the stack of papers on the desk, finding the right sheet, and handed it to me. Scanning the lines, I noticed that many of the girls had gaps of free time. Quite a few free hours. Is that normal? Yes, the girls on the swim team are getting some slack this week. They've been excused from some subjects that won't be on final exams. She pointed a finger at the schedule, but during those free hours, they might be in their rooms, so it's better to act when they're in class. Makes sense. And what about Coach Rivers? Where is she supposed to be right now? Sam only has swim team practice today. According to the schedule, she should be at the pool during the girls' sessions. Nika leaned toward me, looking at the table. Her hair lightly brushed my shoulder. Sam's training session with Annie Harper will start soon, but I should warn you, Miss Rivers doesn't always stick to the plan. What do you mean? She sometimes wanders off during practice. I've caught her in the hallway a few times when she wasn't supposed to be running sessions at the pool. Caught her in the hallways a few times when she was supposed to be running sessions at the pool. And what did she say? Various excuses, and on Friday she canceled the last session without warning and left on personal business. Did you reprimand her? Of course, but my words don't seem to make much of an impression on her. Even though Sam is an excellent swim coach, her discipline leaves something to be desired. You know, sometimes I feel like she doesn't see me as her superior. As she said this, Nika couldn't hide a slight hint of hurt in her voice. Being a principal at such a young age means constantly having to prove your authority. I've dealt with that kind of attitude more than once myself. Okay, so they have to be younger than Sam, so they have to be significantly younger than 33 to be getting that kind of attitude. If Sam was guilty, would you expose her or protect her, and what would you do after you? No, of course I'm going to expose her. I've known her for like 24 hours. What? She's hot. She's not that hot. Being a principal at such a young age, then first things first, I'll check whether Miss Rivers is actually running a session with Annie right now, and then I'll figure out the rest based on the schedule. At that moment, there was a gentle knock at the door. Opening it slightly, she accepted a large paper bag from someone that smelled of food. Food! Wonderful, thank you so much. Closing the door, she returned to her desk looking pleased. Breakfast. I asked to have it brought here. I didn't want to make a scene in the dining hall. Smart. The less visible we are, the better. Unwrapping the bag, Nika took out several food containers and 3 cups of drinks. The aroma of fresh coffee and fried bacon instantly filled the office, reminding me that I hadn't had breakfast yet. I didn't know what you liked, so I asked for a classic set and 2 kinds of coffee to choose from. I opened the first box. On top was an omelet with a couple of bacon strips and crispy toast. Looks delicious. My school never had breakfast like this, or coffee either. Well, we don't offer coffee to the students either, but we put a coffee machine for the staff. These past 2 days, caffeine is the only thing keeping me on my feet. Nika took 1 cup for herself and pushed the remaining 2 coffees and food towards me. Not a breakfast person? I just can't eat at all. My stomach is tied in knots. I understand. Stress doesn't do much for your appetite. Nika sat down across from me, exhaling loudly. I looked up at her and met her eyes. She was looking right at me. For a few moments, we silently gazed into each other's eyes. 1 second, then another. Any longer, and this would be more than just a professional exchange. Nika was the first to look away. James, listen, maybe we could meet for dinner tonight? Not here, of course. We could go somewhere. Her invitation came out quickly and haltingly, as if she was wanting to say it before she changed her mind. I know you're here on business, and you have a lot on your plate, but I'd like to treat you to something better than cafeteria food. And besides, you're doing so much for the school. For me, I'd like to show my gratitude somehow. Just kiss already. Say that, but also do what Des said. You're honorable when it counts.
Now I'm all fired up.
Y'all would fold so quickly. Y'all be like, she's guilty. I'm gonna have to look away for a moment so she can escape. And honestly, I need to forget about this whole nightmare for at least a couple hours, taking my mind off things. Talk about something else. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my mind. How could I turn down an offer like that, especially when it involves good food and your company? I think the investigation will survive a couple hours without me. Wonderful. Then let's meet at 8. I know a cozy little Italian restaurant, half an hour's drive from the school. Yeah, Italian! You would be tempted, but you'd make the right choice. Having finished breakfast, I checked my watch, 9:45. 15 minutes until the next class began. What investigation? I'm not officially hired. Meanwhile, Nika had gone back to reviewing some documents on the computer. Thanks for breakfast. Mind if I take the second coffee to go? Of course, take it, and please, be careful. Don't worry, it's not hot anymore. I won't burn myself. Nika rolled her eyes, but the corner of her lips betrayed a faintest smile. First, I should check the pool. The last thing I need is to run into Sam somewhere in the dormitory hall. The electronic lock scanned my face with a soft beep and unlocked the pool door. Stepping inside, I found only myself in an empty room. Neither Sam nor Annie were anywhere to be seen. I walked a little further and noticed that the door to the coach's office was ajar. Moving closer, I carefully peeked inside. Oh no, she's so cute. What I saw looked both amusing and alarming at the same time. Annie was standing on tiptoes in a wobbly chair, trying to reach the top shelf, her nose scrunched up in concentration as she muttered quietly in frustration. Could have shoved it even further back. Who even makes shelves this high? Distracted, I accidentally bumped the door with my elbow, causing it to creak open wider. The sound made the girl whip around. It all happened so fast that I didn't have time to react. Oh no, she fell! The surprise in her unstable position did the work, and Annie lost her balance, knocking a framed photo off the shelf with her hand in the process. In an instant, the small coach's office turned into a scene of chaos. A broken frame, shards of glass, a toppled chair, and Annie lying on the floor. Damn, careful, don't move suddenly. Are you badly hurt? I rushed to the fallen girl. Her face showed a mixture of pain, anger, and acute embarrassment. I'm fine, don't look at me like that. It's just the stupid cabinet. Annie started to get up from the floor, basing herself on her hands, but suddenly stopped and grabbed the back of her head. Don't get up yet, let me take a look. I told you I'm fine. Ignoring her protest, I set the cup of coffee on the corner of the desk and walked over to examine the bruised spot.
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you for liking live. Get this mess off our screen. Crouching down, I found what I was looking for. A small bump had already formed on the back of her head. Well, nothing serious, it seems. My gaze slid lower, and something else caught my attention. On the girl's back, around her shoulder blades, along her spine, there were purple-blue bruises. Ooh. Do we think it's Vivian and Annie? Where's Sam, right? Like, Sam was supposed to be here, not Annie. Annie was supposed to be swimming. These are definitely not from today's fall. Judging by the color, the bruises are at least 3 or 4 days old. The shape looks like marks from hitting the floor or a wall. Did she fall on her own, or are these signs of a fight? My thoughts were interrupted by Annie's impatient voice. So, what's there? Am I bleeding or something? She reached for the back of her head, checking the bruised spot, and at that moment I noticed another alarming detail. On the girl's right wrist, there was another bruise, darker and more distinct. Wow! Thank you so much for the chili pepper dagger. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Its shape suspiciously resembled fingerprints, as if someone had grabbed her arm very tightly. I didn't notice this mark yesterday. Her wrist was hidden under her sleeve. Bruises on her back, plus fingerprint marks on her wrist. This no longer looks like an accidental fall. Noticing the direction of my gaze, Annie hastily pulled her hand away and quickly stood up, backing away. Ow! The girl let out a stifled cry and hopped up, pulling one leg in. She lifted her foot, and a sharp piece of glass embedded in her bare sole. Annie's face tensed up, and she squinted and sucked in air through her teeth. Do me a favor and stand still for a couple seconds. Annie grimaced and shot me a hostile squint.
Fired up.
Thank you for liking the live. Ignoring her displeasure, I started pushing the shards aside with the toe of my shoe. Now let's get you to the couch. I walked up to Annie with resolve and put my arms around her waist. Hey, what are you doing? Either we walk to the couch together or I carry you there. No third option. Decide quickly. Seeing the resolve in my eyes, Annie blushed and reluctantly placed her hands on my shoulder. I had to practically bend in half to match her height. With her weight, it would have been much faster to just pick her up, but I needed to be careful with Annie. One wrong move and she'll shut me out completely, and I need to earn her trust. I carefully helped her hop to the couch. Annie sank into it with relief. She was in pain. It showed in every line of her face, but instead of tears I expected, she only pressed her lips tighter together and furrowed her brow, choosing to endure the pain in silence. There's a composure about her that seems beyond her years, or maybe it's just habit of never showing her weakness. Where do you keep the first aid kit? Annie nodded toward the cabinet across the room. Bottom shelf, white box with a red cross. You can't miss it. I quickly found the right box. The first aid kit was well stocked. Tweezers, bandages, antiseptics, painkillers, everything needed was there. When I turned back to Annie with the kit in my hand, she was already reaching out her palm towards me. Give it here. I'll handle it myself. Give the first aid kit to Annie or help her yourself. I feel like it is rude to just hand it to her and let her handle it herself, but then again, she's tiny little angry gremlin, with a lot of pride. But then again, we caused this mess, sort of. So helping her would be the right thing to do. I think we help her. No, let me do it. I have more experience with injuries like these. It's just a scratch. I've dealt with worse. Ignore her indignant protest. I knelt down on one knee in front of the couch. Annie tried to pull her injured foot away, but I gently yet firmly held her by the ankle. Please don't fidget. I'll try to be as gentle as I can. Her foot felt surprisingly small and fragile in my hands. Normally when treating injuries, I worked quickly without ceremony, but now I tried to be as delicate as possible. Carefully extracting the shard with sterile tweezers, I picked up the bottle of antiseptic and the girl tensed up and clenched her fists. When I poured the clear liquid over the wound, Annie pressed herself into the back of the couch, stifling a groan. Instinctively, without thinking, I leaned in a bit and blew on the treated wound the way I used to do as a child when I scraped my knees. She just looks like she's 5. I'm like, I would have pat her on the head and be like, it's okay, little gremlin. It's gonna be fine. To my amusement, Annie didn't utter a single word of reproach, but her cheeks turned a telltale pink from this unexpected, intimate gesture. Having quickly and neatly bandaged her foot, I pulled back. What were you even trying to get from that shelf? Was it really worth risking your neck? If you hadn't barged in here like a hurricane, nobody would have risked their neck. I wanted to grab a spare swim cap. I left mine in the room, and of course they shoved the box all the way to the top where you'd need a stepladder to reach it. Walking up to the cabinet, I reached the cardboard box on the top shelf without much effort and handed it to Annie. Here you go. Thanks. The gratitude was brief but sincere. Annie rummaged through the box and pulled out a bright blue swim cap. As I put the box back, I heard the glass crunch under my toes. Small pieces of glass were still scattered across the floor. Looking around, I noticed the damaged photo frame behind the desk. The glass was cracked, but the photograph inside still remained intact. That must have been Sam in college, question mark? I picked up the frame and studied the picture closely. It showed a very young Sam, about 15 years old. High school. Okay, swimming in high school, it's fine. She stood triumphantly on the winner's podium in first place, wearing a tight-fitting scarlet sports swimsuit. Sam's right shoulder was tightly wrapped in bright white medical bandage, so noticeable that it immediately caught the eye. It seems that victory didn't come easy that day. My thoughts were cut short by a sound of the door behind me creaking open. What's going on in here? Her voice sounded calm, but the air in the coach's office instantly thickened with tension. Tell the truth, cover for Annie. Why would Annie forgetting her swim cap be that big of a deal? Hi, Sam. I feel like we need to tell the truth. Good morning, Miss Rivers. There was a small mishap, but nothing irreparable happened. Annie climbed up to get a swim cap and fell off the chair. I pointed at the ill-fated chair, which was still lying next to the cabinet. What about her leg? When she fell, Miss Harper knocked over a photo frame and the glass broke, but she stepped on a shard. Perhaps it's better not to mention the bruises I noticed, at least for now. Sam listened to my account attentively, glancing at Annie from time to time, the girl staring at the floor. Please forgive her. Harper here attracts trouble like a magnet. Sam crossed her arms and fixed Annie with a long look of full irritation and displeasure. If you needed to get something down, you should have just asked me or someone else for help. You made a circus out of this, and next time don't forget your gear in your room. This isn't a sporting goods store. Annie looked so dejected and guilty that it seemed like the girl was about to burst into tears. Noticing her state, Sam softened her tone a little. Is your foot badly hurt? Can you swim? Yes, Miss Rivers. Then why are we sitting around? Off to warm up. Annie quickly headed for the exit, clearly trying to disappear as fast as possible, her eyes glued to the floor. But before the girl could leave, Sam called out to her. After practice, we'll clean up all the glass in here. The dustpan is in the locker room. When Annie disappeared behind the door, Sam turned to me. You said you were looking for me. Did something happen? I nodded toward the coffee cup I had brought from Nika's office. I wanted to treat you to some coffee. I thought that after everything that's happened, coffee might help perk you up a bit. Sam froze for a second and then laughed unexpectedly loud. The sound was sharp and somewhat unnatural in the quiet of the coach's office. To perk me up, you'd need something stronger than a regular coffee. Well, I'll keep that in mind for next time. I made a show of checking my watch, playing the part of somebody who just remembered the time. I take it you have a training session. I won't distract you from your work with idle chatter. I'm always happy to chat, especially with a man like you, but alas, I can't leave a student alone in the pool unsupervised. Sounds dubious. Nika said that Sam used to regularly leave during training sessions, and now she's suddenly a model of responsibility. Did the situation with Avalon change her approach to student safety, or is she simply trying to impress me as a proper coach? Of course, I completely understand. Student safety comes first. Just so you know, I'm free after 6. Drop 5 for a glass of coffee. I smiled slightly and nodded with deliberately leaving her invitation without a definite answer and then headed for the pool exit. Well, the coast seems clear. Now I can get it. Well, the coast seems clear. Now I can get to inspecting the other rooms. Right? I feel like between 6 and 8, we can do both. Having left the pool, I headed towards the east wing of the school where the students' rooms were located. Ayo! The hallways were empty, and the girls were all in class, which created the ideal conditions for my investigations. Well, since I've made sure that Sam isn't gonna wander around the dormitory, I can take a look in her room. I had already pulled the set of keys from my pocket when I heard the distinctive sound of a door handle turning somewhere very close by. Damn! I instantly shoved the keys back into my pocket. A door opened opposite and a burst of girlish laughter came through, followed by 2 students peeking into the hallway. Noticing me, the girls suddenly fell silent, then exchanged glances and broke into wide smiles. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was about to slip away and pretend I was just passing by, but the red-haired girl beat me to it. Wow, great that we ran into you, right, Kat? Yeah, Linda and I were just talking about you. About me. I must admit I'm a bit taken back. The girls exchanged glances again and giggled. The blonde nudged her red-haired friend with her elbow, clearly encouraging her. We wanted to ask you something. Would you mind answering a couple questions? It won't take long, honestly. Of course, go ahead. So we hang out with Sam and Nika. It sounds like a crazy night, right? Ghost. Sorry, I have my other cat sitting on my PC tower, and he keeps twirling around and isn't like content with where he's sitting on the PC. It's just, well, Kat and I had a bet and we wanted to find out. What's your zodiac sign? I think you're a Leo. You have such a confident aura. And I said a Scorpio. They always have that piercing gaze. So that's what their questions are about. Unlikely to help with the investigation, but better to play along than attract unwanted attention. Artemis does that. It's so funny. They're so silly. Yeah, Ghosty Boy can't get comfy even though him little cinnamon roll. Yeah. Yeah, Ghosty Boy can't get comfy. Here, buddy. There we go. Who's a good little cinnamon roll? Sorry, we have to break for pets. Ow. Why are you biting me now? What is it? Grumpy boy. Yeah, grumpy boy. He scratched my foot this morning because he was sitting or laying in between my legs whenever I was getting up to go make coffee and give them breakfast. And he was very upset about it, and so he scratched my foot and gave me like a 1-inch opening. You don't have that gaze. You have the I'm ready to sleep gaze, right? Same. Yeah, what are you doing, Ghosty Boy? You want to sniff the Dr. Peppy? Do you hear Dad moving around? I'm a Leo, so your friend was right. Ha! I told you. You owe me a chocolate bar now. Doesn't count. That was too easy. And how old are you? You look quite young. Oh, maybe we finally get to learn how old we are. Why is it rude? It's not like we're asking a woman. Old enough to work, but young enough to remember my school days. Okay, great. That was so helpful. Wow, how diplomatic. And what do you do for a living? Interesting. So not all the girls know who I am and why I'm here. Detective, architect, technical specialist. 25, best guess, right? It was like, we have to be anywhere from like the 25 to 26 range. I say as I'm almost 30. I definitely remember my school days. A little. College, definitely. We're technical specialist. I'm a security systems specialist. I came to inspect and configure the school's equipment. The girls looked slightly disappointed. They had clearly expected something more exciting.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you guys for liking the live. Security systems, you mean all those cameras? Among other things, yes, modern schools require reliable protection. Your graduation from grad school 3 years ago. I remember, right? I graduated from grad school 5 years ago. I really hate that 2016 was 10 years ago. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Hey, Ghost, are you okay, buddy? He landed a little weird on the desk. It really is nuts. Like, the fact that college was 10 years ago is unsettling. In 2 years I'm gonna have graduated from college 10 years ago, and I hate that. Is it true that the cameras record everywhere, even in the hallways? In public areas, yes. It's standard practice for ensuring security. Good thing they're not in the rooms. That would be creepy. You started college back in 2013. Yeah. I graduated from high school in 2014, and I'm like, ugh. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend? Linda, you've got some nerve. What? I'm just curious. At the moment, I'm too busy with work for a serious relationship. And what kind of girls do you like? Linda blurted out the question so fast that even Kat didn't have time to stop her. Both girls stared at me, waiting for an answer. The kind that don't ask too many questions. Oh, we get the hint. Sorry, we just rarely see new people at the academy. By the way, shouldn't you be in class right now? We got excused. Actually, we're supposed to be having literature class, but the teacher is terribly boring. We said we were feeling unwell. Kat gave her friend a pointed look, clearly feeling she shouldn't have been spilling the details to a stranger. Don't look at me like that. I'm sure Mr. Crofton, being a true gentleman, won't tell anyone our little secret. Linda gave me a flirtatious wink, clearly counting on my solidarity. As long as these two chatterboxes are wandering the halls with nothing to do, I won't be able to search the rooms in peace. The risk of them spotting me is too high. I have no reason to tell anyone, but if anyone else sees you in the hallway, there could be trouble. Yes, I think you're right. Fine, we'll go back to our room. Boring, of course, but what can you do? It was really nice to meet you. Hope we see you again. The girls waved goodbye and reluctantly headed back to their room, continuing to whisper about something. Going to Sam's room isn't very safe right now. What if one of them decides to come out again, or worse, spots me at someone else's door? Better to search the rooms further from this spot. Less chance of attracting unwanted attention. Taking the schedule note from my pocket, I studied it carefully once more. Sophie doesn't have any classes right now. There's a chance she's in her room. But Annie and Mickey are in class right now. Annie's at swimming practice and Mickey has chemistry. Vivian also has a class right now, so her room should be empty too. Let's do Mickey and Annie's room because they don't have the exact same schedule. What college, what's college for you guys? Diploma, undergrad and then graduate. So I have both of mine, 4 years and then 2 years. Yeah. Well, I guess it was 2.5. 1.5. 19. 20, 21. Roughly 2.5 years. But it was because I was taking a lighter load, since I was working full-time as well while I was doing my master's. Undergrad, I only worked part-time. Your ass was a bad student and it took you 7 years. Well, I was motivated because my parents said they were only paying for 4 years. So I got my ass in gear. And then 2.5 for master's. working full-time during a master's. Yeah. I got lucky though, and I was able to pick up a full load for my master's degree the last year of it because of lockdown. And then I got laid off from my job because of COVID. So my last semester and a half, I got to take full-time classes instead of part-time classes. So that's why I was able to finish earlier than I was really on track to. So it worked out pretty well for me. I think it's more important to search Mickey and Annie's room right now. Something tells me I'll find clues there. Stopping in front of door number 63, I pulled out the set of keys that Nika had forgotten. Listening to the hallway and making sure nobody was nearby, I carefully unlocked the door. Well, there's no turning back now. I can only hope none of the girls decide to return to the room. Stepping over the threshold, I immediately closed the door behind me, trying not to make any noise. The room greeted me with a familiar setting. I had already been here yesterday when I first spoke with Annie, but today I had an entirely different task: to find the skeletons in the closet the girls might be hiding. I pulled the thin medical gloves from my inner pocket jacket and put them on. If I find something important, the evidence needs to remain untouched. And besides, if someone ends up getting arrested, my fingerprints at the scene would be rather inconvenient. Looking over the room once more, I mentally drew up a search plan that I needed to check all the key spots where the evidence or more important documents might be hidden. Okay. Let's search Annie's side of the room first. Okay, bed. Annie's bed was made carelessly. The blankets were bunched up in a lump and the sheets were sticking out from under the mattress. Even if I flipped the whole bed over, Annie would think it was always like that. I crouched down and looked under the mattress. What I saw made me raise an eyebrow in surprise. Hidden here was an entire collection. Lots of candy, several untouched chocolate bars, a crumpled pack of cookies, and even a couple lollipops. Strange. Why hide food under the bed? I don't think the girls are forbidden from keeping sweets. And Mickey clearly isn't the kind of roommate who would secretly eat somebody else's food. Maybe Annie is hiding it from somebody else, or is it some kind of compulsive habit, hoarding secret stashes? I think it's probably because she's not supposed to have that sugar because of her swim training, but whatever. Besides the sweets, there was nothing interesting under Annie's mattress. I put it back, not even attempting to disguise the chaos. Okay, maybe the book's on the floor? No. Okay, chair, desk, curtains, window, curtains, drawers. I walked over to the shared desk by the window. Opening the top drawer, I saw neatly arranged stationery, pens, pencils, erasers, paper clips, and standard school set. The middle drawer was much of the same. Notebooks, printout charts. I leafed through a couple of the notebooks but found no personal notes. And in the bottom drawer, another batch of notebooks and school supplies. Just in case, I checked each drawer for a false bottom or hidden compartments. The check came up empty, no secret compartments, no surprises. Mickey's bed was made so perfectly it could have served as a display in a furniture showroom. I get the feeling that the slightest mess causes her stress. Mickey simply has to be perfect in everything. I think call that overachiever syndrome. Lifting Mickey's mattress, I peered underneath. Empty, just clean wooden slats of the bed frame. Okay, and then personal. In the corner of the room stood a large wooden wardrobe for clothes and personal belongings. 2 doors, 2 drawers at the bottom. It makes sense. Each girl has her own half. Swinging open the left side of the wardrobe, I immediately noticed that the clothes inside were meant for a very petite figure. This looks like Little Miss Harper's side. Annie's clothes looked quite modest, a t-shirt showing no signs of countless washes. T-shirt showing signs of countless washes, jeans with worn through knees, a sweater with a neatly patched hole at the elbow. Everything was clean, folded neatly, but clearly not new. An interesting contrast, an academy for the elite and a patched sweater in the wardrobe. Apparently not all the students here come from families that throw money around. Finding nothing useful among Annie's things, I moved on to the other half of the wardrobe. Come again? The first thing that caught my eye were several bras of impressive size, neatly folded on top of the rest of the clothes. And here are Mickey's hats. This is a personal inspection, nothing. This is a professional inspection, nothing personal. Sure, buddy. Despite the understated appearance, all the items carried labels from well-known brands. Mickey dresses simply and modestly, but in reality, her wardrobe is worth a fortune. At the bottom of the drawer, under neatly folded clothes, I noticed something wrapped in a gray t-shirt. The fabric bulged slightly, concealing something dense and rectangular. But he's sus, right? Like, come on, please. Oh, hey, look! Tess on holiday. Art, 10. Sports, 9. Exact sciences, 9. Humanities, 10. Teacher's comments, sent on permanent vacation. You came back and see something you shouldn't be. Why did you pick that up? Right? That's my question too. Like, I don't think the prom is that important, buddy. But here we got the Easter egg from the devs. How cute is this? I'm obsessed. These are sorry, I'll read the actual students ones and not just mine. So Evelyn Frost, art, sports, exact scientist, exact scientists, and humanities, all 10s. Recommended for a grant, exceptional academic and athletic abilities. Mickey Elderwood, 10, 9, 10, 10, a potential grant candidate, but currently her physical fitness scores are insufficient. Which is interesting. Permanent vacation, right? This is so cute. I'm so happy. This is so fun to see. Ordinary New York City rat scavenging for pizza. Doing the wild swing. This is so cute. Adorable. Average furry YouTuber that runs on fun and chaos. A sweet gamer who will show you everything. The fridge goddess with her icy grasp and tendency to suck in one case. She believes the fridge goddess will attempt to entertain you. Permanent vacay. Sounds kind of dire too. It does sound kind of funny. You can have your own Sona for this game now. I'm so excited! Yeah, it sounds like I dropped out, which is so funny. Cute. In wrapping the t-shirt, I found a folder on the cover written by hand. Grade reports, upper class. Wait, are these the documents Nico was talking about? The very ones that mysteriously vanished from the teacher's lounge? I opened the folder and saw detailed tables with grades, rankings, and teachers' comments. My eyes quickly caught familiar names. Evelyn Frost had flawless grades in every subject and maximum scores for athletic achievement. In the teachers' comments, it read, recommended for the grant. Exceptional abilities in both academic and athletic fields. Mickey Elderwood had high marks in the sciences, but slightly lower scores in athletic disciplines. At the bottom of the page, in neat, almost clerical handwriting, a final comment had been added. A potential grant candidate, however, her current physical fitness scores are insufficient. You stepped away for a second. How is that generated? Oh, I did the demo for the game, and so the devs put this Easter egg in for all the people who did the demo. And so I'm so excited. I also got the full game from them for like a key for Steam. Very fun. I'm very, very grateful. So that's so fun. Yeah, I was so excited. I got the email last weekend that the full game had been released and that I got a Steam key for it, and so I was like, oh my god, we have to. So that's why we do occasionally Sunday or Saturday pop-up streams for Atomic Games. Very excited. So you can get Rose Academy yourself on Steam right now. The full game has been released. According to preliminary results, the teachers were leaning towards awarding the grant to Evelyn, and Mickey resorted to theft to find that out. I'm so excited. Look at me. I'm so excited. I like that they also knew that I'm not very athletic, and so then I got a 6 in sports. However, I feel like my exact sciences score would probably be a little bit lower than a 9. I'm not very good at math and physics. You're literally on top, right? So cute. Very excited. Adorable, adorable. The question is, how far was she willing to go once she learned that the grant might go to her rival? This could be a motive. Goat status. Thank you. Should I tell Nika about this find? I think it's better to talk to Mickey herself first. Maybe she'll tell me everything in a friendly conversation, or worst case, I can put some pressure on her. Anyway, I'll figure it out as I go. Right? It's so fun. Wow, thank you so much for the rose. Thank you, thank you. I carefully wrapped the folder back in the t-shirt and placed it in the exact same spot. Then I meticulously rearranged all the clothes, restoring the original order. Wow, thank you so much for the rose. Oh, the pop hearts. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you guys so much. Wow. And thank you guys so much for liking the live. Y'all rock. Wow. Thank you, girl. Y'all the best. Wow. I love that sound. Wow. The anime wow is like the best thing ever. And then of course we have Mao. I'm so excited for Apothecary Diaries to be back in the fall. Wow. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Zenith, for the hearts and the roses dagger. I appreciate all of you guys so much. Thank you. All right, on to the next room, right? Oh, wait, it's telling me I haven't searched all the areas yet. Oh, okay, I gotta search the top of this too. I shift my gaze to the bookshelf standing by Mickey's bed. The shelves were bursting with textbooks, reference books, and supplementary reading. The Mao is like a stim now, right? I love it. Wow! I methodically began going through each book, carefully pulling them out one by one and shaking them, checking for hidden notes or inserts between the pages. Willow, please don't jump into the window. There's a bird outside of our window and she's like gonna like put her head through it. Wow! Thank you so much for the gummy bear. So cute. Give us the Dinoroid. And it's just like one of those things that it's like whenever one of my like alerts goes off, my brain is like, have to do it too. Wow. I don't know. It's just like a reaction. I almost made you spill your tea. Sorry. Most were academic classics, clinical toxicology, cell biology, biophysics. These are the kind of textbooks given to upperclassmen at university. Mickey is definitely serious about her studies, perhaps even excessively so. The shelves also held several novels, mostly scientific fiction, and a couple of old volumes by Stephen King and Lovecraft. From one of the books between the pages, several stickers slipped out featuring smiling boys in flashy outfits. K-pop idols, judging by the style. Interesting, not quite Annie's style, maybe they're not hers. What if Mickey secretly has a thing for pretty boy bands? Although, why am I surprised? Even most disciplined straight-A students or horror fans can have boys on their mind. About 10 minutes later, it became clear everything could be checked in the closet I had checked. Well, time wasted is also part of the job. Wow! That and the, I'm all fired up. And then whenever I get follows, kawaii! It's fine, I am fine. Everything's fine. Quickly scanning the room, I checked against my memory. Wardrobe, books, bed, everything was in place. There should be no trace of interference. I glanced at my watch. 10 minutes until class ends, too little to search another room, but enough to calmly leave the dormitory. I walked to the door, pressed my ear against the wooden surface, listening for sounds in the hallway. Silence. No footsteps, no voices. Clear. Clear to exit. Cautiously cracking the door open, I peered outside. The hallway was empty with only sunlight streaming through the tall windows, casting patterns of light and shadow on the floor. Stepping out of the room, I carefully locked the door and checked the lock. The watch on my wrist silently vibrated, signaling that the academy students had just finished their 4th class. According to the schedule, the long break had begun. I need to go somewhere. The girls will be here soon, and I'd rather not explain my presence in the dormitory. I walked to the tall window at the end of the corridor, which offered a view of the entrance of the park areas in the school's backyard. My attention was immediately drawn to a solitary figure entering the garden. A girl with a high ponytail and lilac hair was leisurely walking along one of the paths, making her way deeper into the garden maze. That's Sophie Williams. I think I know how I have to spend my time. I'll take a walk in the fresh air and have a chat with Miss Williams while I'm at it. Yesterday, she was too upset to open up. Maybe today I can get her talking and find out something. Sunday fun day. That's right, Zach. Hello. You didn't get the Red Bull, but if you get it now, you won't sleep. That's always the worst, like, decision you have to make. I hate that whenever I, like, think about having a Dr. Pepper later at night. Anyway, how are you, Zach? How's your weekend been? What are you up to? Oh. Once I reached the school's backyard, I involuntarily slowed my pace, captivated by the view. Now I'm all fired up. The garden was truly magnificent, as if transplanted from some royal palace. Just got off work. Nice. I hope you're able to get some rest and relaxation in now. We're playing an Otome game. We're on day 2. We're a detective currently trying to solve a murder that was staged as a suicide. I've been in my fan club for 1 month. That's so exciting. Yay. Thank you for being a fan for 1 month. Wow. Thank you so much for the heart, me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So excited. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. That's super hype. Tall trees and well-groomed shrubs formed a natural labyrinth of alleys and secluded nooks. An entire army of gardeners must work here every day to maintain such beauty. Paved paths branched off in different directions, some disappearing around bends between garden walls of trimmed hedges. Following the winding trails, I finally came upon a small square with an elegant fountain at its center. Beautiful! A detective snooping through girls' closets, right? Pulling out a girl's bra. Being like, yeah, this is evidence. Jeez. But would it be an Otome game if we didn't have silly things like that? Nearby, in a white gazebo, I finally spotted Sophie. Sitting on the bench, holding a book in her hands, there was nobody else nearby. The place seemed completely secluded. Yes, the bras are very important. Perfect.
Now
just what's needed for a
up.
candid conversation. Thank you guys so much for liking live. This is professional behavior, says the detective, pulling out a girl's bra. Exactly. Sophie was sitting sideways to me and didn't notice my approach right away, absorbed in her reading. She looked peaceful. For the first time since we'd met, there was no trace of tears or tension on her face. When my footsteps became clearly audible, she raised her head and turned around. For a second, wariness flickered in her eyes, but upon recognizing me, she relaxed. Mr. Crofton, it's you. Hello, Sophie. Am I disturbing you? I see you're reading. Sophie carefully closed the book, not forgetting to mark a page with a small bookmark of a satin ribbon, and set it down on the bench beside her. No, of course not. Were you looking for me? I wanted to take a walk in the garden to get some fresh air. It's very beautiful here, though it's easy to get lost. I can't dance. Twix, I can't dance. That's not my forte. I have no rhythm. Yeah, the music.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you guys so much for liking live. Anyway, Twix, I hope you're doing a bit better. But welcome to our Otome Game Sunday. You missed it. I'm one of the top students, except for when it comes to sports. I scored a 6 in sports. Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you, girl.
Now I'm all fired up.
My brain is gonna think of a dinosaur now every time I do that. Sophie nodded and shifted slightly on the bench, inviting me to sit down beside her. On my first school day, I decided to take a walk here before class, but I got lost and ended up being very late. But now I know my way around here better than in the academy corridors. Well, now I know who to turn to if I get lost in here. You're so sorry. No, it works out well. It's just funny. Wow! You're green too. You're right. I am. I'm like a green blue, but I will be purple later in the year, and then at the end of the year I'll be red. Wow. I don't know why it's like my instinct too is like to throw my head back every time I do that. Wow. First you're a soldier with a crazy dagger, and now you got dinos on parade, right? You can be Barney when you're purple. Thank you. Thank you. What is it? I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. With a great big hug from all the way from I don't remember the thing. Picture them with little hats, right? Oh god. Do you come here often? The girl nodded affirmatively. This place reminds me of home. When I sit here, I sometimes forget that I'm at the academy. Is there a garden at your home too? Yes, well, there was, before we moved. Our old house was outside the city. We had a large and very beautiful garden. I remember how my sister and I would plant roses every spring. I didn't know Sophie had a sister. Hey. I know, Willow, you wanna cause mischief on the bookshelf, but that's not allowed. You need to sit down in your chair. She's like, no, thank you. Am I only one that knows this version? Oh, I think you got auto-modded by TikTok, so you're gonna have to come to the other side to put it through. Because I cannot see what you're talking about, Wookie. I'm very sorry. You're doing better in healing. Good. That's what we like to hear. I'm glad to hear that very much. Willow, mother, I crave violence. Yes, exactly. Fair enough. Our gardener used to say that roses are special flowers, that they can sense the mood of the person who tends to them. Sophie fell silent for a few seconds, apparently lost to memories. Then she sighed softly. Did you move a long time ago? A year ago, right before I enrolled in this academy. It all happened so fast, just a couple of months, our entire life was turned upside down. Why did you have to move? If it's not a secret, of course. Sophie looked away, shrugging vaguely. I noticed her fingers nervously fidgeting with the edge of her school shirt, crumpling the fabric. Family circumstances. Things happen in life. Sometimes you have to start over, even when you don't want to at all. Seems the move didn't make her happy. Financial problems, perhaps, or her parents' divorce. I was thinking parents' divorce. 70 stream streak. Holy shit, Twix. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Hero. Damn, that's actually like really impressive. Wow, yeah, 70. Did it work? I love you. You love me. Let's get together and oh! I have never heard that version. That's so funny that you got around that. Telling a cat what to do in Mission Impossible, literally. Fixing his bag, right? That's best friend kind of shit. In primary school, that's so funny. Kids back in 3rd grade taught you that. I guess I wasn't cool enough in elementary school to know that version. What are you gonna do? Your younger friends got you saying type shit. I still don't know what that means, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm too old now to know internet lingo. Or like cool people lingo. I'm just old. Children so randomly violent, right? Like tell me something cool real quick. Oh, okay. Type shit. Oh god, it's like when the 6-7 meme came out, I was like, I don't know. I'm just old, cries and old people. You accidentally said 6-7 at work. I can't imagine what would happen if I said 6'7" to my bosses. They'd be like, what? Completely unintentional, but you died a little inside. Fine, I told my bosses that I make fun of myself on the internet for money, and they looked at me like... I was like, I'm gonna stop there. I realized this was a painful subject and decided not to press further. Sophie seemed grateful for my tact. Soon she straightened her shoulders and changed the subject herself. You know, this morning I recalled an incident with Abby. Oopsies. Shit. Ah. There we go. It was spring, right before the holidays. It was hot and we left the windows in our room open and a wasp flew in, a huge one. And I'm terribly afraid of them. I simply can't stand them. When I saw it, I started panicking, waving my arms and screaming. Abby tried to calm me down, but I was in such a panic that I wouldn't listen to her. The wasp circled under the ceiling at first and then landed right on Abby's shoulder. Sophie paused for a second. I saw something like reverence appear in her eyes. And you know what happened next? Abby just froze, stood perfectly still, and the wasp calmed down too, just sat on her shoulder cleaning its antennae. Abby said to me then, "Don't move, Sophie. She doesn't want to hurt us." Can you imagine? A wasp sitting on her shoulder and she's the one calming me down. But I didn't listen to her. I thought the wasp might sting her, so I grabbed a notebook from the desk and hit her shoulder. The girl exhaled loudly. Well, I meant well, but it backfired. The wasp must have gotten scared and stung Abby, and then fell to the floor. I was about to crush it with my shoe, but you know what? Abby wouldn't let me do it. She's alive too, she said. The wasp is just scared and defending itself. Despite her stung shoulder, Abby took a glass and a sheet of paper from the desk, caught the wasp, and carefully released it out to the window. I felt terribly ashamed then. Because of my fear and ignorance, I nearly took a life and made my friend suffer. But Abby didn't hold it against me that she got stung because of me. Instead, she hugged me and said, "It's okay, Sophie. You were just trying to protect me. I understand." What a good friend. Your brain has preemptively deterred you from saying 6'7". Can't avoid it. The protocol itself. Wasps are assholes. Bees are a nice one, right? Like, wasps can sting you multiple times and still be alive, but bees, once they sting you, die, and I think that that's very rude. You know, that incident made me understand a lot about Evelyn, but about her views. She truly loved life, all life, even one as small and seemingly insignificant as the life of a wasp. Abby was one of those people who always seek a peaceful solution, who sees value in every living creature. She turned to me and looked me straight into my eyes. Her gaze conveyed firm resolve, though her eyes glistened with restrained tears. She loved life too much. Abby couldn't have just gone and hung herself. So I'm asking you, tell me the truth, Mr. Crofton. She didn't do it herself, did she? Evelyn didn't take her own life? Tell the truth or lie and say it was suicide. I need to think about what to tell her. I don't know why we have to be the one to, like, I think we should have a third option to be able to say it's not conclusive yet. Wasp over here is an important side character. Right. I don't know if we need to keep it a secret that it was murder as long as possible. So I feel like we need to lie, but I feel like I don't know if you guys feel like this, but sometimes the only way to the truth is with the truth.
Now I'm all fired up.
We already have been told that... I wonder what the wasp does in its free time. Yeah. Damn, this is nuts. It's so deep. I feel like we have to lie. Perhaps she's so confidently denying the suicide theory because she herself is somehow involved in Evelyn's death. In that case, it's better to let her think we still consider it a suicide. Wasping around. Although lying to her feels wrong, especially seeing how much she's suffering. Sophie, I understand how hard this is for you to accept, but all the evidence points to Evelyn having made this decision herself. Sophie watched me silently as I spoke. Her blue eyes narrowed, studying every feature of my face. Evelyn might have been hiding her feelings so as not to upset you. Sophie remained silent for several more seconds, not aversing her piercing gaze from me. I felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing look. Forgive me, Mr. Crofton, but I don't believe you. Perhaps you think you're protecting me from the painful truth, or you have your own reasons for not telling me everything. But Abby couldn't have taken her own life, I know that for certain. She turned away, apparently unwilling to look me in the eyes any longer. In her profile, her face looks surprisingly mature and determined. I understand you're doing your job, but please don't think of me as a naive girl who can be soothed with pretty words. Wow! Thank you so much for the roses. Thank you. I couldn't find anything to say to Sophie. I didn't want to dig myself in deeper trying to convince her otherwise. Somewhere in the distance, a girl's laughter rang out, serving as a reminder that our private conversation could be interrupted at any moment. Wow! Thank you for the dinosaurs. Thank you. While no one has come yet, I have time to discuss another topic with Sophie away from prying eyes. Wow! The information Nika had shared with me yesterday surfaced in my mind. The security system data showed strange discrepancies in the records of Sophie's movements. Nika said that yesterday at 8 in the evening, Sophie entered the school grounds and then left at 10:30, but there's no data on her leaving anywhere during the day, nor any data on how she returned after her nighttime outing. And yesterday when I asked her when she was on the evening of the murder, Sophie clearly held something back. Ask about the security system data, postpone the conversation. We're clearly limited on time, so I want to ask about the security system data, but postponing the conversation because we heard those girls in the distance also makes sense. So I'm going back and forth. I'm waffling on a lot of the decisions that I need to make right now. I think we go ahead and ask. I mean, we already made one bad decision, so what's two? No, I'll ask after all. This information could be critically important for the investigation. I'll try to phrase the question as delicately as possible so not to scare her. Waffling. Yeah, waffling. It's like the 6-7. 6-7. Gotta keep the streak going. Gotta continue adding each other throughout the live with nothing else. Alright, you're out. Bye!
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. Thank you for liking the live. Sophie, I have one more question. It might seem strange, but it's important for the investigation. Did you leave the school grounds multiple times on Sunday? The effect of my words was instant. Sophie turned sharply towards me and I saw how drastically her expression changed. What do you mean? Her voice sounded uncertain and slightly hoarse, as if her throat had gone dry and her gaze darted around, avoiding direct eye contact. The security system keeps automatic records of all entries and exits. According to the data, you entered the grounds yesterday at 8 in the evening and left at 10:30, but there are no records of when exactly you left the school during the day or how you returned last night. You were kidding. Okay. I'm sorry. My bad jokes made you leave. Sophie turned so pale that her face became almost white. Her hands clenched nervously at the edge of the bench, her knuckles white with attention. See, the music just peak. I went out for a walk. I don't really remember. Perhaps there was a technical error in the system. These things happen. The bad jokes are why you're here. Yeah. Always have to be sillies. It makes things better. The music is so good. This game is so fun. Her reaction reveals that she understands perfectly well and remembers what this is about, and there's something more behind it than a simple malfunction of the gates. Now I'm all fired up. I'm simply trying to reconstruct the timeline of yesterday evening's events to understand who was where. Sophie quickly stood up from the bench, pressing the book to her chest. Her movements were abrupt and nervous. I need to get to class. As for the gate, it was probably some kind of glitch. I couldn't have left without coming back. Yes, that's probably the case. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Sophie nodded silently and hurried towards the gazebo exit, clearly eager to get away from the uncomfortable topic as quickly as possible. Kawaii! Great, now Sophie will avoid me and treat me with suspicion. Although her reaction itself speaks volumes, something definitely happened on Sunday evening that she doesn't want to talk about. Rising from the bench, I slowly walked around the gazebo, letting the information I'd gathered settle in my mind. This conversation was quite useful, but I'm not one who trusts words alone, and Sophie is clearly hiding something. Absent-mindedly slipping my hands into my trouser pockets, I felt the familiar weight of a set of keys. Sophie has gone to class. This is a perfect opportunity to search the room she shared with Avalyn. My intuition tells me I'll find something interesting there. Leaving the gazebo, I set off back along the winding path. It was time to return to the active part of the investigation. Time was ticking relentlessly, and the meeting with the Board of Trustees was drawing ever closer. Having left the picturesque garden and the gazebo with a fountain behind me, I leisurely headed back to the residential wing of the school. What happened to the girl that lost her friend? All an act? That's what I'm like. I feel very suspicious about Sophie, which is why I had our intelligence friend look her up first. So we should be getting a call soon from him with some information about her. But I don't know, Vivienne Devereaux is obviously very well off considering she has her own room that's all different from everybody else's dormitory rooms. So Mickey was jealous. Annie, I don't really think has a motive. At least not one that we found. And then we have Sophie, and then of course Sam is still on the list of suspects, but it was going to be a bummer if it was Sam. I also haven't ruled out the possibility of two people acting together. Yeah, I was like, Sophie's looking guilty. Taking my phone out, I carefully checked Nika's message once more, which listed the room numbers and of all the Swiftwing team members. Room 65, Avalyn Frost and Sophie Williams. The victim's room is the foundation of any investigation, but until now, there hasn't been a good moment to examine it. Well, better late than never. Period. Better late than never indeed. Oh. My neck. Finding the right door, I noticed two small but eye-catching stickers on it. The left was a smiling yellow sun with little rays, and on the right, a blue snowflake with delicate lace-like patterns. Let me guess, the snowflake is the emotionless Avalyn, while the sun is the ever-smiling Sophie, which is funny because we haven't gotten to see that side of Sophie. I wonder how two such different girls became friends. Well, probably because they're roommates. And they were roommates. I listened for sounds in the hallway, complete silence. Taking out the keyring, I unlocked the door. It's quite cozy in here, and nothing suggests that one of the occupants of this room is dead. Well, of course not. It's been 2 days. Like Wednesday and the other girl. Yeah! Oh my god, I love that show. In history, we'll say they were roommates. Exactly. What is Wednesday's roommate's name? It starts with an I or an E. It makes the I sound. Or maybe it's an A. I guess it doesn't really matter, but anyway, I love that show and I love her. The rainbow colored one is quite amusing to me. 20 years later. Your sister did such a cute thing for your niece. Your niece was Wednesday and she was the girl. Pass, that's a mirror. A mirror or a minor? But anyway, she's cutie patootie. What? 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 We're talking about Wednesday and the other girl. You're a minor. They yearn for the mines, for diamonds. Yo. Really bothering me that I can't remember her name. Enid. Yes, I did have to Google that. We got it at the same time. As a youngster, I yearned for the mines. I also Googled it. Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. Why does Sinclair sound familiar? There's a lot of fictional characters with the last name Sinclair. But Enid Sinclair. Quite cozy here. Nothing suggests that one of the occupants of this room is dead. With a practiced motion, I pulled out medical gloves from my pocket and put them on, and then I set a timer on my watch, 30 minutes, so I wouldn't overstay. Who is Claire and why did she sin? All right. Okay, we've got underneath the bed. Approaching the bed on the right, I look underneath and immediately notice a dark blue suitcase. Was she planning to go somewhere, or was she just storing things in there? Pulling out the suitcase and opening it, I found it was half empty. Several t-shirts lay in a neat stack, and in the corner, a couple of blank notebooks and a small jewelry box. Most of the space in the suitcase was taken up by a large sheet of drawing paper rolled into a tube and tied with a delicate pink satin ribbon. A school project or something personal. I untie the ribbon and unroll the paper on the bed. Me wonders if they were romantically involved and there was some sort of jealousy at hand. But of course, you can be besties. Dagger Sinclair. Claire gave millions of girls infected lobe piercings. That's her sin. Period. However, I did also get my ears pierced at Claire's, so, you know. Roommates, exactly. Dear Evelyn, you've become more than just a teammate to, or more than just a roommate to me, but a real sister. Okay, just kidding. They're not emotionally involved. But a real sister. I can't believe you're already 18. It seems like just yesterday we met, and now I can't imagine life without our evening conversations and your wise advice. Thank you for being in my life. I wish all your dreams come true, and this year will be the best ever for us. With love, yours, Sophie. Oh, actual roommates. YMK, good afternoon. How are you? How's your Sunday? You did too. Yeah, I was like, they are too cheap. We don't gotta ship everyone. I mean, I know, but you know, hydrate before you dihydrate. You got it. And you guys don't forget to hydrate before you dihydrate too. You had a little nap. Nice. My day's been good. Slept in, watched some anime, and then got lunch with the honey. And now I'm playing an Otome game. It doesn't get better than this. Well. But also you should, because it's funsies. Exactly. You ship fictional people, not people in real life. The entire sheet was covered with photos, colorful drawings, stickers, and glitter. Damn, glitter. Treacherous stuff. You spill it once and you're cleaning it up for years. I hope it hasn't shed too much. A few tiny sparkling specks had indeed fallen from the poster and were shimmering on Evelyn's dark bedspread. I gathered them up with my palm and tossed them back into the suitcase. Looking at the photo more closely, I noticed an interesting pattern. In most of these pictures, Evelyn looked the same, calm and somewhat detached, as if posing out of politeness. Sophie, on the other hand, was the embodiment of joy and energy in every single photo. One photo particularly caught my attention. In it, Sophie had her arm around Evelyn's shoulder, pressing her cheek against hers. Sophie was beaming with happiness while Evelyn looked straight at the camera with a barely noticeable but genuine smile. This is probably the only time I've seen Evelyn smiling. Having finished looking at all the photos, I turned my attention to the rest of the composition. In the middle of the sheet, written in blue marker, were the words, "Happy Birthday, Abby." Between the photos, I noticed handwritten text. Okay, well, I already read that. Oopsies. If only one could materialize right here. Oh, yes, tiramisu. Yeah. I rolled the paper back into the tube, tied it with the ribbon, and returned it to its place in the suitcase. I need to look for something more concrete. Notes, documents, any trace of what was happening in the last days of Evelyn's life. Okay, well, methinks the bulletin board is a good place to look. There's one tiramisu shop that made it with double cream, you think. Ooh, nice. The coffee coven and Tessa's art matron. The most gourmet tiramisu if you've ever had. I'm not gonna lie, most of the tiramisu I've had has come from Olive Garden, and I understand how cringy that is, but it's not gonna change anything. Look at my baby! Baby! Hi, baby. I need to check. Okay. She has been having, a bad habit of tracking poop around the house recently, so I need to check her bottom before she sits down anywhere. Whenever she comes back from somewhere. The breadsticks are delicious. Can we get crazy menacing robes? That would be so funny. All right. Sorry, I'm paying attention now. Okay. Above Avalyn's bed hung a small corkboard. On it was a planner calendar covered in blue ink entries. There weren't many notes, mostly marked dates for tests in various subjects and personal swimming training sessions. I scanned the entries. Chemistry test, personal training at 4, literature test, extra pull session. Avalyn was always planning her week, not suspecting she wouldn't live to see its end. Okay, oh, pencil thing. Over the desk, on the desk stood an open box of stationery. Among the pens and markers, I noticed several notes on a sticky pad. Buy shampoo, call mom on Wednesday, don't forget the chemistry essay, ordinary girls' notes, nothing interesting. Okay, inside the desk. Then I moved to the desk, opening each drawer one by one, but I found nothing new. Okay, interesting, nothing. Fuck this dude. Lock-in time. We gotta make sure we're in and out in 30 minutes. Sophie's bed. I look under the bed. There were house slippers and a couple of textbooks that had apparently fallen and stayed there. No longer expecting to find much, I decided to check the bed itself. I lifted the pillow and saw a small diary with a soft cover featuring a unicorn. Cute. Built into the thick cover of the diary was a flat metal clasp with a keyhole. I'm sure this is Sophie's personal diary. The lock, though, built into the cover looks flimsy. The mechanism is most likely made of soft metal like aluminum. If I press too hard, it'll simply crack or tear out along with part of the cover. I could try to pick it, but if I use too much force and break it, Sophie will immediately realize someone was going through her personal things. On the other hand, there could be entries about Avalyn's last days and what was happening before the school, happening at school before the murder. We're definitely leaving the diary alone. Yappy Chio reporting for duty. Hell yeah! Join the Yapper Club. Hell yeah! Welcome to Yap Century. I think we definitely leave the diary alone. We already fucked up with her once. I don't want to cause more problems. We'll leave the diary alone. No, better to not risk it. If I break the lock, Sophie will immediately realize someone was going through her personal things, and that would destroy any trust between us. Everything I need to find out, I'll learn through other means. Because we are honorable. Yeah, definitely not because I'm wary of the consequences. We are gentlemen. It's not worth compromising myself for questionable information. Besides, there's very little time left for the search. And if Sophie is truly involved in her friend's death, she'd hardly write about it in a pink unicorn diary and just leave it under her bed. I put the diary back in its place. Okay, check her shelves. No, okay, she doesn't have anything on her shelves. Okay, and it doesn't look like we can check the desk here, so Yapagon, Yapachia, Yapsouls, and Yaptes. Yep. I the yappiest of us all today. I opened the wardrobe with the girls' clothes, checked the pockets of jackets and blazers, but only found loose change and old movie theater tickets. Okay, well, where am I missing then? Chair. So it won't let us leave the room until we search all of the areas. If it was highlighted over here. Oh, can we, no. Okay, picture. My gaze fell on a photograph in a silver frame standing on the corner of the desk. In the photo was a little girl about 7 or 8 and whom I easily recognized Sophie. She was sitting on a wooden swing holding a huge colorful lollipop. Yippookie. Yap Souls does work best, I agree. But Yippookie is funny. The girl was wearing a yellow summer dress, her hair braided in pigtails. When she wasn't looking at the camera, she was gazing off to the side with lively curiosity in her eyes. A cute photo, but something's off. Looking more closely, I noticed something strange. The photograph was square, but the edge of the picture looked uneven, as if somebody had cut it. I began taking apart the frame to extract the photo. Oh, somebody had been cut out of the picture. Ooh, I wonder if it was her sister or somebody else. Maybe a parent? Probably rip a hole through Yapuki. Oh, sorry, I'm cold. The extra E, exactly. Taking out the photograph, I ran my finger across the trimmed edge and felt a straight line, definitely cut on purpose. Why would you crop a family photo? And it's exactly the part Sophie is looking at that's been cut off. The question is, why would you cut the photo and then keep it framed and with you at school? That's what I find interesting. Turning the photo over, I saw the ink inscription, the Miltons, Lucin. But after the name, there was a squiggle and beginning of another word, but beyond that was the cut line. But the photo is of Sophie Williams. Why does it say Lucin? Could Sophie be hiding her real name? But why? Why didn't Nika warn me about this then? Maybe she doesn't know herself? Or maybe my imagination is running wild and the name on the photo belongs to whoever took the picture, for instance, or whoever else was in the picture. I surveyed the room one more time, making sure I hadn't missed anything important. It's a pity the students don't have laptops. Browser history and messages would tell me far more than all these belongings. Suddenly it hit me and I froze in the middle of the room. Wait, phones aren't banned here. Where did Avalyn's phone go? I quickly checked the nightstand again and went through the pockets of clothes in the wardrobe. No phone. I'm sure Avalyn had one too, but where is it? Did the police take it or did somebody hide it? Urgent question. Where did Avalyn's mobile phone go? You just didn't finish your sentence and started another one. You know, it's normal. The timer interrupted my thoughts, and with an insistent vibration, time was up. All right, I'll deal with this later, but for now I need to get out of here. The phone vibrated in my pocket. They took the phone with the body. I'll try and get it. And don't forget to eat. I brought lunch to your room. Break time, so that way we can get our call from our friend. Thanks, Nika. I really have been too caught up in this. I need to eat and think everything over. Peeking into the hallway and making sure nobody was there, I left the room and locked the door behind me. In my room, I immediately noticed a tray on the nightstand. The aroma of soup made me realize just how hungry I was. I need to eat and get my thoughts in order. I was already reaching for the spoon when my phone rang. The ringtone echoed through my room.
Now I'm all fired up.
Now I'm all fired up. You meant to say that we could rip a hole through the space to create a portal like Boo in DBZ. Fun fact about me, I actually don't really care for Dragon Ball Z. Who is it? I hope it's not an emergency from headquarters. I'm supposed to be on vacation. I thought we said that we don't answer unknown phone calls. I reluctantly put down my spoon and answered the call. Hello? Hey, buddy. Hope you're not too busy saving innocent students from a mysterious killer. Andy's voice carried its usual irony, but I caught a hint of excitement. He clearly couldn't wait to share the information he'd found. Hey, Andy. Hope you've got something worthwhile. Oh, trust me, I do. I've been digging through databases and found some interesting stuff. There's a curious story with your Sophie. Listen, can you send me a photo of the girl you asked me to look into yesterday? I need to check something. Yeah, sure, I'll send it right now. I pulled out the file with the students' photos and took a clear shot of Sophie's card, sending it to Andy right away. Something wrong? Did you find something on her? You're tearing our friendship apart. I know, I'm sorry. A lot of people don't like that I don't like Dragon Ball Z, my partner included. It's his favorite anime. So, dad's generation of anime. I don't know. I don't find it interesting. The pace is slow. I don't know. I just think it's lame. As far as like the story goes, the fights are really long. I know. I'm just. Could you say it's cool because your partner's likes it? I'm sorry. I know. It's just like I don't know. Which is ironic because I love One Piece, and so that pacing ass. Especially in the beginning. But I don't know, I felt like Dragon Ball Z's Honesty is important in relationships. Exactly. He doesn't like One Piece. I don't like Dragon Ball Z. We call it even. You can't watch One Piece, including saying something is ass. Period. But yeah, no, I don't like Dragon Ball Z. The only part that I really cared for was the very end, whenever the son was all grown up and finally started having the romance with the horrible karate guy's daughter. So true, you concur. Something wrong? Did you find something on her? Give me a couple minutes. I could hear the sound of rapid typing through the phone. Damn it, I knew it! When I started looking up Sophie Williams yesterday, I found a ton of matches for the name, but not a single one matched the description. Wrong age, wrong details. And now that you've sent the photo, I'm absolutely certain. According to the official database, this girl doesn't exist. Wait. What do you mean doesn't exist? What does that even mean? Well, either she's in the country illegally, without papers, or this girl is using somebody else's identity. She might be living on forged or stolen documents. Are you sure? Did you check everything properly? You wound me. I spent half the day trying to find something. Dude. What if it's like a stalker case? Like, she changed her name. Well, okay, so let's back up. We know that she had to move unexpectedly last year, right before she came to the school, which maybe something happened then that made her need to have a fake name. Or she's a stalker. And also the murderer. Either way, things are fishy. I'm sorry, but I can't provide any information about a girl named Sophie Williams simply because officially the person doesn't exist. Your suspect is a ghost in the system. I fell back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Who are you really, Sophie Williams, and what are you hiding? I get it. So who's next in line? Who else do you need me to dig up info on? Sam Rivers. About Sam Rivers. Deal. Expect a call tomorrow. And by the way, having relations with minors is a criminal offense in case you forgot. At least they acknowledge it. Get lost already. That's why we have 2 datables. Good friend there, right? I picked up the cold soup, but my appetite was gone. You know, mine would be too after I realized that her best friend, roommate, and potentially stalker was the one who might have done it. Without much desire, I finished it and placing the spoon on the empty bowl, lay down and closed my eyes. Without realizing it, I had dozed off. I was awakened by a gentle vibration on my smartphone wristwatch. A reminder had come in that the last class of the day had begun at Rose Academy. I pulled out the schedule from my pocket and checked the class time. According to the schedule, Sam has a training session right now, which means her room should be empty. I stepped out into the hallway. There wasn't a soul in sight. If I recall correctly, Sam herself mentioned that she lived in room 91. Stopping at the door, I knocked just in case and froze, listening for sounds from inside. Several seconds of silence. Well, looks like the coast is clear. Maybe she did it in a way that's going to make it seem like someone did and not her. It did it, not her, and was mad. They weren't going to pin it on the person they wanted. True. I took the right key from the keychain and turned it in lock. The mechanism gave way with a barely audible click. Methinks we're gonna get caught in this one. Stepping over the threshold and quietly closing the door behind me, I found myself in a room that looked similar to the one where I was staying. I put on medical gloves and looked around, forming a plan of action. Where might a swimming coach hide her secrets? Better start with the most obvious places. Of course, the bed. I approached the sloppily made bed, and the blanket lay in a heap. The pillows were bunched up against the headboard, and the edge of the sheets peeked out from the mattress. For somebody who invited us to her room, she simply does not keep it very clean. Not that I'm one to talk. It was self-unaliving, but it was to bring to light all the bad stuff other people have done. I feel like that is a dark plot. And hopefully not what happened here. I approached the sloppily made bed. The blanket lay in a heap and the pillows were bunched up against the headboard, and the edge of the sheet peeked out from underneath the mattress. First, I looked underneath the bed itself. Several pairs of sneakers and a sports water bottle were laying there. Carefully lifting the corners of the mattress, I peered into the gap. I immediately noticed a glossy corner, apparently some kind of magazine. Oh no. I lifted the mattress higher to get a better look at my find. What I saw made me freeze in surprise for several seconds. There, neatly stacked in a pile, lay several magazines that were clearly not sports related. Even without pulling them all the way out, I could see the distinctive covers. These were all adult publications. I carefully pulled out the top magazine and flipped through several pages. The cover... And my live was just restricted for suggestive content. Whoopsies. This is Sam's room, Wiki. Not a good look for our girl. The cover in every spread, I carefully pulled out of the top magazine and flipped through several pages. The cover in every spread features erotic photos of young women. Well, that's a twist. So Sam isn't only interested in men, and possibly she isn't interested in men at all. But she was flirting with me, and quite openly at that, although maybe that's just her way of interacting, a way to divert attention from her true preferences. I continue examining the contents. There were 5 magazines in total, and all of them featured the same type, slender young women. All right, Sam's personal preference shouldn't concern me, but the question arises, how appropriate is it for such a person to work at a school for girls? Okay, that's homophobic. The real questionable part of this is the fact that it says girls and not women.
Now I'm all fired up.
Right? I was like, the questionable part is not the fact that she likes women. The questionable fact is the fact that that says a girls magazine and not a women's magazine. Because you can be gay and still work at an all-girls school or an all-boys school. That's not the problem here. Let's just clear that up real quick. I carefully put the magazines back, making sure they were in the exact same order. At that moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. The sharp sound of silence in the room made me flinch. I answered the call, trying to speak as quietly as possible. James, are you in Sam's room right now? Yeah, did something happen? I just saw Sam going up the stairs. It looks like she's heading towards the residential wing. I'll try to stall her, but you better hurry. The call cut off abruptly. The last bar of charge flashed on the display. It immediately went dark. The battery died at the worst possible moment. Why is Sam coming back so early? The training session was supposed to last at least another hour. I quickly looked around the room, mentally assessing the work I had done. Of my planned search, I had only managed to examine a third. The remaining potential hiding spots remained untouched. Time was critically short, and the investigation demanded much more information. No, leave now. What are you... We're not getting caught. Your decision has affected the relationship. Without hesitating another second, I quickly scanned the room, making sure I hadn't left any traces of my presence. I removed the gloves and walked to the door and pressed my ear against it. The hallway was quiet, but that could change at any moment. Cracking the door open and making sure that the hallway was empty, I stepped out of the room and locked it. The key turned with the same quiet click. I need to get out of here quickly. I don't want to be caught by Sam near her door and have to explain what I'm doing here. I quickened my pace, trying to get as far away from Sam's room as possible. My steps were brisk, but not so fast as to draw attention if somebody happened to appear. You unfolded, going full Nika now. Right? Right? Like, Sam, we have questions. Important ones. Can you sit down, Willow, please? You can sit in my lap, but you need to find a way to sit. Yeah, you gotta sit somewhere, Willow. Oh, that's a big yawn. Yeah, I know, it's lazy Sunday, huh? I'm just like... What? Why couldn't it have just been a women's magazine? Until we find sus magazines in her room too, right? The plot thickens, right? Right? Gross. I'm so sad. This was not something I saw coming. I had just reached the staircase when a familiar figure appeared on the flight below. Sam was climbing the stairs at a steady pace, a sports bag in her hand. Noticing me, she slowed down and raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a pleasant surprise! My cat is very cat. My cat is so cat. She's definition of cat. Right. Cat. Her voice carried genuine surprise mixed with curiosity. I put on a calm smile, although I could feel my pulse hadn't returned to normal yet. Good afternoon, Sam. Coming back from training? She climbed a few more steps, closing the distance between us. Now we steered at nearly the same level. Yeah, had to wrap up earlier than usual. Let Sophie go early. The girl just can't focus after everything that's happened. She swims like a fly, swims like a sleepy fly. Zero benefit from a training session like that. She shifted her bag to the other soldier and looked at me closely. And what are you up to? Actually, I was going to take a walk in the garden, to get some fresh air, but since I've run into you, would you like to join me? We could walk around, have some tea on the terrace. I hope I didn't overdo it with the friendliness. It seemed like she found my offer either strange or inappropriate. Oh, I see. Have some tea. Sam pronounced the word tea with a special emphasis and meaningful as if something meaningful intonation, as if something entirely different was hidden beneath the innocent word. You know what? That's a great idea. I'd love to join you. I just happen to have some wonderful Scottish tea lying around, very high quality. Would you like to come to my place and try it? I understood that accepting her offer could lead to a rather ambiguous situation, but at the same time, it gave me an opportunity to gather information in an informal setting. Sounds tempting. I won't say no. Yeah, I was like, we have to say yes now. Excellent. Then let's head to my den. Oh, y'all, I'm stressed. Scotland. Scottish. The door opened and Sam gestured for me to come in. I stepped over the threshold and she followed behind me, like we weren't here just like 3 seconds. Yeah, your raised suspicion. Yeah. But what the hell is the insinuation, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I also swing both ways, but I don't know, I'm stressed. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Sam headed straight for the wardrobe without any ceremony. Sam opened the wardrobe and reached for the upper shelf for a shoebox. I'd venture to guess that's not where she keeps her tea bags. Sam carefully took the box down from the shelf and placed it on the bed next to me. The lid came off, revealing the contents. Inside, neatly wrapped in a soft blue cloth, lay a bottle of Scotch whiskey. Next to the bottle sat a small glass tumbler and battered military-style flask. I'm a bit short on glassware, only got 1 tumbler, so I'll drink from the flask. Actually, I haven't had alcohol in over a year and absolutely no intention of starting again, but today it's worth making the exception if it helps get Sam talking and earn her trust. Things are making sense again, right? We also know that she injured her shoulder when she was in high school, which maybe meant she was not able to swim after high school, which maybe led to the drinking problem. Because I don't feel like, I don't know, why are you hiding your liquor in a shoebox if you're 33? Maybe she's not supposed to have it on campus? I don't know. Of course, no problem at all. What matters is good company. The glassware is secondary. I think the fact that we have not had a drink in a year and didn't plan on starting again was probably not smart to drink again. Which made her jealous of the young. Probably no drinking on campus. That's what I'm like, I don't know. We'll find out. We're also, tomorrow we'll get a call with some more information on Sam. So. Sam smiled approvingly at my answer and began pouring the drinks. The whiskey gurgled and filled the glass with amber liquid. She splashed something into her flask, measuring the amount by eye with the ease of somebody who had done this many times before. The aroma immediately filled the music changed, but it's her own room. That's true, but for it being a girls' school where they're not allowed to have, you know, they're underage, they're not allowed to have alcohol, I can see like having a no drinks on campus rule so that way the girls didn't like get into it. Because even in college, when I was in a sorority, even the girls that were over the age of 21 weren't allowed to have alcohol in their room. So. The aroma immediately filled the room, rich with notes of smoke and oak. After that, Sam pulled up a wooden chair right across from me. The distance between us became minimal. When we had both sat down, our knees practically touched. I proposed a toast to good company and new acquaintances. To good company, and to making this evening one we'll both remember. We clinked the glass, tapping softly against the metal flask. Bringing the drink to my lips, I took a first sip. The whiskey was indeed high quality, but devilishly strong. The liquid spread like fire down my throat, making my insides burn pleasantly. Excellent tea, Miss Rivers. Sam laughed loudly and took a big, confident swig from her flask, clearly feeling no discomfort from the strong drink. Listen, how about we drop the formalities? It feels kind of stiff otherwise. I don't mind. James is fine. Tell me, James, why did you choose this profession? You know, it's pretty standard story. I followed in my parents' footsteps. I got my first experience at 14. Of course, there were moments, especially during my student years, when I doubted my choice. I wanted to drop everything, take off, and run where my eyes would take me. Never come back to this work or this life. Find something of my own, not imposed by family. And what stopped you? Cowardice or common sense? Probably a bit of both, but mostly with each passing year, it became harder to make any drastic changes. Well, I think it's really your thing. You're tough as nails. Sorry, having to find my mouse again. Well, that's nice to hear. Although being cold and suspicious isn't always a plus. That's probably why I don't have a serious relationship or a family. You're constantly thinking about the case, analyzing, building theories. Sam gave me a pointed look. Are you analyzing right now too? Right now I'm simply enjoying pleasant company and a quality drink, although it's truly hard to completely switch off from work mode. Sam smiled contently and poured me more whiskey without asking permission. Oh god. Oh god, we're gonna be drunk whenever we go to our dinner date. Oh no. Or miss our dinner date entirely. Oh god. The music makes it sound like the whiskey is spiked. I deliberately created the impression that I was keeping up with her, frequently bringing the glass to my lips but only taking sips. Meanwhile, Sam was emptying her flask quite actively. Excellent. She's drinking faster than me, which means she'll soon become more talkative. It's time to steer the conversation towards her. Bro, what? You didn't know you could say that? Ah! She's a MILF. Sign me up. Twix, you missed it though. She had girl magazines of like adult magazines, and the cover said girls, not women, so now we're questioning things. She's a professional alcoholic, be wary. Yeah, I was like, we can't bump him. She's gonna drink you under the table. That's what I'm saying. I was like, are you right? Right, Twix? No, that's what we said too. We were like, ayo. We can't simp on Sam anymore. Only Nikke. Yeah, I was like, I don't think we're gonna get her talking. Enough about me, it's your turn now. Tell me, how did you get into coaching? Most coaches have the same story, a promising sports career cut short by an injury. I'm a genius! At 16 at competition in Tokyo, I was considered a rising star of the junior national swim team. Those were my best years. I competed, traveled across countries, and was even noticed by a coach who trained Olympic champions. And then everything just went to hell at one stupid competition. Nothing special, just a regular regional meet. But I went out there with a fever and an already injured shoulder. I'm not the type to back down. Too proud, too stupid. On the final push, my shoulder just tore apart. The pain was savage, but I swam to the finish on pure stubbornness, even took the gold. The image of the photograph from the coach's office that Annie accidentally broke this morning came to mind. A young Sam on the podium with her shoulder carefully bandaged. Might have to throw the whole school board away, right? Complete ligament tear plus complications. For months, the doctors couldn't say for sure whether I'd be able to return to the sport or not, but I was stubborn as hell, kept training through the pain against the doctor's orders. Well, that's dumb. Well, yeah, whatever. But the body wasn't the same anymore. The technique was off, the speed was off, and the shoulder could give out again at any moment. Can you imagine what it's like when your own body betrays you? Yes, very well, actually. She sharply tipped the flask back, finishing the last of the whiskey. In the end, I had to give up. My sports career was over before it really started, and what to do next? Hell if I knew. Swimming was all I could do. I could tell that the alcohol was starting to take effect on Sam. Her speech had become more emotional and candid. And so you decided to pass your experience on to the younger generation? Not right away. First, there were a few years of, how should I put it, finding myself. Not the easiest times. And then I was offered a chance to try coaching, first at a regular club, and then I ended up here. I didn't interrupt Sam, listening attentively, but out of habit, I glanced at my wrist. 5 minutes to 8. Oh, whoopsies. Sorry, I have my mouse on my blanket, and it's not liking that. Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. Darker. Damn, I was planning to meet Nika at 8. But on the other hand, Sam was just starting to open up. A chance like this to have a heart-to-heart with Sam may not come again. Tomorrow she'll sober up and become guarded once more. On the other hand, Nika and I agreed to meet this evening. It would be very rude to let her down at the last moment without even letting her know. Stay with Sam, apologize, and leave. Do we have to apologize and leave? As much as I would love to continue trying to get Sam drunk, I am not risking our relationship with Nika. Sam, sorry, I'd love to say, but I have urgent matters that can't wait. Oh, I see, bailing on me then. Typical male bullshit. You sit around, have a drink, and the moment something interesting comes up, suddenly you have urgent matters. Fine, get lost. I can manage on my own. It's not the first time. Sorry, Sam. It really isn't personal. Also, I've been with you for like 2 hours. It's personal, right? But I really enjoyed spending time with you, truly. She snorted and turned away towards the window, pointedly ignoring my attempts to smooth things over. Yeah, sure, go on. Go run to your urgent matters. See you tomorrow, Sam. Good night. The only response was a contemptuous sniff. I headed for the door, feeling her displeased gaze on my back. Wow! Thank you so much for the roses and the puff hearts. Wow! Stepping into the hallway and carefully closing the door behind me, I felt a mix of relief and guilt. Damn, that wasn't pretty, but what could I do? I had an arrangement with Nika. And Nika also is the only romantic interest at this point. I hurried down the corridor towards the principal's office. On the way, I glanced at my watch. Running late, but not critically. Stepping through the doorway, I saw Nika at her desk. James, I was starting to think you wouldn't come. You weren't answering your phone and I was getting worried. She rose from the desk and walked over to me. There was a certain nervousness in her movements. Is everything all right? You didn't get caught? Everything's fine. I managed to get away thanks to your warning. Thank you for covering for me. I took a set of keys from my pocket and held them out to Nika. And my phone died at the worst possible moment. I see. The important thing is that everything turned out fine. Wow! Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Hello. How are you? Happy Sunday. What have you been up to today? Welcome in. We are playing the Otome game, case number 1, Rose Academy, and it is so good. You haven't seen me in a while. I'm sometimes I don't show up on people's feeds for a while, so you know, it comes around the circle. But I'm happy to have you here. Welcome back. We're playing some fun games today and making some decisions to romance either the coach or the principal of this high school where we're solving a murder case at. Made pot roast and mashed potatoes and garlic bread. Yum! Delicious. Very jealous. Shall we go to that cafe you mentioned? Nika paused and looked at me with a guilty expression. I just called them to book a table, but as it turns out, the cafe is closed today. They're having some technical issues. It's the only decent place around here. No worries, we can just take a walk. You know what? I have an interesting little idea. Follow me. The intrigue in her voice made me curiously follow her towards the office door. Ooh. These are one of those romance games. Yes. Wow. Thank you so much for the GGs. Yes, indeed, this is one of those romance games. This is an Otome game. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for the cat and the roses, Jay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're having a good time. We're about halfway through the game at this point, I think. TBD. But we found some interesting stuff, some mysterious things. Yeah, romance game, nothing else. We're definitely not solving a murder. A few minutes later, we found ourselves in the school kitchen. We didn't make it to the cafe today, but I won't leave you without dinner. Oh, cute, she's gonna make dinner for us! Everyone get excited. She walked over to the cabinets and took out a white apron. I don't cook often, so don't expect any culinary masterpieces, but I think I can handle pasta. Tying the apron, Nika looked very focused. You know what? That look suits you. If you ever get tired of running the academy, you could always become a chef. Gotta support fellow streamers. Yes! How has your streaming been going? What are you playing lately? If we can't sort out the Avalon case, the future might become very likely. Nika pulled her phone from her pocket and quickly scrolled through something on the screen, clearly checking the recipe. Then she began gathering ingredients, a pack of spaghetti from the pantry, bacon, and cream from the fridge. Ah, her movements were a bit flustered, betraying her nervousness. I inspected 3 rooms today, and Nika turned sharply towards me, raising her hand with a stopping gesture. James, wait, I promised myself that during tonight's dinner, I wouldn't think about the investigation. I fall asleep and wake up with these thoughts during the day. There's probably not a single minute where I can forget about it. She placed the pot on the stove and turned to face me. I really need this right now, just a couple of hours of being myself, not the principal of an academy where a murder took place. Sorry, I understand. We'll discuss it later. She said, sorry, we're not allowed to talk work during our date. This is very intentionally a date. Wow, I'm glad that you're enjoying Resident Evil 9 so much. That's not a game for me, but I've heard really good things about it. And I also, the best thing I've heard about that game though is that the spider mod turns them into Thomas the Train engines, and I think that's hilarious. I walked over to the hook next to where Nika's apron was hanging and took another one down, exactly the same. Oh, we're both in aprons now, cute. Nika raised an eyebrow in surprise, watching me put on the apron. What are you doing? You didn't think I'd just stand around watching you cook alone, did you? Tell me how I can help. Then take care of the bacon. Cut it into small pieces. The cutting board and knives are over there. She pointed to the counter next to the stove. I took a knife and began carefully slicing the bacon, glancing at Nika from time to time. If someone had told me 10 years ago that we'd be standing in a school kitchen making pasta with Nika, I would have never believed it. Yeah, you've seen the Thomas mods. I think there's hilarious. There's spiders and RE9. There's spiders in every game now. It's always bugs. I hate it. You know, I've always envied people who can cook. It's such a peaceful activity. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think I've had a home-cooked meal in over a year. At best, I managed to heat up some frozen food in the microwave. Felt, James. Felt. Work eats up all your time and energy. I carefully cut the bacon into small pieces, trying to make them all the same size. Do you ever regret your career choice? Have you ever thought about just dropping everything? There were moments, especially during my college years, when I wanted to drop everything, take off and run wherever my eyes would take me, never come back to this job, to this life, find something of my own, not imposed by family. And what stopped you? I don't know, I suppose at some point it just became habit. With each passing year, it became harder and harder to make drastic changes. At first, I was just studying and didn't really think about the future, living the student life, taking exams, dating girls, then gradually I built up colleagues, professional connections, friends at work. By the way, you should remember one of my colleagues, Andy. He was with us at Bear Cliff, too. Nika turned sharply away from the stove, surprise written all over her face. Andy? No way, that careless ginger kid? The very same. We even went to the same university later, and now we work in related fields. He helps me out a lot. Okay. No, wait. No. No. I do not want to go to the main menu. See, Wookie, you just have to install the Thomas the Train mod, and then you don't have to see spoilers. Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you, Ticker. Oh, man. My neck. I'm gonna have such a bad time after this. By the way, he sends his regards. Say hello back. I never would have thought that he'd end up doing something serious with his life. Yeah, he's changed, but overall those connections shaped the rest of my life. I found my own social circle, shared interests, work became a bit more enjoyable and entertaining. Nika listened attentively, occasionally stirring the spaghetti in the pot. Her eyes were focused on my face, but even now I occasionally think about leaving the profession, especially after difficult cases. When you've seen too much human cruelty, wickedness, in moments like those, there's a burning desire to drop everything and do something more uplifting. What keeps you going besides working with an old friend? Where would I go? There's no longer a question of, do I want to leave, but where would I go? It's too late to go back to university. I'm not the right age for that. Starting a new career from scratch, it's emotionally draining and a financial risk. I finished the bacon and slid the cutting board over to Nika, watching her add the sliced pieces to the pan. And besides, at this age, you don't want to feel like a complete beginner all over again. When you've earned a certain status, gained the respect of your colleagues, giving all of that up for the elusive chance to find yourself, that's a big risk. I'm in a similar position, both with work and with my personal life, to be honest. Surely the principal of a prestigious academy isn't lacking in admirers. Nika gave a bitter smile. You know, working at this academy has its obvious downsides. The only men around here are the elderly gardener and Johnson, our tech specialist. And what's wrong with Johnson? You know, I think Johnson is the type of man who prefers two-dimensional women. Damn, what a jab. What a jab. They said, I'm looking at you, audience. Johnson's an otaku, I guess, right? Didn't have to do him like that. Didn't have to do us like that. What are we doing? Dating two-dimensional women. Right? We didn't need to be attacked here. I see. Not your type. To put it mildly, yes. And I don't even know if I'm ready to change anything. This job is important to me. Isn't personal happiness important too? Nika froze for a moment. It is, very much so. It's just, I don't know how to balance the two. Nika leaned toward her phone, checking the final steps on the recipe. The recipe says I need to add grated cheese at the end, but first I need to find some. Standing up on her tiptoes, Nika reached for the top shelf of the cabinet, trying to push aside a large bag of flour. I think there should be some Parmesan around here somewhere. She pushed the bag too abruptly, and it lost its balance and fell right onto the countertop. The paper package burst, and a small cloud of white flour shot up into the air. Oh! Her face was covered with a thin, light white veil of flour. I couldn't hold back a smile at the sight. Don't worry, it happens. I tore off a paper towel from the roll and handed it to Nika. No, you're supposed to wipe her face for her. She took it gratefully and wiped her face, laughing with a noticeable hint of embarrassment. Some chef I am, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the flour for tomorrow's pancakes. I don't think that amount would have been enough for pancakes for all the academy students. Just learned Nika wouldn't date me. Personal preferences attacked is hella personal. Tell Nika she has something or wipe it off her face. Duh. That's obviously the cute answer. Where's me? You've got some flour right here. A flicker of confusion appeared in Nika's eyes as I took a step towards her. May I? Exactly! That's what we need. That's cute right there. Nika gave an almost imperceptible nod and looked away from me. I gently lifted her chin with my hand. With my thumb, I carefully wiped the white mark from her cheek in a gentle, slow motion. Her skin is so soft. When was the last time I touched a woman like this? James said, I'm down bad. Wow, thank you so much for the rose. Nika froze under my touch. Her breathing quickened. We were standing very close, so close that I could see every one of her eyelashes. James. My name slipped from her lips in a quiet whisper, more like a sigh. Nika unconsciously leaned into my touch. What's happening between us? Love. She clearly wants me to kiss her, and I want to as well. But what would it mean? All the thoughts dissolved when Nika opened her eyes and looked straight into mine. In her gaze, I could read the same desire, the same confusion that I was feeling. Nika leaned towards me almost imperceptibly, her free hand gently touching my chest, her fingers lightly gripping the fabric on my shirt. Our lips were millimeters apart. I leaned in, not giving myself a chance to reconsider. No! Not the timer! We have to fix the food! The piercing sound of the stove alarm shattered everything in an instant. We abruptly pulled away from each other as if snapping out of a trance. Such terrible timing, and then we woke up. Yeah, it's bow bow wow. Womp womp. Damn. My heart was still pounding wildly, and the sensations lingered in my memory. The warmth of her skin, the scent of her hair, the way she looked at me. Nika hastily turned back to the stove, her movements flustered, even nervous. The spaghetti is ready. Her voice sounded tense with a slight huskiness. She turned off the stove and began draining the water, careful to avoid eye contact. Then she transferred the pasta to the bacon and mixed it thoroughly, as if it required her full concentration. I never did find the cheese. It's no big deal. I'm so hungry I wouldn't even notice if it's there or not. Nika served the pasta onto plates and, to my surprise, simply sat down on the edge of the marble countertop. I followed her lead, settling down next to her in a comfortable distance. I was the first to try the pasta and immediately realized the spaghetti was clearly oversalted. I had to use all of my acting skills from not wincing. Well, how is it? Not bad at all for our first time. Nika glanced at me and I thought I noticed her cheeks turn slightly pink. Following my lead, Nika twirled the spaghetti onto her fork and put it in her mouth. Her face immediately contorted into a grimace. Oh my god, this is inaudible. I think I went overboard with the salt. She looked at her plate with disappointment. You don't have to eat this. I'll check what's in the fridge, or I can reheat whatever we serve for dinner tonight. Don't worry about it. I made a show of eating another large bite of pasta. See? Perfectly edible. You don't have to eat it just to be polite. I'm not being polite. I just haven't had a home-cooked meal in a long time, even if it is a bit oversalted. Nika smiled gratefully and the atmosphere relaxed again. The quiet tension dissolved into easy conversation over dinner. The conversation smoothly drifted to memories of the unusual summer camp where we first met. Time flew by unnoticed. She hopped off the countertop and began collecting the plates. Shall we go up to my office and discuss the case? Of course. I nodded, realizing that our little escape from reality had come to an end. It was time to get back to the investigation of Evelyn Frost's murder. Teehee. Cute. Back to the office. No, now it's work time. We just finished up cutesy time. We have to focus. Yapagon! Exactly. 500 comments. Whoop whoop. Danko for coming out and hanging with us. And yapping. It's always a fun time when we're hanging out and playing a good Otome game. I want more cute times, right? No, this is the one thing like about this kind of Otome game is where it's like really more like story based, whereas like the other one we're playing right now, you're out of control, as you should be. The other one that we're playing right now, Bewitching Sinners, is definitely more like flirty relationship based. But there's two types and they're both fun to play. We went up to Nika's office. The sight of work folders and papers instantly brought my thoughts back to the unresolved questions. Nika walked to her desk and turned on the desk lamp. So, how was your day? Did you manage to find out anything new? I learned lots of interesting things about your students and the teacher. Care to share? To keep you in the crime investigation, right? Don't take it personally, Nika, but I can't. I think for now it would be better to keep all the facts and evidence I've gathered to myself. First and foremost, I don't want to put you at risk. If during the trial it comes out that you knew about this in advance, certain questions will inevitably be raised about you. Why didn't you report it to the police immediately? Why didn't you take appropriate measures? She was silent for a few seconds, clearly considering my words. You know, you're probably right. Sometimes ignorance really can be a form of protection, though I must admit I'm dying to know the truth about what's going on at the academy. Believe me, as soon as all of this is over, I'll tell you everything. Nika nodded and leaned back in her chair. What about your news? I hope your day was calmer than mine. Speaking of news, are you even aware that you almost became a local celebrity? What do you mean? Nika reached for the top drawer of her desk and pulled out several sheets of paper. I recognized the distinctive design of the school newspaper. Our academy publishes a weekly newspaper. The girls write articles themselves, conduct interviews, and cover school life. Usually it's completely harmless stuff, sports achievements, competitions, cultural events. I bet it was those two we met earlier in the hallway. She waved the newspaper in the air with a mild look of irritation. But this morning, while reviewing materials before publication, I found this. Good thing I have a habit of checking the content before printing. Nika handed me the front page of the newspaper in large letters. The headline read, "Mysterious Stranger in the Spotlight." Oh shit, that's just what we need on top of everything else. Strange man breaking into rooms, right? Nika unfolded the newspaper and began reading aloud. A man in a suit was spotted on the academy grounds, attracting the attention of many students. The mysterious stranger introduced himself I was so right! As a security systems specialist who came to inspect the cameras and other equipment. The editorial team managed to find out his name is James Crofton. He's about 28 years old, a Leo, and judging by the absence of a ring, unmarried. Hey, at least we kind of know how old we are now. 28, that's almost insulting. They added a whole 4 years. Okay, so we're 24. It was very wise of you to not reveal the real reason for your visit. That cover story sounds plausible and doesn't raise any unnecessary questions, although I still didn't give permission to publish this article. So I've lost my chance to become a school press celebrity, alas. Nika put the newspaper away in the desk drawer and turned to her computer. And for now, the really important news. Remember yesterday we requested the restoration of footage from one of the cameras? Here are the results. Her fingers quickly typed the password on the keyboard, and for a moment, the email window was already open. They sent me the file a couple hours ago. I've already watched it. Nika turned the monitor so that both the image was clear for us. The screen showed a long corridor on the 3rd floor where the classrooms and server rooms were located. I watched the entire recording from morning to evening, and look what I found. Nika quickly scrolled through the recording, stopping the playback at the 10:28 mark. You thought 28 for some reason too. Getting mistaken at 28. As 28 at 24 is some extra level of emotional damage. You guessed the wrong age though. I know, so close to 25. You're like, I don't know. I can't say shit though. I was the executive director of a museum at 25, so you know, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. For several reasons, for several seconds, the corridor remained empty. Then from the right side of the screen, a figure in a dark hoodie entered the frame. The unknown person moved cautiously, occasionally glancing back as if to check with whether anyone was following them. What if he's the killer? Executive director, fancy. Yeah, it was the only position besides secretary. So it's not too terribly impressive. The figure approached one of the doors at the end of the corridor, the one behind which the server room was located. The unknown person grabbed the handle and began to turn it, clearly hoping the door would be unlocked, but the handle wouldn't budge. After a couple of more unsuccessful attempts, the hooded figure abruptly stepped back and quickly disappeared from view. I'm certain the fire in the server room was no accident. Someone wanted to destroy the surveillance footage as early as Sunday evening, but couldn't get into the room. I leaned closer to the monitor, straining my eyes, trying to figure out any identifying features of the person under the hood. I can't see the face at all. The hood covers everything. Nika shook her head in frustration. I also spent a great deal of time trying to make something out, but to no avail. The only thing we can say for certain is that it was somebody who was on academy grounds on Sunday evening, meaning either one of the students or someone from the teaching staff. Also, they sent me an updated list of cameras that the specialist can recover. Unfortunately, the files can't be fully recovered, only separate fragments, a few hours each. There are 3 available recordings from Sunday and the day of Avalyn's murder. Which should we request to be recovered? Sunday daytime pool, Sunday evening garden, Sunday evening library. I feel like Sunday evening library because we know that Sophie was supposed to be at the library at some point in Sunday evening. Even though I feel like Sunday evening garden would probably give us Sophie. Sunday daytime pool doesn't really tell us anything unless there was an argument. What do you guys think? Pool, garden, or library? Not sure. That's what I'm like. Prove she lied about being there. Right. That's why I was like, library will prove that she lied if she's not there, but we could also see other people at the library who are suspects, and that would rule them out. And the only reason I would do garden was if I thought we could find Sophie at the garden. But that's why I think that maybe garden is also a good idea. Hold on. We can save, I think, here. Okay, not that one. Sorry, again, I can't see my mouse unless I'm looking at the recording screen. Okay, that's just the text log. Okay, wait, it's over here, I think. That just goes back to the main menu. Willow should make the final decision. I really would prefer to save, if that's an option. Are you sure you want to go to the main menu? This will lose unsaved progress. Then I am sure that I don't want to do that. Okay, well, I guess we can't save. Womp womp. I say we go library. If that's the wrong answer, that be the wrong answer. All right, I'll send the request now. The results will be ready tomorrow. For now, all we can do is wait and hope there's something useful on it. All right, I think that's enough for today. We both need some rest and there's still a lot of work for us tomorrow. You're right, it's time to call it a night. I'll sort through a couple of papers and then go to bed. Thank you, James. Your help is invaluable. You can thank me when we find who's behind all of this. Nico nodded in response. Good night, James. See you tomorrow. Good night, Nika. I head for the door, feeling her gaze on me. At the threshold, I turn around. Nika has already bent over her documents again, completely absorbed in her work. To Willow, if we refuse. Upon entering the room and turning on the light, my attention was drawn to a white envelope lying on the floor by the entrance. It appeared to have been slipped under the door while I was away. Somebody's telling us secret evidence. I picked up the envelope and examined it closely. If the upper left corner was an embossed coat of arms. Oh, okay. Vivian Devereaux sent us a letter. I carefully opened the envelope. Inside was an elegant card on thick cardstock with gold embossing along the edges. The text was written in the same graceful handwriting. Mr. Crofton, I have the honor of inviting you to the celebration of my 18th birthday, which will take place tomorrow, Wednesday at 6 p.m. in the Academy Garden. Dress code, cocktail attire. I would be delighted to see you among my guests. Respectfully yours, Vivian Devereaux. Well, that was not what I was expecting. But that's a twist. Vivian is inviting me to her birthday party. I wonder what is behind this gesture. In any case, I only have 2 days left to find out who killed Evelyn Frost. I hope tomorrow will bring me closer to the answer, or at least help me understand who is definitely not involved. We drift off to sleep. My sleep was torn apart by unfamiliar shouts and the screech of metal. I winced at the feeling of morning had clearly started too early. What is going on? I got out of bed and walked over to the window. Several trucks were parked in the academy entrance. The workers in blue uniforms were unloading crates of bulky equipment from them. I bet that this is for Vivian's party tonight, would be my guess. Amidst all this chaos, I spotted a familiar figure. Nico was standing next to one of the workers, arguing about something with him and gesturing vigorously. Methinks Vivian probably didn't inform the academy about what she was about to do. Even from a distance, it was clear that she was extremely unhappy with what was happening. Judging from the number of trucks and workers, some kind of renovation is planned at the school, but Nika didn't mention anything like this yesterday. Quickly tidied myself and headed to the main entrance to find out what was going on. Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to take a quick break because the cats are about to get very angry with me because it is their dinner time. So I'm gonna go feed them. I'll put on some music and a BRB screen for you guys, and I will see you soon. If you can't stay, I absolutely understand. Thank you for spending time with me. But if you are gonna stay, don't forget you should also hydrate and stretch and take a small break too. And I'll see you soon. And hope the ending is satisfying. Thank you so much for the roses. Thank you. And I do keep a backlog. Oh my gosh, the dino with the bunny ears. Wow, thank you so much. There will be a copy of this up on my other platforms. You can find a link in my bio. But I shall be right back. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and thank you for all the gifts, and I shall see you again soon. All right, I'm back. I really just want to finish this today, for satisfaction, but we are almost 5 hours into stream, which I really did not think about. But hopefully we can at least finish the rest of this day. But I don't know if we're gonna make it to the end. Since it was so light outside, I was confused, at least a little bit. I knew, but also I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I do want to give a little bit of a long stream today. As soon as I stepped outside, I found myself in the epicenter of organized chaos. Workers were scurrying about everywhere with tools and materials. Two of them, carrying long aluminum ladders, nearly knocked me off my feet as I tried to make my way to the gate. Nika was bustling around the truck, waving her arms and trying to organize the chaotic crowd of men. Can you see there are flowers growing here? What's stopping you from using the pathway? One of the workers dismissed her with a wave of his hand, continuing to drag a crate right through the flower bed. Nika turned to a man in a hard hat who appeared to be the foreman. I'm telling you again, I need the documents of all the workers, not just yours. Names, positions, pass numbers. I need to have everything on hand. It's a security requirement. The foreman said something about the order and the client brushing off her demands. I approached Nika, who looked exhausted and irritated. Nika, what is going on here? When she saw me, her expression softened a little. She stepped aside with me, giving the foreman one last cold look. The dating sim is going good. We're also solving the murder mystery, but the green-haired girl, we had a date with her last night, and it's going well. She's also our childhood friend, so, you know, we can't complain. She was our first love. I was awoken by a call from Vivian's parents at 5:30 in the morning. Can you imagine? 5:30. But how's your Sunday? What have you been up to today? The Devereaux family is apparently used to the whole world adjusting to their schedules. And what did they want so early? It's Vivian's birthday today, and her family decided at the last moment the Academy grounds would be the perfect venue for the celebration. Nika pointed at the workers who had begun unloading some decorations. As you can see, they've already gotten to work without any prior approval from me, no less. Speaking of the birthday, last night when I returned to my room, I found an invitation from Vivian under my door. So everyone knew about the party being planned on Academy grounds, but me. Wonderful. Of course I'm against holding such a large-scale event, especially at such an inappropriate time. The feast... a feast in the time of plague, exactly, but when I tried to object Vivian's parents and explain how inappropriate such a celebration was, they didn't even let me finish. And then they not so subtly hinted that they are the Academy's most important sponsors and the school simply wouldn't survive without their financial support. They also added that thanks to their connections, the Avalon case didn't receive widespread publicity. After all, it was they who arranged with the police to slow down the official investigation to allow time for a private one. So that's how things stand. The Devereaux family has not only Nika by the throat, but the police as well. Support Nika, say she should have been tougher. We're going to support her. You were put in an impossible situation. The Devereaux family is essentially blackmailing you. Any reasonable person would have done the same. You couldn't risk the entire Academy's future over principles. Thank you, I needed to hear that. I still have doubts about whether I did the right thing. Nika glanced at the watch on her wrist and frowned. Speaking of the police, whatever connection the Devereaux may have, the law enforcement can't just sit on their hands forever. And the police are supposed to come today to begin official interviews with the girls regarding Avalon's case. Well, you've certainly had enough problems dumped on you today. Exactly, everything's in chaos and I have no idea how to sort it all out. At that moment, a caustic male voice sounded behind us. If you don't want a long cleanup, it's best not to make a mess in the first place. Well, this guy's clearly the asshole detective that we have to deal with now. We turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a worn trench coat and a tie. His piercing gray eyes swept appraisingly over the chaotic scene in front of the Academy gates. Inspector Hardman, Scottish Yard. He pulled out his badge from his pockets and showed it to Nika, not deigning to even glance at me. If I didn't know where I was headed, I think I'd have traveled into a circus set up here, not a school for the elite. Well, welcome to the Academy, Inspector. I'm Principal Veronica Preston. I apologize for the mess. It's a temporary inconvenience. Temporary inconvenience, right. And who's this? His gaze finally settled on me, and I felt undisguised contempt in it. James Crofton, I'm conducting a private investigation at the principal's request. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna go over well. A private detective, how quaint. He uttered the words private detective with intonation as though he were referring to something indecent. Well then, let's see how effective your amateur investigation has been. He turned to Nika, ignoring me. I want to speak with the students who found the body, but away from this circus, it's too noisy here. Of course, let's go inside first. Oh, thank God, my ears are happy for that to stop too. In the main hall, Nika intercepted a passing teacher and asked her to bring Annie Harper. While we waited, Inspector Hardman slowly walked around the hall. Impressive, looks like a minister's reception room, just missing the red carpet. I do wonder, do marble floors and golden chandeliers actually help the students learn better? Nika and I exchanged glances. The inspector was clearly not in a friendly mood. How long is this girl going to take? I had a ton of things to do today, and I'm not one to indulge the whims of local princesses who need an hour to powder their noses before leaving their rooms. Man, this guy is an asshole. With his temperament and Annie's hot-headedness, their conversation is unlikely to go smoothly. At that moment, a familiar petite figure appeared in the hallway. Annie, meet Inspector Hardman. He's from the police. Hardman. The name is starting to make sense. He needs to talk to you. Talk about what? What happened on Sunday evening? You found the body, didn't you? Annie is a minor, so the interview with the police will take place in the presence of an adult. Who do you want to go with, Annie, me, or Mr. Crofton? With you, Miss Preston. I wasn't surprised by her decision. During our acquaintance, I had never managed to earn the girl's trust. All right, then, James, I have a favor to ask. Could you keep an eye on the workers and make sure everything stays in order? You need to check all the documents with the foreman and make sure that they don't go beyond the garden area or wander around the academy grounds. Of course, I'll take care of it. Nika nodded gratefully and disappeared around the corner together with Annie and Inspector Hardman. Oh, so I wonder if we had made different choices and gained Annie's trust, that she would have chose us. Left alone with the workers, I quickly realized that the next few hours would turn into a real endurance test. The foreman turned out to be a typical representative of his trade, a rough bloke who was used to working on the principle of whatever happens, happens. When I asked to see the documents for all the workers, he looked at me as if I were demanding a family pedigree for each of them. Half an hour of bickering, half of the documents turned out to be expired, and 2 workers didn't have any at all. But that was only the beginning of problems. The moment I turned away, I heard a loud crack. One of the workers had stepped right in the rose bed, breaking several expensive bushes. Flowers worth several £100 per bush. While I was dealing with the incident, another group of workers headed toward the main building on their own, dragging some heavy equipment behind them. I had to physically block their way and explain at length that the celebration was being held exclusively in the garden area. 1 hour of working with these people turned out to be more exhausting than a whole day of field exercises. How does Nika handle this sort of thing on her own? Apparently, being a principal requires nerves of steel. I can only imagine. Finally, the workers finished the main part of the job and began packing up. I watched them leave with relief when I heard a familiar voice. Ah, this is our time to go back to the investigation. James, how are things doing here? Bearable, but not without problems. How did the conversations with the inspector go? Not exactly smoothly. That Hardman is a real brute. He pressured Annie, trying to get an emotional reaction out of her. He can't keep his mouth shut either. Now Annie knows it's a murder. Good. Nika sighed heavily, her face expressing a mix of exhaustion and anger. And how did Annie react to the news? Oopsies. That is our notebook. She was in shock, of course, but she held herself together well, though she asked to be left alone for today. It's a shame I couldn't see her reaction myself. I already regretted not having gotten close enough to Annie. By the way, I forgot to mention they sent over the restored camera footage. I forwarded the file straight to your email. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go through the entire recording myself. No worries, that's part of my job too. Well, don't waste any time. I'll see you this evening. After a quick goodbye to Nika, I headed to my room. So we're gonna watch the footage, probably get a call from our friend, and then directions unclear. Are we gonna go to the party tonight, or are we gonna take that time to do some snooping maybe in Vivian's room? But we don't have the keys anymore. Back in my room, I grabbed my notebook and settled at the desk in front of my laptop. In my email, I found a message from Nika with an attached video file and an accompanying note. Image quality is satisfactory, no audio. In my email, I found, wait, oopsies. Recovered footage from the library camera for Sunday, time range 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Image quality is satisfactory, no audio. Okay. Next. I started the video and leaned back into my chair. I needed to watch the entire recording, careful as not to miss a single detail. 5 hours of footage, even sped up, it'll take at least 3 hours, so I'll have to be patient. First 2 hours of the recording turned out to be quite lively. From 6 to 8 in the evening, the library was full of students. Some were bent over textbooks and notebooks, diligently copying notes while others were reading books. But there were also those who came to chat with friends. A group of girls had settled in the back desk, clearly not studying. By 8 in the evening, the library had noticeably emptied. Most visitors had left the reading hall. Every half hour, somebody would come in, grab a book from the shelves, and leave right away, barely lingering for a few minutes. Where's Mickey? She claimed she was here all Sunday evening. The minutes dragged on slowly. Unfamiliar faces kept flashing across the screen, students I hadn't encountered during the investigation. I rewound the recording several times whenever I noticed a girl with glasses, but each time I was convinced it wasn't Mickey. 9:30, the last 2 students gathered their things and left the library. The reading hall was completely empty. So from 9:30 to 11, the library was completely empty. If someone had really been there during that time, they would have had an airtight alibi, but since no one was here, oopsies. I picked up my notebook and made a note on the page with Mickey Elderwood's information. Why would Mickey lie about where she was on Sunday evening? And most importantly, where was she during Avalyn's murder? I closed the laptop, rubbing my tired eyes. Several hours of intense viewing had yielded important notes for the investigation, so I've gathered enough material on some of the suspects. I have something to connect with them. I'm all fired up. I am indeed locked in high key. How goes the Halo? We have not narrowed down the suspects, really. I've made choices that have not led to success yet. I've gathered enough materials on some of the suspects. I have something to confront them with. All that's left is to choose a strategy, a tough interrogation or attempt at gaining their trust. The phone ringing abruptly cut off my train of thought. I picked up the phone without even glancing at the screen. No, the number was hidden. Guess who? That voice on the other end was hoarse and deliberately mysterious. A clown who escaped from the circus? A familiar laugh came through the phone. Wrong. The greatest informant of all time and the most charming man, according to your mom. I still think you're a clown. All right, spill it. What have you got? The Rose Academy of yours is a real breeding ground for shady characters. The more I dig, the more it seems like getting into this academy requires not money, but a skeleton in the closet, preferably a couple of them. Honestly, I have the same feeling. Anyway, per your request, I dug up some interesting stuff. I heard Andy take a deep breath. So, ready to learn the truth about your swimming coach? I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for this or not. And if you're standing right now, you better sit down, because what I dug up on Sam Rivers is an absolute bombshell. Oh shit. Shit, indeed. I don't think we're gonna like where this is about to go. Spill it. Finding information on this Sam Rivers turns out to be way harder than I expected. I had to dig really deep. Even reach out to some guys in the States for help. Her entire biography has been carefully scrubbed and edited. What do you mean by scrubbed? I mean that your sexy coach is ex-military. What? And not just any soldier, she was a special forces operative. This was not what I was expecting. What about her shoulder? I have so many questions. Sam Rivers is originally from the US, served in the Army, and repeatedly took part in combat operations as a member of an assault team. I felt a chill run down my spine. The image of the smiling, flirtatious coach in a tracksuit didn't match at all with what Andy was telling me. So she was right in the thick of combat? Exactly, and judging by the documents, she saw things there that most people would prefer to forget forever, which explains the drinking. During one of the operations to eliminate high-ranking terrorists, Sam was forced to leave her partner behind in order to carry out command's orders. Her partner was captured and executed, and then the command tried to cover it up, pinning all the blame on operational necessity and following orders. Andy paused. And this woman is around students every day. Does Nika even realize who she hired? What happens next? How did she end up discharged? After that operation, she developed PTSD. She failed the psychology fitness assessment and they discharged her and she moved to the UK. But how did she manage to get into the academy with a background like that? Did somebody help her? I have no doubt about it. I'm sure somebody from high up helped her fix her reputation, documents rewritten, inconvenient facts erased, references forged, and someone very influential is helping her. I really was not prepared for this. Hello, how are you, Rev? I hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. I'm shooketh. I stood up and began pacing around the room, processing the information. Is that everything you managed to find out? You offend me. I've got a couple more stories saved for dessert. Oh god. I figure same Wookie. Happy Monday. Oh, true. Happy Monday. How is your Monday started off? I'm floored, man. After leaving the army, Sam developed alcoholism and started having episodes of uncontrollable aggression. She was even arrested for assault. According to the police report, 3 years ago, Sam went to a bar with a friend. Some guy started aggressively hitting on her companion. Sam didn't hold back and beat the poor bastard half to death. He ended up with multiple fractures, knocked out teeth, and concussion. I quickly pulled out my notebook and pen, hastily jotting down the key details. What about the trial? Was she convicted? No, the charges never made it to court. The man withdrew his testimony himself, most likely under pressure. You wanted to start your Monday in another good couple hours, but you can't sleep. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the worst whenever you were like, want to be able to sleep more, but you can't. I bet they paid him a decent sum to keep quiet, but the incident stayed in the police records. They couldn't really erase it completely. Disturbing pieces of the puzzle began falling into place in my mind. A woman with military training, prone to violence, working at an academy where a murder took place. Yeah, that's not really looking good for her. But then again, I don't really know if I suspect her still. Like, but then again, who knows? Who's more likely to do this, an adult or a kid? This just keeps getting more and more juicy. And one more thing. Whoever's helping her hide her past has serious connections. Don't underestimate that. Even if she has a motive and she's your prime suspect, you'll need to dig up irrefutable evidence to put her behind bars. Thanks for the concern. I'll keep that in mind. I'm sure Nika has no idea about the details of her coach's past, otherwise she never would have hired her. As much as I'd like to tell her the truth, I can't. If I share this information now, Nika would be obligated to immediately fire Sam and report it to the police. And how would she explain where she got that information about Sam's past that was so carefully hidden? It would create even more problems. Well, and that's also just funny because you know that, like, obviously the police don't have information to this don't have access to this info either. It would have to go up really high the chain of command to even get close to that. Like, I'm fairly certain that our main man, James here, works for M16, but obviously that's not confirmed. I really don't think that it's just, thank you for the lurk. I don't really think it's just like a private detective business. But, I mean, I could be wrong. I take it tomorrow's the last day of your investigation? That's right. Well, then I should have time to find info on one more person. Who else do you want me to dig up dirt on? Lucine Milton. Vivian Devereaux. Mickey Elderwood. Lucine Milton is who we think is who we think Sophie is. But Mickey and Annie could also... I'm not confident in who I want to pick. Okie dokie. Well... Stalker girl. Girl who was supposed to be in the library. Rich girly pop. And then Annie, who found her but hasn't really given us any other motive since, besides the bruises. But Nikki not being where she thought she was gonna be. Oh. We know the least about Annie. Oh, I feel like it's dumb to not pick Lucine. Okay. After finishing my conversation with Andy, I didn't put my phone back in my pocket. Instead, I opened up the contacts and dialed Nikki's number. Nika's number. James, did something happen? No, everything's fine. I just need to find Mickey Elderwood. Can you tell me where she is right away? I heard rustling on the other end as if Nika was flipping through some documents. One moment. She has her last session at the pool right now. It'll be over in 5 minutes. Do you know if she's crossed paths with Annie since the conversation with the inspector? Unlikely. Mickey has classes in a different building all morning. Got it. Thanks. I hung up and quickly got up from my chair. I'd better intercept Mickey before she talks to her roommate. Thanks to that talkative inspector, the information about this being a murder is no longer a secret. Given how impressionable Mickey is, it would be better if I break the news to her gently. Otherwise, Annie might scare her and she'll run off telling the other girls. Besides, I've got a couple of topics I would like to discuss with her. I straightened my jacket and left the room. Splashing sounds came from the pool. Someone was swimming, cutting through the water with confident strokes. Approaching the poolside, I recognized Mickey as the swimmer. The session should have ended already, but she's still training, apparently trying to catch up on her results. I decided to wait for Mickey to finish her training. While the girl was swimming, I headed towards the coach's office to check if Sam was there, but the door was locked. Sam isn't here again. How can you leave a student alone in the pool unsupervised, especially after recent events? After a couple of minutes, Mickey finally slowed down, swam to the edge, and climbed out of the pool. Water droplets trickled down her face, and her wet hair clung to her cheeks. The girl's chest rose and fell rapidly from her heavy breathing. I cleared my throat softly to get her attention. Good afternoon, Mickey. The girl spun around sharply towards me, tossing the wet strands from her face. Her pupils widened in surprise, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Even without her glasses, Mickey has very expressive eyes. Oh, Mr. Crofton, good afternoon. If you're looking for the coach, she left literally 5 minutes ago. Actually, I was looking for you. Me? Did something happen? I wanted to talk to you. Is now a good time? It can wait if you need to dry your hair and all that. Mickey hurriedly shook her head, spraying water droplets around. No, you don't have to wait. We can talk now. I'm sure you have plenty of other important things to do. I left my glasses around here. Without them, I can barely see anything. I scanned the pool edges and the nearby benches. The familiar black frames were visible on a wooden bench by the wall, neatly folded, next to a neatly folded towel. Right, I knew they were somewhere nearby. Want me to hand them to you? No, thank you. I'll get them myself. Mickey took a step, but the moment her bare foot touched the wet tile near the pool, she slipped and lost her balance, crashing right into me. What is it with this girl? Like, why do we keep ending up in weird situations with specifically this one? I instinctively wrapped my arms around her, and for a moment we froze in that position. Mickey ended up pressed against my chest. The girl's face was so close I could see every drop of water on her eyelashes. I'm sorry. Her voice sounded quieter than usual, almost a whisper. Mickey seemed to have forgotten her usual shyness, staring at me with wide open eyes. Stevie, I don't know, were you here whenever we demoed this game? Because the first thing that we get, like 5 minutes into the game, is a panty shot of this girl from falling on the ground. Like, homegirl's a student. She's 18, but she's a student. We're 24. We figured that out finally, which makes me feel slightly better, but yeah, you remember the green-haired lady. Yeah, we had a date with her. Anyway, this is Skirt Girl. Miss Elderwood, sometimes I think gravity has a personal grudge against you. Yeah, this one's 18. But the green-haired girl, she's the same age as us. She's 24. So, yeah, right, Wookie? This is the same one who we got the panty shot of earlier. I helped her straighten up, but it didn't remove my hands right away. I needed to make sure she was standing firmly. I'm sure. This is also the girl whose bra we pulled out of the closet. Same age as us. Well, like, us as in the character, not us as in, like, us. What a wild game, truly. Yes, the important bra. The evidence bra. Yeah, no. I'm turning 30 this year. I still feel like I'm 24. But I'm turning 30 this year. I helped her straighten up, but didn't remove my hands right away. I needed to make sure she was standing firm. My palms on her waist could feel a slight trembling. Well, no duh. She has an adult male who she lives at a girls' school. Anyway. Oh no, your shirt. Wait, I'll just run and get a dry towel. Don't worry about it. It's just water. It'll dry soon. And running on the wet floor isn't exactly the best idea. Otherwise, we might end up continuing the conversation in the emergency room. I'd feel much better if we just sat down on the bench. Mickey nodded in response. Before sitting down, she leaned over and put her glasses on, with trembling hands carefully adjusting the temples behind her ears. You said you wanted to talk about me. Talk to me about something. Those proportions are certainly something, right? Inaccurate would be the first thing that comes to mind. Unrealistic. Anime girls only. Yes, actually, I need to have a serious conversation with you. The girl's expression changed immediately. She tensed up and looked at me intently, waiting for me to continue. I won't beat around the bush. The forensic results on the Avalon case came in, and the medical examiners found new facts. I paused, choosing the right words. I needed to deliver the news as carefully as possible. She needs some food, right? She needs some carbs, like as a swimmer. Girly Pop, there's a reason that you aren't getting the results you want. It is because you need more energy to burn. There are strong reasons to believe that Avalon didn't take her own life. So, what does that mean? I don't understand. It means somebody helped her. The words didn't reach the girl right away. You mean murder? No, that can't be. Why would anyone do that? I understand this is hard to accept, but right now, the most important thing is to prevent panic among the students. For now, only you and Annie know about this. It's very important that this information doesn't spread among the other students. But if that's true, does that mean the killer is still here? At the academy? Quite possibly. What if they find out you're investigating the case? What if you're in danger? Interesting. She's more worried about my safety than her own. Don't worry about that. I can take care of myself. All right, I won't tell anyone, I promise, but who could have done this? That's what I'm here to find out. I carefully studied her reaction. She looks genuinely shocked and frightened. If she's hiding something, she's doing a very good job of it, which she wasn't doing a very good job of, that she was hiding something when we talked to her the first time. So clearly whatever she was hiding wasn't this. Mickey, I wanted to ask you about something else. Recently, a grade report for the senior students went missing from the teacher's room. Do you know anything about that? The girl flinched, drawing in a breath, and her eyes darted around in confusion. The grade report? I think one of the teachers has it. Probably. I don't know exactly. In the teacher's room, maybe? Or with the supervisors? Or no, I'm not sure. The girl was mumbling something incoherent. Her reaction spoke louder than any words. She definitely knows where the grade report is, but couldn't bring herself to confess to the theft right away. Yeah, Girly Pop, we know it's in your closet already. We looked in your room. Promise not to turn her in. Change the subject. Threaten with consequences. Promise not to turn her in. Mickey, I know you have the grade report, but I'm not going to tell the principal or the police about it. Mickey sharply raised her head, her eyes full of bewilderment, water from her wet strands dripping onto her knees. Why? Because I believe you had your reasons for stealing it. I'm a bad person. Lately, I've done a lot of things I'm ashamed of. I feel sick with myself. I lied to you. She looked up and I saw tears in her eyes, mixing with the water's droplets on her face. Remember on the first day you asked where I was on Sunday evening? I said I was studying for exams, but that was a lie. I wasn't in the library that evening. Yeah, well, we definitely know that too. I waited until the teacher's room was empty and stole the grade report. It was important for me to find out which subjects I needed to improve so I'd have a better chance at getting the university scholarship grant. The grant is my only chance. If I don't get it, I wanted to return the report the next day, but when you arrived, the commotion started, the investigation. There was no way to return it quietly anymore. Mickey, what time exactly did you go into the teacher's room? Around 10 in the evening, maybe a little later. I specifically waited until everyone went to their rooms. How did you get inside? Wasn't the teacher's room locked? Mickey looked away again, her cheeks flushing with shame. It was, but as class president, I have a key, and I abused that trust. No matter how convincing she sounds, I should verify this information to confirm her alibi. How long were you in the teacher's room? Not long, about 10 minutes, maybe a bit more. I had to find the report among the documents. It took time. What time did you get back to your room? When you were going to the teacher's room or coming back, did you see anyone? After I took the report, I went straight to my room. I didn't see anyone on the way. The room was empty too. Which would make sense, because her roommate is Annie. But Annie said that she found Evelyn at 11, and the murder happened at 10:30. I had just managed to hide the report when a frightened Annie burst in, and you already know the rest. Mickey let out a heavy sigh, her shoulders slumping. What the f- Oh, I guess it's almost time for the party. The sound of the door opening interrupted our conversation. Sam walked into the pool area and I could barely contain my surprise. We had the same reaction. Is everything all right? Hello, right? Yes, everything's fine. Then why are you still sitting here all wet? Vivian's party is in an hour. Now hurry up and take a shower and get changed. Yes, of course. Mickey immediately jumped to her feet. She hurried toward the changing room, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the floor. I stood up from the bench as well. The changing room had closed behind her with a soft thud, and silence settled over the pool. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Yesterday's drunken and candid conversation still hung in the air between us, but neither of us dared bring it up first. Stunning dress. Are you going to the party too? Well, I didn't come dressed like this for a training session. I am their supervisor and coach after all. I need to keep an eye on the girls. Who knows? They might try to spike the punch again. You've almost forgot you couldn't simp for her anymore. Yeah, can't fold. Well, then I'll see you at the party. I need to grab some food and take a shower too. If you need someone to scrub your back, feel free to call on me. I appreciate your willingness to lend a hand at any moment. I winked and Sam gave a satisfied smirk. Our game of double meaning had become quite familiar. See you at the party. Absolutely. Damn, that's a high slit. Once back in my room, I headed straight for the wardrobe standing against the wall. Like, in need of fashion tape high slit. Opening the doors, I surveyed my modest wardrobe. A couple of spare shirts hung neatly on hangers and extra trousers were folded on the shelf. At least I prefer the classics. Dress shirts and trousers work practically anywhere, from business meetings to surprise parties at elite schools. I grabbed a clean white shirt, the one I'd been wearing all day had soaked up the smell of chlorine from the pool and gotten slightly wrinkled. On top of that, there were barely noticeable wet spots on the chest from Mickey's fall. After spending enough time in the shower to wash away the day's fatigue and freshened up, I returned to my room. It had already grown dark outside the window. Damn, this case turned out to be harder than I thought. Buttoning up my shirt, I paused and looked at my reflection in the wardrobe mirror. If I screw up, it won't just be my pride that suffers. Nika could get fired because of me, and an innocent person could go to prison for someone else's crime. Great odds! The realization of the scale of the responsibility made me freeze for a moment. The mirror reflected a man who held several people's fate in his hand. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up with a bad ending too. Like, I don't think this is going well for us. But if I've taken this on, I need to see it through. Tonight could change everything. An event like these, people relax and let their guard down. Someone is bound to let something slip or act differently than usual. The key is to not miss the moment. From my travel toiletry bag, I took out a small bottle of cologne and applied a couple of drops to my wrist and behind my ears. Damn, we will ruin someone's life. I'm thinking we will, because I mean, I don't think I've made the right choices as far as to get like solid evidence on who the killer is. Because now we know it's not Mickey, but everyone else is still kind of in the air. And I never really thought it was Mickey to begin with. And we don't have hard evidence that it wasn't anybody else. Ooh, so I'm very nervous on my choices. Okay, anyway, it's fine. One look in the mirror, everything looked impeccable. Without wasting any more time, I grabbed my keys and left the room. The hallway was unusually lively. The festive spirit was everywhere. Excited girls' voices drifted through the half-open doors. Coming down the main hall, I unexpectedly ran into Nika, who she stood holding an impressive stack of documents, folders, reports, various official papers. Not going to the party? She looked up from the documents, her eyes revealing fatigue. Oh, James, it's you. You know I can't cancel this party. Vivian's parents made their position quite clear, but I can at least choose not to attend it personally. She slightly lifted the folders, demonstrating the volume of work. Besides, I have plenty of urgent matters, insurance paperwork, reports for the Board of Trustees, and Inspector Hardman's visit added even more bureaucracy. But you should go to the party. All the swimmers will be there, and Coach Rivers too. The party is by the lake in the far end of one of the garden areas. You need to go through the main alley, then turn right at the big fountain with the cherubs. Don't worry, I won't get lost. I was escorting workers in that direction all day. I've memorized every path of the garden at the party. The path of the garden. Right, it completely slipped my mind. Well, in that case, all I can do is wish you good luck at the party, and good luck with your paperwork. We said a brief goodbye. Nika headed toward her office, her heels clicking steadily on the marble floor, gradually fading into the depths of the corridor. I turned toward the exit and headed for the garden. The path led me to a spacious clearing by the lake. In just a few hours, it had been transformed into an elegant party venue. Students in bright cocktail dresses strolled everywhere, chatting carelessly in small groups. Every now and then, one of them would steal a glance in my direction. The appearance of the only man at the celebration clearly hadn't gone unnoticed. After a quick scan of the crowd, I couldn't spot any familiar faces among the guests. Deciding to look around more carefully, I headed towards the buffet tables. Approaching the drink table, I noticed a clear division. On one side, lemonades and juices. On the others, expensive buckets of champagne. Oh wow. Next to the alcohol stood a sign, adults only. Sure, many of the students are already 18, but we're on school grounds. Though, why am I surprised? The Devereaux family has already shown their attitude towards the Academy's rules more than once. Taking a glass of lemonade, I turned around and spotted Annie Harper. She stood at the very edge of the lit area, nearly hidden in the shadows. Annie. The white dress looked cute on her, but it was clearly not her size, too big, probably borrowed. Annie adjusted the slipping straps of her dress, then nervously tugged at her gloves. She was shifting from foot to foot, clearly feeling uncomfortable. For a moment, our eyes met. Noticing that I was looking at her, Annie hastily turned away and walked off, disappearing into the crowd. Great, the only familiar face at this party, and she's trying to get away from me as fast as she can. Taking a sip of lemonade, I began to stroll leisurely among the groups of students, hoping to spot someone else I knew. But my plans were interrupted by a distinct ringing. Somebody was methodically tapping a knife against a crystal glass, drawing the students' attention. Vivian appeared on a small makeshift stage, glass in hand. Oh goodness. Today is not just my birthday, it's a symbolic date, 18 years old, the age of new possibilities. While the birthday girl continued her speech, I secretly observed the audience's reactions. The face in the crowd expressed a wide range of emotions. Some girls looked at Vivian with genuine admiration, others with poorly concealed irritation. I'm grateful to everyone who is sharing this special moment with me. It's nice to see that people appreciate such important events. Behind me, I caught a barely audible whisper. Two girls standing a bit further away clearly assumed that they wouldn't be heard over the general noise. Did you see that? She put a crown on herself. Does she think she's the queen or something? Yeah, the queen of the circus. She's one of the swimmers. They're all weird over there. By the way, did you see their coach today? Her dress, so tacky. They probably picked them on purpose. Oh god, four-eyed nerds and show-offs. You know, I'm not surprised that one of them put a noose around her neck with company like that. The second girl burst out laughing, but the amusement didn't last long. The deliberate, sharp cough came from behind them. Girls, jokes should have limits. The gossips were standing literally a couple meters away from Sam, who had obviously heard their conversation. We didn't mean to. Sorry. We're sorry. The shamed students hurriedly stepped aside, blending in with the other party guests. Sam, meanwhile, remained standing in the same spot, her face absolutely stone cold. On stage, Vivian was approaching the final part of her speech. May this evening be remembered as the beginning of something truly great. The crowd burst into applause. Vivian gracefully bowed, accepting the ovation, then elegantly stepped off the stage. Waiting for the clapping to die down and the music start again, I approached Sam. Did you hear what those two were gossiping about? Every word. Doesn't it bother you? She gave a slight shrug. They're young and stupid. They don't even understand what they're saying. I don't care whether they like my dress or whether they think my girls are pretty or talented. She looked away in the direction where the two gossips had disappeared. A steely edge crept into her voice. But some things are sacred. Evelyn's death is not something to laugh about. It's a terrible tragedy. Sam suddenly perked up as if remembering something important. Damn, I need to run. The cake has gone missing somewhere. A huge pink monstrosity that was supposed to show up half an hour ago. Sam was already about to leave, but paused for a second. Hey, will you be here in an hour? Hard to say exactly. Did you want to discuss something? You could say that. I took a business card out of my pocket and handed it to her. Here's my number. Text me when you're free or give me a call. Deal. The coach walked briskly towards a group of people who were clearly in charge of the event. An interesting woman, far more interesting than she appears at first glance. Most of the guests had gathered around the birthday girl, forming a tight circle of enthusiastic congratulations. But by the drinking table, away from the main crowd, stood a solitary figure. The girl had her back to me, but she was easily recognized by her distinct lilac ponytail. I headed towards her, watching her actions. Sophie picked up a glass of champagne from the table and then practically downed it in one gulp. She set the glass back down with such force that it clinked softly against the tray. I see you're celebrating to the fullest. Sophie turned around. For a second, the startled look of a caught child flashed in her eyes, but then she composed herself. I don't actually drink, but today it's the only way to endure all of this. She waved her hand meaningfully towards the festivities. A party at a time like this, it's just absurd. Evelyn died less than a week ago. Less than a week. And this throwing a party just days after a classmate's death, only someone devoid of empathy could do that. Or someone who isn't mourning the deceased. Sophie nodded, anger flared in her eyes. Vivian is two-faced. I realized that as soon as I transferred to the academy. A pretty picture on the outside, but nothing but rot on the inside. Sophie exhaled loudly and ran her hand over her face as if trying to pull herself together. Sorry for the emotions. It's just, all of this is too much. Don't apologize. You have every right to be angry. Her eyes glistened for a moment and she blinked back quickly, fighting the tears. She turned toward the crowd that had surrounded Vivian in the tight ring. I suppose I should go congratulate Vivian now, while I can still force myself to say something that at least remotely resembles a congratulation. I'm afraid one more glass and I'll tell her everything I really think. Yeah, making a scene right now wouldn't be the best idea, but if you need to vent, I'm always ready to listen. Sophie thought for another moment, then nodded. Squaring her shoulders and taking a deep breath, she headed towards the birthday girl. An expression of grim determination was frozen on her face. I think I should keep an eye on her. Alcohol plus a girl who isn't used to drinking a ton of unspoken anger is alcohol plus a girl who isn't used to drinking plus a ton of unspoken anger, an explosive mix. I watched Sophie go, observing her make her way through the crowd towards Vivian. At the right time, another figure I recognized emerged from the tight ring of guests surrounding the birthday girl. Mickey lingered by the car. This is Auntie. I don't know if you were here or not, but this was the girl that CB was making the comment about. Mickey lingered by the garland-decorated path leading to the lake and began looking around, clearly searching for someone. When she finally spotted me, a shy smile touched her lips, and then she raised her hand in a greeting. Was she looking for me? I raised my hand in return, and Mickey, after a brief hesitation, headed in my direction. I'm so glad you're here, too. We have found the Tess Easter egg, high key. I was in the grade assessment book that Mickey had stolen and put in her closet. The only area that I don't excel at is athletics, where I got a 6, which is pretty on point, except for the fact that in exact sciences, I had a 9, which is very off base considering I can't do math or physics. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna clip it later and I'll show you. I'm glad you're here too. How are you enjoying the party? Amazing. An hour ago, she looked so worried, and now it's as nothing happened. Some people switch gears remarkably fast. Impressive. Are you enjoying it? Oh, it's just incredible. I can't even imagine how Vivian managed to put together such a lavish party so quickly. Every detail has been thought through. Well, that's more the credit than the event planner and the dozen workers who spent all morning setting up the venue. This party is almost as grand as last year's prom. I remember everyone in such beautiful dresses. Everything was so festive, and today is just as good. Look how many girls came. Everyone is so dressed up and everyone looks so amazing. And Vivian herself is simply a model of elegance. It's like she was born for events like these. She talks to people so effortlessly, always knowing what to say. On those last words, Mickey sighed softly and her voice grew a little quieter, almost sad. Not everyone is born a public speaker, Mickey. Everyone has their own strengths. You, for example, are smart, kind, and attentive to people, and there's a warmth in you that many people here lack. Mickey blushed, as usual. She lowered her gaze, smiling shyly. Thank you. We were silent for a few seconds. Mickey nervously touched the frame of her glasses, adjusting them needlessly, and finally said quietly, Mr. Crofton, Mickey began nervously fidgeting with the fabric of her dress, unable to bring herself to continue. I wanted to say that you're... But Mickey never got to finish her sentence. Suddenly, Sam's loud voice rang out across the area. Everyone make way! Clear the path! Cake coming through! I turned around and saw Sam wheeling in a huge pink cake on a cart decorated with numerous candles and elaborate frosting designs. The guests began to part, forming a corridor to the center of the area where Vivian stood. Well then, Devereaux, make a wish. This is cute, but at the same time I'm laughing that Annie has not had a single happy moment the entire time that we've been playing this game. Vivian stepped to the center of the circle that had formed. A light from the many candles on the cake reflected in her green eyes. She straightened up, folding her hands in front of her, and squeezed her eyes shut for a few seconds, making a wish. A deep breath in and out, the flickering flames, flickered from... Annie looks pissed, right? The flames flickered from the stream of air and the candles trembled, but not a single one went out. An awkward silence hung in the air. As guests exchanged glances, unsure of how to react, the smile on Vivian's face became slightly more strained, but she continued to maintain her mask of composure. Try again. Vivian nodded, leaning towards the cake again, this time taking an even deeper breath and blew with twice the force. The candles swayed more vigorously, but the result was the same. Every last one continued to burn a bright, mocking flame. Someone whispered loudly enough for those around her to hear. Maybe it's a sign. Nervous giggling followed. I could see Vivian's face go pale, even though she was desperately trying to maintain her composure. A woman in a black suit pushed through the crowd, the event organizer. She looked alarmed and hurriedly whispered something in Sam's ear. In response, Sam cursed slightly. Something definitely didn't go according to plan. The tension in the air was becoming increasingly palpable. Guests were whispering, stealing glances at both Vivian and the cake. The festive atmosphere was evaporating rapidly, giving way to awkwardness and malicious curiosity. Speak up and defuse the situation. Don't intervene. Speak up and defuse the situation. We need points with Vivian. I just couldn't stand there and watch the situation spiral out of control. Stepping forward, I raised my hand to get everyone's attention. You know, I've only known Vivian for a couple days, but even that was enough to understand something important. The guests turned towards me, surprised by the unexpected intervention of an outsider. With Miss Devereaux's character, nothing and no one can stop her from getting what she wants. Certainly not some stubborn candles. I grabbed the nearest glass of champagne from the table and raised it high in the air. To Vivian, to her 18th birthday, and to never letting small setbacks ruin a celebration. Several guests followed my lead, raising their glasses and repeating the toast. Gradually, others joined in, voices merging into a chorus of support. Vivian looked at me and a flash of gratitude appeared in her gaze, quickly replaced by her usual mask of confidence. Let's not put off the cake. I'm sure everyone's ready for dessert. Taking her words as a cue, the organizer hurriedly approached the cake with a metal garden bucket in her hands. Her movements were fussy and nervous. She was clearly anxious and rushing to fix the situation as quickly as possible. Yeah, they're not a client you want to piss off. She began pulling out the candles one by one, leaving uneven holes in the frosting, wax dripping onto the pink designs, ruining the cake's flawless surface. Each clumsy movement left new marks of destruction on the confectionery masterpiece. Vivian watched the process in silence, her face remaining calm, but I could see her jaw tighten. Sam quickly assessed the situation and approached the woman in black. The woman had finished with the candles and reached for a knife, but her hands were shaking from nerves. Sam intercepted the knife with a single look, made it clear that she would handle the rest herself. With surgical precision, Sam cut a slice and placed it onto a patterned plastic plate and handed it to Vivian. The birthday girl gets the first piece as tradition dictates. Vivian took the plate with a grateful nod. Sam continued cutting, and the guests immediately livened up, lining up for their portion. Everyone's attention shifted from the awkward candle situation to the long-awaited dessert. Yeah, CV, I was like, that slit is, there's gonna need to be some fashion tape involved with how high that thing is. The atmosphere was gradually returning to festive, though a faint trace of awkwardness still lingered in the air. I decided to gallantly let the ladies go first and step away from the crowd gathered around the cake table. Finding myself at some distance, I began to look around and soon enough noticed Vivian. She was standing with her back towards me, leaning her hand against the trunk of a large tree. Always elegant, always holding herself with the perfect posture, Vivian now looked strange. Her shoulders were tense and her back slightly hunched. That's not like Vivian. I headed toward her, trying to move unhurriedly so as to not attract the other guests' attention. As I drew closer, I heard her quiet sobbing. Vivian was pulling at the fabric of her chest, the fabric of her dress on her chest with one hand, as if she couldn't get enough air, while continuing to lean against the tree with the other. At the girl's feet on the grass lay an overturned plastic plate, and beside it the slice of cake that had been handed to her just a minute ago. Vivian, what happened? She flinched in surprise at the sound of my voice. She straightened up and abruptly let go of her dress. She quickly brushed the tears from her face with her fingertips. Everything is wonderful, just a bit tired. Such an eventful evening. I think I'll go up to my room and rest. She was trying to speak confidently, but her voice betrayed her with occasional trembling. Please enjoy the party. As she turned to walk away quickly without waiting for my response, Vivian, wait! But she either didn't hear or chose to ignore me. Her figure was rapidly proceeding, dissolving among the guests. I watched her skirt around groups of girls, keeping her distance, not wanting to talk to anyone. Something is definitely wrong here. Vivian is clearly not the type who could be easily brought to tears. I waited a bit, giving the birthday girl enough time to get ahead, and then cautiously moved in the same direction. Following too obviously would have aroused unhealthy curiosity among the students. I was about to follow her when I noticed something else. Sophie, she was walking unsteadily towards the garden maze. Her movements were uncoordinated. The alcohol had clearly taken full effect. One is upset, the other is drunk. In that state, people are much more candid. The perfect time for a heart-to-heart. The only problem is there are two of them and only one of me. Who do we follow? My phone vibrated in my trouser pocket. I took it out, a message from Sam. I'll be waiting for you in my room in 5 minutes. I was like, she might have exploded on her. Vivian's actually not so stoked about this party as she looks to be. And now we have 3 options on who to follow, and I have no idea who we should pick. There's been 3 places now that I'm wanting to have been able to save it. Wait, is Sam giving us the text? I don't know, dude, this is a hard decision. Yeah, I was like... Like, Sam is still clearly interested in us. But I'm not confident that we can get any more information about the case from her. We haven't talked to Vivian at all outside of that one conversation in her room, so I'm feeling like we should probably pick Vivian. But these are all three people who we have not completely ruled out as murder suspects. Even better. Now I have to choose one out of three. Follow Vivian, follow Sophie, go to Sam. There's gotta be a way to save. -2 with Annie, 2 with Mickey, 1 with Viv, -1 with Sophie. Oopsies. And a 2 with Sam. Okay, so... But that 2 with Sam is gonna go down, definitely, if we choose not to go with her. Oh no! Okay, so we definitely... I don't like that. Ugh. No, okay, so it's fact. Gross. I was really kind of hoping that it was a translation error. A translation error. Literally, why is the bra part of evidence? This is a professional examination. Yes, sure it is, buddy. Right? I was like, why is the bra so important? You were hoping to simper again, but never mind. Yeah, I was like, ugh, icky, gross. And then Evelyn. Okay, now more than ever, I would really like to be able to save. Aha! I found it. I found it. So now we can do all three options. Yeah, now we're able to save scum. Okay, well, I want to follow Vivian, first of all. I quickly typed a reply to Sam. I'm sorry I can't today, we'll talk tomorrow. After sending the message, I headed towards the dorm building. Vivian had already disappeared inside. I hope she went to her room and not some secluded corner. The academy grounds are enormous. If she decided to hide, the search could last until morning. I crossed the lobby with quick steps, ran up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and headed straight for the door with the lion crest. It was slightly ajar. Muffled sobs came from behind the door, stifled as if Vivian was trying to cry silently, but emotions were breaking through anyway. I knocked softly, but there was no answer. The crying continued uninterrupted. I hesitated for a second, but carefully stepped inside. Vivian was sitting on her pink rug by the bed. Her arms rested on the edge of the mattress, and her head lay on her folded arms. Her shoulders shook with sobs. I quietly closed the door behind me and sat down beside her on the floor. I leaned my back against the bed. For several long seconds, we sat in silence. Don't tell me you're crying over the candles. I won't believe it. Vivian didn't answer right away. Her breath was ragged, uneven. Gradually, the sobbing grew quieter and less frequent. A terrible day, just terrible. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Absolutely everything. Every little thing, every detail. And besides, I wasn't supposed to be here on my birthday. I was supposed to... It doesn't matter. Let it be a lesson to me. My expectations are my problem alone, right? Nobody cares what I wanted. Nobody cares how I feel. Do you know how I celebrated my 18th birthday? Vivian slightly turned her head towards me, surprised by the unexpected change of subject. A couple of friends and I went to the woods. We grabbed the cheapest beer we could find, took some old tents. Basically, we decided to have a little camping trip. We hiked with heavy backpacks for about an hour until we found a small clearing by a lake. With a smirk, I tilted my head back and started staring at the ceiling. By evening, we were pretty wasted, and at some point, I just passed out wherever I happened to be. I remember my head touching something soft. Turns out, it was an anthill. Oh no! When I woke up, ants were everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. How disgusting. But a story in the style of, I had it worse doesn't usually help someone feel better. I'm not telling you to show you this that I had it worse. Quite the opposite. It was one of the best birthdays I've ever had. Seriously? Yeah, because what matters isn't how things went, but how you perceive them. You can remember the ants and be angry, or you can remember the friends, the lake, and that feeling of freedom. I understand you probably had completely different plans for this evening, but you can look at it differently. You are, as far as I know, the only student who is allowed to throw a party of this scale within academy walls. Many students dreamed of getting into this party even more than prom. I took a clean handkerchief from the inner pocket of my jacket and offered to her. Maybe it's worth giving the party one more chance? Vivian took the handkerchief but didn't use it. She simply held it in her hands, studying the white fabric. I don't want to go back there, but perhaps this evening can still be saved. She said the last phrase slowly, meaningfully. Vivian didn't take her eyes off me, studying my face with undisguised interest. Lingering for another moment, she finally stood up and walked towards the vanity table. God, I look awful. Glancing in the mirror, Vivian winced. She wiped the handkerchief under her eyes, removing the smudged mascara. I hope you have poor eyesight, Mr. Crofton, or at least a bad memory. I wouldn't want you to remember me like this. Stop it. You look beautiful. Vivian slowly turned to face me, something probing and predatory about her gaze. Oh, yikes. Mr. Crofton, do you find me attractive? I have eyes. It would be only foolish to deny it. Even now, even with tears, she took a step closer, then another. It even adds to your charm. For once I see a real person in front of me without the mask. And yes, just James is fine. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I like where things are going. James. She said my name James, as if she were tasting it. A long pause hung in the air, filled with a strange tension. This dress is suffocating me. The corset is too tight. Could you help me loosen it? She slowly turned her back to me, tossing her long hair over her shoulder with a practiced motion. Her back was revealed before me, adorned with intricate lacing of the corset that hugged her waist tightly. Oh God, indeed. Please. A slippery situation. I could loosen the corset enough for the dress to fall, and then this evening would take an entirely different turn. That's exactly what Vivian is hinting at with her request. Or I could loosen it just slightly, just enough for her to breathe easier and have a real conversation with her. Just a little. That's not even a question. I carefully loosened the upper notch, just enough to relieve the pressure, but not enough for the dress to lose its shape. She's vulnerable, emotionally unstable. This isn't desire, it's a defense mechanism, and taking advantage of it would be wrong. Not to mention she just turned 18. Literally today. That is a child. Better? Vivian slowly turned around. Her face bore a strange expression, a mix of disappointment and confusion. That's it? Vivian, you're upset. Now is not the best time for impulsive decisions. You're right. Sorry, that was foolish. Your decision has affected the relationship. I thought you got off. No, I just went BRB. But you didn't miss a too terribly exciting day. Besides the fact that we fucked up at every possible turn I could have. So, you know, her voice grew quieter. The seductress mask vanished, leaving just a tired girl. I needed to steer the conversation in a different direction, give her a chance to get distracted and compose herself. You said you were supposed to celebrate this day somewhere else entirely. Where, if it's not a secret? Vivian sighed heavily. She slowly settled down beside me, her fingers mechanically smoothing the folds of her dress. The French Riviera. Our family has a small residence there. We were supposed to spend a week there, just the four of us, me, mom, dad, and my younger brother. What went wrong? Priorities changed. A dinner party with father's partners turned out to be more important than his daughter's birthday. My mom called yesterday and promised, as always, that it would work out next time, as if I haven't heard that a dozen times already. A difficult relationship with your parents. Difficult is putting it too mildly. Your mom is a typical socialite. Her world is gossip and discussing fashion shows. My birthday would only interest her if it had the right crowd and paparazzi. And what about your father? It was even more complicated with father. He runs the family holding company, hotel chains, restaurants, and entertainment businesses. He's completely consumed by work. And when he lifts his head from his papers, he looks anywhere but me. I tried to get his attention since childhood. I studied music, painting, and learned language, did everything I was told. I thought that if I were good enough, he would finally notice me. But it didn't help. Vivian fell silent, her gaze drifting into emptiness. It didn't, and I'm almost certain it's all because of the way I look. What do you mean? I'm the spitting image of my mother. Facial features, eyes, hair, all hers. And for father, this appearance became kind of a symbol. I think he looks at me and sees her, beautiful but shallow, and assumes that I'm the same. Although formally I'm one of the candidates to run the company, but it seems he wrote me off a long time ago. And the other candidate is your brother? Yes, Eric. He's 15 and he's exclusively interested in video games. He has absolutely no interest in business, but any misstep of mine, any scandal, any blunder, and everything goes to him. Father seems to just be waiting for that, a reason to cross me off the list. Is it really that serious? My entire life is planned down to the minute, which events to attend, who to associate with, how to behave, whom to marry. I feel like I'm in a cage, a golden one, but still a cage. The slightest mistake and it's game over. The company goes to Eric. Have you tried talking to your father, somehow conveying to him that you're interested in the business? Of course, but I think I only made things worse. Last summer, I spent the entire month of vacation preparing a development plan for one of the company's divisions. I thought the presentation would open his eyes, that he would understand I take the family business seriously, that I deserve his trust. She fell silent, ensuring the quiet, only her uneven breath could be heard.
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you for liking the live! You were having fun being silly. Oh, no. It's totally fine. Also, there's a chance I put up the wrong screen and put the ending screen up instead of the be right back screen, because I've been talking for almost 6 hours straight. So that could have been my bad. I'll go back and check. No, you're totally fine. Also, no worries. I finally figured out how to save, though. You're a silly goose. Same. I'm wanting to finish the game today, but I am also not sure how much longer I can keep talking. Father listened to my presentation for about 2 minutes and then threw the documents in the trash and called me a liar. Wow! Thank you so much. He claimed I had paid his junior assistants to prepare those materials. He didn't even consider for a second that I could have done it myself, that I'm capable of taking an interest in the company, of understanding business. The candor which with Vivian spoke was unusual. Do you truly want to do this? Run the company? Can't you absent? Anyway, what are you doing? Hi, Key. Oh. Vivian seemed to come alive, such bright spark of ignition ignited in her eyes that I finally grasped the true meaning of the expression eyes burning with passion. More than anything in the world, I see so many opportunities, I have dozens of ideas, but father looks right past me. Well, I was sure she was just a spoiled rich girl used to snapping her fingers. If your father can't see your drive, your abilities, then he's simply a fool, and that's his loss, not your shortcoming. She stared at me with eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe what she'd heard. Thank you. Her voice was barely audible, a hoarse whisper full of emotion. She quickly turned away, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Sorry, I need to wash up, pull myself together. Throwing Halo matches? Oh, to keep your score where it needs to be? Do y'all have a match tonight? The bottom pick, though. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Because it's supposed to, like, move with the game, but that's clearly not what's happening. Tourney teams are over. Okay, T. She rose from the bed with an abrupt motion and headed for the bathroom door without looking back. The door closed behind her with a quick click, and I was left alone in a dimly lit room. The sound of a running water came through. Vivian had turned on the faucet. At that moment, something flashed with a faint glow on the bedside table. Vivian's phone was lying face down, but a bright notification was seeping around the edges. Almost reflectively, I reached out and picked up the phone. It turned its screen side up. An Instagram notification glowed on the display, a direct message, but more interesting was the phone in my hands was unlocked. I looked at the closed bathroom door. The sound of running water continued. The information on her phone could provide answers to many questions. Are getting too high. That's so funny. We don't know how long she's going to be in the bathroom, but Detective Me tells me that we need to check the phone's contents because of the fact that we have literally no clues. Take a risk, do it. That's a betrayal of trust. After we just got her to like us. Sorry, Vivian, but the investigation comes first, and I'm willing to take the risk. The home screen was already open before me, standard app icons and a seascape wallpaper. I opened the messaging app, the list of recent chats unfolded on the screen. Happy birthdays. More than 20 unread messages, all birthday congratulations, names that meant nothing to me, standard phrases, emojis. I scrolled through the list looking for something significant, and then I used the search function, typing in the victim's name. Vivian, training has been moved from 4 to 5. The only message would date a year to go, short and formal. Vivian hadn't even replied. Nothing. They barely communicated. I looked at the chat list and kept scrolling, not knowing exactly what I was looking for. Names flashed before my eyes, and then I stumbled upon a familiar name. Miss Rivers. From Monday. I can't get through. I opened the conversation, and what I saw made me freeze. Oh no. Where's Chaos? Probably out, since, you know, I don't usually, I know, gonna get busted. Since I don't usually stream on Sundays. God, I'm so nervous. The first message I saw had been sent by Vivian on Monday afternoon. I can't get through. Where are you? It's urgent. In my room. The police are at the academy. We need to destroy the security footage or they'll find out about us. Right now, Viv. Wookie. I read the next message from Sam slowly, syllable by syllable, as if that could change its meaning. The police are at the academy. We need to destroy the camera footage or they'll find out about us. The music. Yeah. These are text messages from Vivian, from Sam to Vivian, and the first message I saw had been sent by Vivian on Monday afternoon. Can't reach you by phone. Where are you? It's urgent. Vivian's reply was sent almost immediately. In my room. I read the next message from Sam slowly, syllable by syllable, as if that could change its meaning. The police are at the academy. We need to destroy the camera footage or they'll find out about us. Icky gross. 2 minutes later, Sam sent another one. Now, Viv. So Vivian started the fire at Sam's request? And what's this find out about us? Find out about what? I began scrolling up through the conversation looking for backstory. The messages above were more fragmented, more personal. Saturday evening, a message from Vivian. I miss you. When can we see each other? Babe, can't promise anything yet. Veronica buried me in paperwork. Right, of course. Good Lord, they're having an affair. Vivian and Sam are having an affair. I know. I scrolled further. The messages became increasingly intimate. Plans to meet, indie windows, emojis. If they were having secret meetings at the academy, they must have been caught on camera. Is that why Sam asked Vivian to destroy the footage? I returned to the last message. The last one was sent on 1 p.m. on Monday. The fire alarm went off literally 5 minutes after that. My thoughts were cut short by a sudden sound, or rather the absence of one. The water in the bathroom had gone silent. Damn. I hastily closed the conversation, exited the messaging app, and placed the phone back on the nightstand, face down in the exact same position. The screen managed to go dark just a second before the bathroom door handle turned. It took me a few seconds to wipe any emotion from my face. I turned to Vivian, my voice calm and steady. How are you? Vivian walked over to the vanity table without looking at me. She picked up a brush and began slowly untangling her slightly damp strands. Fine. Her voice was even, detached. The mask of the impeccable heiress was back in place. I should go. It's getting late. Vivian nodded without looking away from the mirror. Her movements were mechanical, too focused on simple act of brushing her hair. I headed for the door, but paused at the threshold and turned back. I'll find you tomorrow. For a moment, her hand froze, then continued its motion. All right. Not another word was said. I left the room quietly after closing the door behind me. Put that on the list of things I really was not expecting. Well, anyway, we definitely need to get her fired. That's what I was saying, Wookie. I was like, if Evelyn finds out about them, that is a good motive. The music is placed so well. I walked slowly down the corridor. The events of the previous evening were still spinning in my head. Approaching the door, I saw a familiar silhouette. Nika was standing by my room, leaning her shoulders against the wall. She was holding 2 glasses and a bottle of wine. Thank God. Yeah, I was like, good thing that we all saw that red flag and went, oh, never mind. Looking for me. How is Sam a romance option? Well, did you also see that we had the option to romance Vivian? And what else has been going on with this game? Questionable choices are part of it. Questionable choices are definitely part of the name of the game. Looking for me? Yes, I thought maybe we could have a drink. It's been a crazy day, and I think we could both use some relaxation. Sounds tempting. Nika's face brightened. I opened the door and let her in. By the way, I forgot. I also came on business. The list of cameras that can be restored by tomorrow has arrived. Better to choose which one to restore before we open the wine. Nika handed me the bottle and glasses and then took out her phone and scrolled through the messages. Finding the right one held the screen out to me. Which one will you choose? I was like, hi, Nika! Sunday evening, the teacher's lounge. Okay, no, we know that we don't want that one because that's going to show Mickey pulling out the report. Sunday daytime, dormitory. Sunday evening, school corridors, first floor. Sunday daytime could show us who left first, who left the room first, Sophie or Evelyn. But Sunday evening, school corridors, first floor sounds like the game allows you to be a dirtbag, correct? And but also I can understand that, like, if you were playing this as a high school student, having that, or like high school student or college student, But then also at the same time, this school does allow you to make questionable you know what? At least they're the ones that are romanceable are 18. Not saying it's okay. I'm saying they're 18. The real scumbag here is Sam. I was like, the barely silver line. I was like, not saying you should do it, but at least it's legal. School quarter, first floor. This one. Nika quickly typed a reply and sent it. Great, now we can have a drink. Got a corkscrew? Of course. Nika pulled a small corkscrew from her pocket and handed it to me. Time flies so fast. Good wine, a corkscrew, not long. And not long ago, back in college, I used to open bottles with whatever was at hand. I knew you still had that rebellious spirit in you. I opened the bottle and poured the wine into the glasses. Rebellious? I'm not so sure. You know, I feel like we've become coward with age. What makes you think that? I hand Nika a glass and she took several sips before answering. Before even the thought that some monster could devour us at camp didn't keep me from sleeping. I could go into an abandoned creepy house at night, jump off a waterfall, and now I lie awake at night worrying about what the students' parents will think of me. That's not cowardice, Nika, that's responsibility. Back then we had no fears and no sense of self-preservation. And angry parents can sometimes be scarier than monsters, period. I sat across from her holding my glass. I still don't know how we managed to get out of there in one piece. It was pure luck. Not just luck, we were together. We supported each other. A pause hung in the air, Nika staring into her glass as if gathering her thoughts, and then she suddenly said, I'm sorry, James. What are you apologizing for? The bar is on the floor. Correct. The bar is on the floor. Have you met Min? The bar is on the floor. We're kissing Nika, right? That's my hope. For not answering your letters. There it is, the thing we've both been thinking about all these years but never dared to say. When I got home, the first thing I did was take a sheet of paper and write you a letter on the very first day. I wanted to tell you everything, how much I missed you and how much I wanted to see you again, how she fell silent, taking another sip of wine. But before I could take it to the post office, my father found the letter, and he snatched it from me and started reading right in front of me. It was terribly embarrassing, and when he finished reading, he was furious. He said that if I tried to contact you again, he'd send me to my grandmother's farm. Not to the farm! The One Piece is real! The Nika we find along the way. Y'all are funny. Every time I've said that, though, I keep thinking about One Piece. He said that if I tried to contact you again, he'd send me to my grandmother's farm to feed the pigs and milk cows for the rest of my school years. What on earth did you write in that letter? Wow! Thank you so much for the rose. In that letter, I confessed that I didn't dare confess at camp in person. The air between us seemed to go thicker. I understood what she meant, but I still couldn't make myself believe I was hearing this now. After so many years. The words that I've longed for. You wanted to confess your love to me? Nika nodded without raising her eyes. My father said back then that love is a weakness, that if I wanted to achieve something in my life, follow in his footsteps, works as a special agent, I shouldn't give in to feelings. I watched him sort through the mail every Saturday, how his expression when he found a letter, I couldn't see the address, but I knew those letters were from you. And what did he do with those letters? He burned them in the fireplace right away. So that's why she never wrote back. All these years I thought you'd simply decided to forget everything like a bad dream, erase it from memory. She is shy. Now Kith. It may sound strange, but I remember my time at camp as one of the happiest in my life. Your life must not have turned out so great if that is one of the happiest for you. I tried to give the words a joking tone, but Nika didn't smile. She looked at me very seriously. But you were there. Well, since we're laying our cards out on the table tonight, I should confess that I was always drawn to you as well. Nika raised her eyebrows and a playful gleam appeared in her eyes. Always? And right now, too. And right now, too. Boo boo? Always. And right now, too. The words hung in the air between us. Nika froze. Her hands with the glass stopped halfway to her lips. Really? Really. Now, Kith. The feeling is mutual, James. I stood up and took the glass from her hands and set both on the nightstand. Oh, now they're gonna kith. Turning to Nika, I pulled her in close without a word. The scent of her perfume mixed with the faint aroma of wine enveloped me. I leaned in for a kiss. I leaned in and kissed her confidently without hesitation. All unspoken words, all the longing of the past years poured into that kiss. Nika's hand slid up my chest, wrapped around my neck. Her fingers tangled in with the hair at the back of my head. Oh dear. She began unbuttoning her blouse, but my fingers trembled slightly. Nika covered my hand with hers, helping me with the small buttons. The white blouse slipped off her shoulders. I paused for a moment, admiring the sight. Nika quietly whispered my names. James. Don't look at me like that. I can't help but stare. You're beautiful. She pulled me in for another kiss. In that moment, all doubts vanished. We finally allowed ourselves to be together the way we had dreamed of for years. Time lost all meaning. We lay in each other's arms. Nika settled on my chest, her breathing gradually evening out. That was incredible. We got laid! Time to clap, fellas. She lifted her head, looking at me. A soft smile played on her lips. Better than I imagined. Oh no! If anybody... What a perfect time for an ad break on Twitch. You imagined it? Well, maybe once or twice. We both laughed. You know what I'm thinking about? If you had received my letters and I yours, how would our lives have turned out? I kissed the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her hair. I don't know, but I know for certain that we wouldn't have lost 10 years. But better late than never, right? Wait, so did we get busted? We did not get busted, and we did get laid by the adult woman. James, my man. We did, but in a different way. Yeah, you looked away, and not only did we not get busted, we found out that Vivian, the girl with the pink hair, was being groomed by the swim coach, Sam. And now we're getting to confess our love to our childhood and first loves, and the principal of this school. Persephone, thank you for the lyric and thanks for putting on your sunscreen. For coming to see me as a degenerate. Of course. She nodded and settled back on my shoulder. I pulled the blanket over us, holding her tighter. Tomorrow will be a difficult day, but for right now, that doesn't matter. Nika's breathing evened out. She had fallen asleep. I ran my hand through her hair and closed my eyes. The exhaustion from the long day finally took its toll. The last thing I felt was the warmth of Nika in my arms. Office romance. The line between duty and feelings blurred. Romance with Nika. Yeah! Consciousness returned to me slowly, as if reluctantly surfacing from the depths of sleep. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes were the strands of hair, the color of bright spring grass, scattered across the neighboring pillow. Nika was lying with her back to me, wrapped in a white sheet. Her breathing was steady and deep. She was still asleep. Good, she's still there. The long day. The serenity of the moment was shattered by an electronic signal. What time is it? 7 in the morning. Damn, the students will start waking up in half an hour, and breakfast in the dining room is in an hour. The dining hall is in an hour. She threw off the sheet and got out of bed, beginning to gather the scattered clothes on the floor. I watched as she gracefully bent down for her blouse as she shook out her skirt, checking whether it was too wrinkled. I'd better go right now. If I stay another 20 minutes, the chance of someone seeing me leave your room increases dangerously, and I really don't want to become the main topic of school gossip. Now cuddle. No time for cuddles. She has to run. She quickly got dressed, walked to the mirror, and tried to fix her hair with her hands. Oopsies. Not what I wanted to press. I know, but snuggles. I agree. But alas. I hope I don't look too disheveled. You always look wonderful. Flatterer. Flattery gets you everywhere. Meet me in my office in half an hour. Evelyn's phone should be delivered by then. Round 2, then she can go. Nika nodded but didn't move towards the door. For a few seconds, she just stood there looking at me, and then she impulsively stepped forward, leaned in, and kissed me on the cheek. See you soon, James. Cute. Office sounds like trouble, too. Well, it's not technically an office romance, considering he doesn't really work at the school. He just got brought in as, like, a private eye. She left the door closed softly behind her with a quiet click of the lock. I stayed sitting on the crumpled bed, staring at the closed door. The room still lingered with her scent, a light jasmine aroma with hints of vanilla from her perfume. I wish I could wake up next to her like this every morning, see that green hair on the pillow beside me. Is that even possible? For a second, an alarming thought crossed my mind, sending a chill down my spine. Today I have to name Evelyn's killer, but what if I'm wrong? What if I name the wrong suspect? That would put Nika's position at risk. The board of trustees is just waiting for an excuse to remove her. A failed investigation would give them the perfect pretext to do it. And if she gets fired because of my mistake, I shook my head sharply, driving away the intrusive thoughts. A dull pain began to form in my temple. Stop. To hell with all these doubts. I'm a professional. I have conducted several dozens of investigations, solved cases more complex than this one. Personal feelings shouldn't affect my work. I'll find the killer, and what comes after, well, what happens with us, we'll think about that when the time comes. We must get this right for her. I quickly took a shower, letting the hot water clear my thoughts. Once dressed, I picked up the notebook with case notes from the desk. Time to sum things up. In a few hours, it will all be over, one way or another. I went down the familiar staircase, heading toward Nika's office. The corridors were already buzzing with morning activity. Several students were hurrying to breakfast, talking quietly among themselves. I knocked, and hearing an invitation to come in, opened the door. Nika was sitting at her desk, looking through some documents. When she saw me, she looked up and a warm smile lit up her face. Hello again. I hope you've had some time to miss me. Hee. Of course, half an hour without you is an eternity. She smiled, and in that smile, I caught a glimpse of the girl from camp I had fallen in love with 10 years ago. On the edge of the desk, I noticed a breakfast tray, fresh croissants, fruit, two kinds of cheeses, and a carafe of orange juice. Beside it stood a pot of coffee, giving off a tempting aroma. I ordered breakfast for 2. Here! Thanks, but I'll just have coffee. I'm not really hungry. I poured myself a cup of strong black coffee. The hot liquid burned my throat, but it helped me fully waken and focus. The tech specialist recovered the footage from that camera you asked to check yesterday. He worked overnight. I haven't watched it yet. I decided to wait for you. We'll watch it together. She turned her computer monitor so that we could both see the screen. This footage is from the corridor near my office on Sunday evening. She pressed play. The familiar corridor outside the principal's office appeared on the screen. The time on the recording showed 10:30. Nika fast-forwarded through the recording. For the next half hour, the corridor was empty. Only the soft glow of the lamps reflected off the polished floor. Then at 11:04, Annie appeared in the frame. She was running so fast that she nearly crashed into the wall at the turn, barely keeping her balance. This is the moment when Annie came running to tell me about what had happened. Half a minute later, the door swung open and Nika appeared. Even on the recording, you can see how her face changed when Annie began speaking rapidly, gesticulating. Then both ran out of the frame, heading evidently towards the pool. I already knew that Annie ran to you after she found the body. Well, at least this confirms the timeline of events. Nika closed the video player and turned the monitor back towards herself. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. 3 short, delicate knocks. 1 moment. She got up and walked to the door. I was sitting with my back to the entrance and couldn't see who had come. I only heard Nika quietly thank someone and then close the door. Nika returned to the desk holding a small cardboard box. She handed the box to me. This is for you. Well, for the investigation, rather. It's the phone. My contact in the police managed to get it from the evidence as he promised. I took the box. Inside, wrapped in bubble wrap, lay a smartphone. Next to the phone lay a small piece of paper folded in half. I unfolded it and just 4 digits were written on it so we can unlock the phone. I pressed the power button. The screen came to life requesting a passcode. We put in the passcode and the phone unlocked with a quiet click, granting access. Nika walked around the desk and stood behind my chair. Her hand rested on the backrest and I could feel the tension in her every movement. The phone's home screen looked almost sterile. No chaotically scattered icons. All the apps were neatly sorted into folders. What should I check? Photos, notes, browser history, messages. Notes? Do we get to check all of it? books by the school year. The Notes app opened instantly, then there were only 2 entries. Interesting book choices, because those are all murder mysteries. The first note was simply titled Books. I opened it and saw a reading list where finished works were marked with a check mark emoji. Evelyn clearly loved detective stories, several Agatha Christie novels, Conan Doyle, modern thrillers. The only thing diluting the crime fiction collection were a few plays by Chekhov and Orwell, either part of the school curriculum or personal interest. Not the most typical reading list for a young girl. Bye for the school year. Standard list of things for boarding school, things to bring from home. Books, studies, nothing personal. It seems Evelyn was the kind of girl mothers hold as an example to their daughters. What should I check next? Browser. Let's check photos. Okay. Mainly just pictures of studies and her roomie. I'm gonna be very sad if we have nothing on this phone. Oh, sorry, friends. I tapped the gallery icon. The phone held about 100 photos, most of them shots of lecture notes, textbook pages, and flowers from the school garden. Among the study materials and botanical snapshots, a small series of summer photographs stood out. I opened the first ones. The photo showed Sophie. She was sitting on a white wicker furniture and some veranda, a light blue dress, and a glass of juice with a straw in her hand. A pensive gaze directed somewhere into the distance. The photo had been taken discreetly. Sophie clearly wasn't posing, and the next few photos were selfies of Sophie and Evelyn together. Sophie was smiling broadly, pressing her cheek against her friend. Evelyn looked more reserved, but barely noticeable smile played at the corners of her lips. Evelyn clearly wasn't one for taking photos. Almost all the pictures are study materials or nature. Nothing useful for the investigation here. I closed the gallery. What should I check? Browser history. Cute. The browser loaded, showing the recently visited pages. I opened the full history and began scrolling through it. More people who demoed the game. Look at all those people. Most of the search queries were about streamers. Apparently, Evelyn watched them in the background while studying. Cute. What should I check? Messages. I opened the messenger. The contact list was short, fewer than 20 people, parents, a few teachers, classmates. At the top was a conversation with Sophie. Where have you been? The last message was dated Sunday at 10:50. Sophie, where did you disappear to? By the time the message was sent, Evelyn was already dead. I scrolled up through the conversation. The girls had been actively chatting, especially during the summer. They discussed meeting times, which train Sophie would take, ordinary friend talk. I exited the conversation with Sophie and opened the next chat. A single message appeared on the screen. Annie, if you tell anyone, I will kill you. That's not a good look for Annie. If you sent on Friday at 5:13 p.m. The silence in the office became deafening. I slowly looked up at Nika. Her face had gone white as chalk and she was staring at the phone screen. With shock written on her eyes. My God, this is a direct death threat 2 days before Evelyn's death. Yeah, I was like, that's not good. Obviously something happened on Friday, something Annie desperately wanted to keep hidden. Nika stopped at the desk and picked up the phone. Friday, 5:13. She abruptly turned the desk and began pulling out drawers one after the other. From the bottom, she retrieved one thick folder with schedules. Here it is, the girl's schedule. Thank you so much for liking live. So on Friday from 4 to 4:45, Evelyn had swim practice and Annie's training ended at 3:45. The conflict probably happened at the pool or in the locker room. We need to talk to Annie about this. Nika sank heavily into her chair and rubbed her temples. Annie is with the psychologist right now. The board of trustees insisted on it, but if needed, I can ask them to take a break. No need, I'll talk to her later. Maybe the session with the psychologist will do her good and she'll be more talkative. Whoops. I hope so. They'll finish in an hour, so we should have time. Nika's gaze darted to the wall clock. She nervously bit her lip, and her fingers began drumming on the edge of the desk. Maybe Sam saw something on Friday, although she would have said something if she noticed anything strange, and I'm afraid she won't be much help today. Why? Nika winced as if recalling something extremely unpleasant. She clearly had too much to drink at the party yesterday. Maybe out of concern that the students would get drunk, she decided to take one for the team. Or... This morning, she sent a message saying she's feeling unwell. At least she doesn't have any classes scheduled today. Not very professional for a teacher or at an elite academy. That's putting it mildly. I have to give her a reprimand and issue a fine. Maybe a financial penalty will work better than talking. Nika glanced at the clock and frowned. The Board of Trustees will be here in 3 hours. I need to prepare a full report for them. You'll have to present my findings to them yourself. This isn't an official investigation, and I can't show my face. Nika nodded understandingly. I suggest we meet here in 2 hours. That will give me time to check a few things, and I can give you the most complete picture possible. And I'll slip away before the board arrives. Yes, that would be best. What's your plan? What are you gonna do? There's not much time left. I can't do everything, so I'll have to prioritize. Go and check on Sam or examine the locker room again. I don't know. If we go and check on Sam and Sam's not there, that's gonna give us more to do, potentially. But we already know. But if we examine the locker room again, will we be able to find anything different, you think? Sam might be in the middle of more flockery. That's what I'm like. But if it... We already know that Sam has committed one crime. What are the chances that Sam committed two? Right? She could truly just be hungover. Hold on. Saving. I wish I would have been figured out how to do that earlier, but I'm dumb. Go check on Sam. I'll examine the crime scene once more. Buddha said if you reach a dead end, go back to the beginning. The dead end? Don't scare me, James. Well, it's metaphorically speaking. I already have a theory, but I want to fill in all the details. Nika looked at me with a slight squint, but said nothing. Then I'll see you in 2 hours. Roger that. Because we haven't examined the locker room since we knew it was a murder and not just a suicide. I got up from the chair and headed for the door. Already grasping the handle, I looked back. Nika sat at the desk, staring at Evelyn's phone, which still lay in front of her. Everything will be fine. I lie. I hope so. I left the office, pulling the door firmly shut behind me. Passing through the hall, I headed toward the pool. I really gotta remember to drink more water when I'm doing long stints like this. I was greeted by the already familiar enormous room with a high ceiling. I slowly walked around the perimeter of the pool. The smell of chlorine seemed especially sharp today. I looked into the equipment containers, kickboards, pull, buoys, fins. Everything was neatly arranged in its place. I checked the benches along the wall, empty, examined the floor near the pool's edge, no forgotten belongings. My gaze lingered at the Academy record boards on the wall. Evelyn's Frost name appeared in 3 categories. Next to it, Annie Harper's, trailing by a few seconds. There was nothing more to see in the pool itself. I turned away from the board and approached the coach's office door. Pulled the handle. Locked. Only the locker room remained. Methinks we probably could have picked the lock, but maybe we don't want to do that. Who knows? I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The locker room looked the exact same as on the first day. Search all areas. Okay, so... on the side wall of the corner locker, the training schedule is still hanging, the same laminated sheet I had seen on the first day. After the tragedy, no one bothered to update the schedule. This will help me check the details once more. I stepped closer, carefully studying the entries. The timesheet listed all of the last week's training sessions, names, times, notes in different colors. It's interesting that they only have group training twice a week. The same schedule I've already seen. I'm really hoping that this isn't gonna be a waste of my time. I tilted my head back, examining the pipe beneath the ceiling. On part of the metal, barely visible scuff marks were noticeable. Traces of rope friction, the surface in the spot that had been polished to a shine. Surface in that spot had been polished to a shine. I need to take a closer look. I pulled a bench over and stood on it. Even from this height, I had to stretch my arm up to reach the pipe. Wait, this is important. Even standing on the bench, I, a grown man, have to reach and throw a rope over, then lift and secure the body. Oh my god, it was Sam. I got off the bench and stepped back a few paces. Simple physics. To throw a rope over the pipe, then lift a body and secure the knot, you need not only strength but height. At least 5'3", preferably taller. Annie Harper, no matter how much she wanted to physically, couldn't have done this alone. Even with a stepladder, lift and hold a dead body, impossible for somebody of her build. I walked up to locker number 17. The door was slightly ajar, just like on the first day. Everything inside remained untouched. Neatly folded towel, blue flip-flops on the lower shelf. I carefully unfolded the towel, examining every inch of the fabric. No bloodstains or other traces. An ordinary bath towel, soft, clearly not new but well kept. Then the flip-flops held no secrets either. I turned them over and looked inside. Empty. Size 37. Just in case, I checked the neighboring lockers. Most of them were locked. Then a few I managed to open were either empty or contained the usual set, towels, shampoo bottles. In locker number 23, I found a biology textbook and an empty glasses case. Judging by the case, these are Mickey's things, and she forgot her textbook again. A remarkable combination for a brilliant intellect and absent-minded. I flipped through the textbook. No notes, no strange markings. I carefully put it back. I looked around the locker room once more, an ordinary room like thousands in schools and gyms across the world. Good thing I decided to come back. Sometimes you only notice important details on the second look. I glanced at my watch. There wasn't much time before my meeting with Nika. I needed to move forward. I didn't get to talk to Sophie yesterday, but today a conversation is necessary. I've accumulated too many questions. I stopped outside room 65 and knocked. It's James Crofton. Silence fell behind the door. Then I heard slow footsteps. A lock clicked and the door opened halfway. Sophie stood in the doorway. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes held the polite distance of someone unwilling to talk. Mr. Crofton, has something happened? I'd like to talk to you. May I come in? Sophie hesitated for a moment and then stepped aside, a polite gesture, but cool. She didn't invite me in with words, just left the passage clear. We haven't gotten close enough for a heart-to-heart conversation. I have two options, either press her hard or try to get her talking about neutral topics. Press her. During the investigation, I came across a name that keeps bothering me. Does the name Lucine Milton mean anything to you? Sophie went rigid. She was silent. Too long. Far too long for someone who had heard an unfamiliar name. Prairie, thank you so much for coming in and putting on your sunscreen. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. What have you been up to? Lucine is you yourself. Your second personality. Your twin sister. You yourself. Lucine, that's you. Your real name. Sophie looked at me strangely, her eyes widening in surprise. For a few seconds, she went silent, as if unsure how to respond to such a suggestion. No, that's quite a strange theory you have. Your decision has affected the relationship, and probably not in a good one. I don't know how you found out about her, but Lucine Milton is my sister, my twin sister. Damn, I got that wrong. How didn't I figure it out right away? That's why when Nika checked the gate records from that Sunday evening, she found inconsistencies. Oh, that makes sense. Otherwise, just chilling. Hell yeah. Yeah, Sunday stream. Long Sunday stream. We've been playing this Otome game, but I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I'm making up today for the long stream, so that way I can get some work done tomorrow. But I'm glad that you have been able to chill aside from working today. We're very close to the end of this game and hopefully unraveling some mysteries. Fingies crossed. That's why Nika checked the gate records from Sunday evening. She found inconsistencies. Perhaps I got some details wrong, but I am right about the main thing. She was here on Sunday evening. Sophie's gaze darted around. I don't understand what you're talking about. More lies. Sophie, listen. Sophie cut me off before I could finish. Excuse me, I have a headache, probably from all this stress. She rubbed her temples, clearly signaling that the conversation was over. I need to rest. She walked to the door and opened it. A polite but unmistakable hint. Of course, I understand. By the way, I'm leaving today. I see. An awkward silence fell. Sophie looked past me and then added, Safe travels, Mr. Crofton. Her voice sounded polite but distant. No regret about my departure, just formal courtesy. Naughty had been a slam, just a careful shut. The restraint held more coldness than a violent argument could. I glanced at my watch. Time was running out and the questions still piling up. I decided to check on Annie Harper. That threatening text message had been nagging at me. Perhaps her session with the psychologist was already over and I could talk to her. I headed to room 63, knocked. Silence. I waited for a few seconds and then knocked again, a little louder. No answer. I pulled the handle. Locked. Apparently Annie hasn't come back yet. Well, I'll have to pay a visit to her classmate. I walked down the corridor to the room with the lion and crown crest on the door. I had just raised my hand to knock when the door suddenly swung open. Vivian appeared in the doorway. The girl looked tired, nothing like she had at yesterday's reception. Faint shadows had settled under her eyes. Good morning, Vivian. Off somewhere in a hurry? Mr. Crofton, what an unexpected encounter. Actually, you're right. I'm in a hurry. I need to sign some documents. The workers are taking away the decorations from yesterday's reception, and the foreman is waiting for my signature on the waybills. Perfect. Let's walk down together. The signatures won't take long, and afterwards we can take a little walk. Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes. Let's go. We stepped outside in the courtyard and I saw a genuine anthill of activity. Workers were dismantling yesterday's decorations, rolling up garlands, folding tables, taking apart temporary stage. The foreman, a stocky man with a clipboard, spotted Vivian and hurried over to us. The man explained something quickly, showing her the documents, and Vivian carefully reviewed the papers, occasionally asking brief questions. Finally, Vivian took the pen and placed several signatures where needed. Well, that's done. You wanted to take a walk, Mr. Crofton. How about we go to the garden? It's quieter there. We can talk without prying ears. Fresh air wouldn't hurt. After last night, my head is still a bit heavy. Vivian stopped before the garden gates. Several students were still strolling through the garden, enjoying the break between classes. Sneaking a glance at my watch, I saw there were about 5 minutes left before the break ended. Better to wait until everyone heads to class. The conversation ahead is a serious one. How are you feeling today? It was hard to organize a proper reception on such a short notice, but I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. By the way, Mr. Crofton, I haven't asked your opinion yet. How did you find last night? I was impressed. You did a great job. I would have preferred something more modest. I'm impressed you did a great job. You know, I've attended social events before, but I've never seen such attention to detail. I still can't imagine how you managed to organize all of this in just a few hours. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Vivian's eyes. She straightened her shoulders slightly. Compliments were clearly the currency she valued. Magic, yeah, I want to get through the game. That's why I'm still alive. I honestly normally wouldn't be. I would have split this into 2 days, but since I am not going live tomorrow, I wanted to. She's narrator extraordinaire today, yeah. I'm gonna have a very pleasant day of not talking tomorrow until 6 p.m. It's nice to hear that effort wasn't in vain. The path was rapidly emptying. The students were hurrying off into their classes. Let's go into the garden. Mr. Crofton, I have a French lesson starting, and my teacher is extremely particular about punctuality. Your dedications to your studies is commendable, Vivian, but I'm afraid our conversation is more important than any lesson. I'll personally explain the reasons for your absence to Miss Preston. Well, I suppose I have no choice, and I've gained more nicknames. Yes. We all gained more nicknames. We entered the garden. Vivian walked beside me, but kept an arm's length. She headed toward the rotund gazebo in the depths of the garden. She stopped by the columns, gazing at the dome. You know, it really is beautiful here. It's a shame I rarely get a chance to come out here. Studies take up practically all of my time, and in the spare moments, there are more important things to do. She spoke in measured tones, filling the pauses with small talk, but I had no time for games. Vivian, I need to tell you something important. Evelyn didn't kill herself. She was murdered. For a few seconds, Vivian stood motionless and then slowly turned to face me. I'm sorry for being so blunt, without any preamble or preparation, but I simply have no time left for delicacies. Today I must name the killer, and I need any information that will help establish the truth. That's a serious claim, Mr. Crofton. What's it based on? On a forensic examiner's report. Vivian stepped away from the gazebo and slowly walked along the path, clearly processing what she heard. Her heels tapped steadily on the stone slabs. And you think I can help you with something, or do you suspect me? She's no fool, went straight to the point. Now I need to decide, what tactic should I choose? Try to win her trust, appeal to her feelings, or press her with facts and suspiciousness? I looked at Vivian. She stood tense but not distant. Over these days, we had managed to find common ground. I think she trusts me at least enough to hear me out. Pressuring her would mean destroying the fragile bridge between us. Hollow Knight DLC looking crazy, right? Hi Nick, how are you? We're doing well tonight. We are very close to the ending of this game, and I am a little nervous that I am about to name the wrong killer, but I'm glad that you are doing well. Also, how are you doing, Cockerel? I hope you're doing well. Things are getting easy in this game. So we're about to have to make a really tough choice here too. Vivian moved closer just a little, but it was enough. She wasn't running, she wasn't shutting down, she was waiting. I approached the girl and gently took her hand. She flinched in surprise, but didn't turn away. Viv, please, I'm sure you haven't told me everything, but I'm asking, do it now. I need the truth. Well, just yes, I know, but if we get it wrong, then the love of our life, who we've been waiting 10 years for, is going to get in serious trouble and maybe lose her job. So, you know, we got things riding on us being right. Vivian lowered her gaze to our clasped hands. For several long seconds, she was silent, clearly struggling with herself. Whatever it is, I'll understand and I'll help if I can. A few more agonizing seconds of silence, then Vivian looked up with me, tears glistening in the corner of her eyes, which she was fighting with all her might to hold back. Have we not grown close enough over these days, or is the secret so serious that she can't bring herself to tell me? But then Vivian spoke. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. Promise me you'll be on my side when you learn the truth. I promise. That's bold. Don't make the wrong decision, then good luck. GG's, thank you. Oh my god, is that the lizard working? Oh my god, that's hilarious. She took a deep breath like a diver before a plunge. Do you remember the fire in the server room on Monday? The one that destroyed the camera recordings? Of course I remember. It's only caused all the problems that we have with this mystery. It was me. I started the fire. But why? What wasn't I supposed to see on those recordings? Meetings of a romantic nature? Meetings? Vivian stepped back a few paces, wrapping her arms around herself. When she spoke again, her voice sounded hollow, detached. There's a person at the academy whom I had a close relationship with. I already know who she's talking about, Sam Rivers, her swim coach. But I won't mention that I read their messages. Vivian continued as if justifying herself before an invisible judge. She understood me. She's the only person I truly felt comfortable with within the walls of this damn academy. That is because she was grooming you. But if the principal or the police found out, and the worst part, my parents, my reputation, my life, everything will be destroyed, and she would definitely be fired. Maybe even she bit her lip sharply, realizing she had said too much. And I understand correctly, you set the fire in the server room so that way no one would accidentally see your dates with Sam Rivers on the recording. That's what I'm like. They must have broken up last night. And they were both hitting on us pretty hard, so they clearly were under a lot of stress. Vivian nodded, unable to say it aloud. I sank heavily on the stone bench, tilted my head back, and exhaled. Do you even realize how that fire threw everything off? I don't judge you or your choice of partner, we should. Though I do have questions about Sam. I paused, thinking over what I had heard, and then suddenly it hit me. Wait, I still don't understand why you had to start the fires. I was only interested in the recordings from Sunday evening at the pool, not. And then it dawned on me. I sharply shifted my gaze to the pale-faced Vivian. You were with Sam that Sunday on the evening Avalyn died. That's right. Smooshy! Wow! Thank you so much for the heart, me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Avalyn caught you then, didn't she, at the pool? Vivian said nothing, but her silence was more eloquent than any words. Tell me how it all happened. Vivian leaned against the rotund column, seeking support. We usually met in Sam's coaching room. No one is ever at the pool in the evenings, especially on weekends. What time did you meet Sam on Sunday? Around 9 in the evening. Avalyn walked in suddenly and caught us in a rather compromising state. What happened next? She just stood there in silence staring at us, and I, out of shock, started yelling at her, asking what the hell she was doing there. Why didn't she knock? Stupid, I know. But Sam calmed me down. She said that we should talk to Evelyn herself and asked me to leave. And you left? Yes, I was in shock and a panic. I ran out of there as fast as I could. And then I had this crazy theory. What if Sam was also having an affair with Evelyn and she, seeing us together out of jealousy, decided to... But the examination showed that Evelyn didn't do it herself, and the last person who was with her, according to your words, was Sam. Dun dun dun. Anyway, Swishy, how's your Sunday? We're in the peak of our murder investigation. No, I know Sam. On the outside, she seems rough and cynical, but deep down, she's very vulnerable. She would never hurt anyone. Maybe someone saw her leaving the pool and decided to frame her. Have you thought about that? Realizing that Vivian was on edge, I decided to lower the tension a bit. That's also possible. Let's sit down and discuss everything calmly. I gestured toward the bench. Vivian reluctantly sat down, and I settled in beside her. To confirm your version and prove your innocence, yours and Sam's, I need an alibi, something concrete. After the pool, I left the academic wing and went straight to the dormitories, to my room. I must have been caught on the cameras. But the problem is that you yourself destroyed nearly all the recordings, and at that moment, among the recovered footage, there's nothing that would confirm your words. Right, Dagger? Vivian grabbed my arm, desperation written in her eyes. But I told you the truth. You promised you'd help. She paused, then added more quietly. In the relationship with Sam, it's in the past. I understood it wouldn't lead anywhere. It was just a temporary comfort. You don't have to justify yourself to me, and right now it's more important to focus on the case. Is that everything that happened that evening? That's everything. But how and why did they break up? I was completely honest, and I hope I won't regret it. Don't worry, and know this, I truly appreciate it. I have to go. Is this the last time we'll see each other? Within the academy walls? Yes. And beyond them? It would be hard to hide from you, Miss Devereaux. True, but geez. Do you have a notepad and pen? Always on me. I pulled a pen and notepad from my inner pocket and opened it to a blank page and handed it to her. Vivian quickly wrote down something and handed it back. On the page was a phone number. My personal number. I don't like being pushy or texting first, but I'll be very disappointed if you don't write. Well, I wouldn't dare keep you any longer. I'll take the day off and go for a walk. After this news, I need some time to recover. Until we meet again, Vivian. She gave a light parting smile and headed towards the lake where the work crew was busy. There wasn't much time left before my meeting with Nika, but I still had one more important thing to do, talk with Annie Harper. That threatening message wouldn't leave me alone. I hope her session with the psychologist was already over and I'd be able to talk to her. As I approached room number 63, the door was slightly ajar and muffled sounds of music could be heard from inside. I knocked out of courtesy, no reaction. I knocked louder, same result. Well, she had headphones in, so, you know, I pushed the door open and peeked inside. Annie was sitting on the bed, cross-legged. Her head was tilted back, the back of her head touching the wall. Eyes closed. Earphone wires trailed from her phone. I came closer, but Annie didn't stir. She's completely immersed in the music. Annie! I tried coughing loudly. No use. I had touched her arm. What the hell? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Didn't anyone teach you to knock? You could give someone a heart attack, damn it. She threw the earphones onto the bed. And how long have you been spying here? I knocked, the door was ajar. I didn't want to scare you. Well, you failed at that. I grabbed a chair and placed it across from the bed, with the back facing Annie and straddling it, resting my arms on the backrest. Ask what Annie is listening to. Wow! What are you listening to? Thank you. Annie shifted on the bed, lowering her bare feet to the floor. Different stuff, Slipknot, Rammstein, Metallica, Systems of a Down. Sometimes good metal, basically. May I? I nodded at the headphones. Annie shrugged. I took one earphone and put it in my ear and pressed play on her phone. The harsh German voice burst into your ears, counting to 10 against the backdrop of industrial guitars. Sone. I don't know. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Excellent choice. One of their best tracks and albums, though. I'd still put something in first place. Wait, what? You know them? Know them? I've been listening to them since I was 7. No way. That can't be. I figured you were the type to listen to, I don't know, Chopin or Taylor Swift. She has good music taste, at least. Tiny little girl filled with rage. Taylor Swift, that's insulting. I've been to a Rammstein concert 3 times, twice in Berlin and once in Moscow. You've seen their show live with the flamethrowers and everything? You bet. And the last concert, I was standing so close to the stage that I could feel the heat from the pyrotechnics. Annie was looking at me with such admiration as if I was talking about a trip to the moon. I glanced around her room. The walls were covered with horror movie posters. You clearly had the wrong image of me. Horrors and thrillers, by the way, I'm a fan of those too. Really, and what have you watched? Quite a lot, actually. All right, then here's a trick question. What's your favorite horror movie? Probably Silence of the Lamb. I rewatch it every year, and every time I find new details. Boring. It's not even scary. There's barely any blood in it. But what psychological depth? What acting? I mimicked Lecter's famous hissing sound, and Annie snorted with laughter. Annie squinted, but no longer hostile, more like intrigued. Maybe you like that movie so much because you also dream of catching a maniac, or maybe the opposite, befriending one. Befriending one, doubtful, but catching a real criminal, yes, I want to do that, and I hope to do it soon. The watch on my wrist vibrated a reminder, half an hour left before my meeting with Nika. I'd love to continue this discussion about music and movies. It's rare to meet someone with similar tastes, but unfortunately there's just no time. And I'll have to return to less pleasant topics. I need you to talk about Avelin's murder. The atmosphere changed instantly, the lightness vanished, and the musical interlude was over. Annie tensed up again, hunching her shoulders. Talk about what? Annie has a solid alibi. Her height would have physically made it impossible to hang Avalon, but the question remains, I'm especially concerned about the threatening message. Remember when we met on the first day and you said you hadn't been in contact with Evelyn? So what? You lied to me. Annie tensed up but said nothing. Today I got a hold of Evelyn's phone and I decided to take a look through her messages to understand who she'd been talking to and about what recently. And I came across a very interesting messages. If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. Your words, Annie. Annie gripped the bed sheets, her jaw tightened, muscles tensing on her cheekbones. What happened between you two that evening? Why did you threaten her? Nobody threatened her. Well, it's a figure of speech. Annie, let's be frank. I'm leaving the academy today. If I don't provide clear answers, the police will be back here tomorrow morning. And the investigation will be led by Inspector Hardman, who didn't exactly take a liking to you. Do you know what he'll do with your figure of speech? He'll present that in court as a direct death threat because it's easier to close the case that way. I leaned forward, trying to catch her gaze. And right now you're talking to me. I'm a private detective. I can choose what to include in the report and what not to. But if the case goes to Hardman, he'll turn your entire life upside down. He'll drag every bit of dirty laundry he finds into the public eye. Every argument, every harsh word, it'll all surface. And then the message with the death threat will become the main piece of evidence against you. Annie stared at her knees. The silence dragged on. I don't have time to wait for her to start talking. I'll have to take a risk and voice my hypothesis. I have a theory about what you and Avalon had a falling out because of the bruises that Avalon noticed. You had a falling out because Avalon saw something she wasn't supposed to. The bruises on your arms and back. I noticed them when you fell off the chair in the coach's office. Judging by the color, they're less than a week old, maybe 5 or 6 days. I just fell. I've seen enough bruises to tell whether they're from falling or not. In your case, those marks on your arms are from fingers. Someone held you tightly, very tightly. Annie curled up, putting her knees to her chest. Avalon noticed them too, right? On Friday in the locker room, your training sessions overlapped. Hers was ending and yours was starting. How do you... The schedule is posted in the locker room. Annie began rocking barely noticeably back and forth. It was like a game of hot and cold. The more she tensed up, the closer I was getting to the truth. When you were changing, Avalon saw the bruises. From what I've been told about Miss Frost, she was far from a foolish girl, and I'm sure she figured out the nature of those marks. Those bruises. By their placement, it looks like somebody grabbed you and pinned you against a wall or held you down by force. Annie began to tremble. I had hit the mark. Annie abruptly jumped off the bed, clenching her fists. Enough. I'm sick of your interrogations. Annie, I'm just trying to... I know what you're trying to do. Bruises, you say? You're seeing things. Tomorrow there won't be a trace of them, and who will believe you? And the message sent to Avalon, did I imagine that too? Annie's face went crimson with rage. That's none of your business. I want to help. Help? Me? She laughed bitterly, angrily. You don't give a damn about me. You only want to help yourself. Get praise from the principal, suck up, and show what a great detective you are. You know what? I'd rather talk to Hardman. At least he's an honest bastard, not a hypocrite in an expensive suit. She walked to the door and flung it open. Get out. And if you want to accuse me, go ahead, but spare me your fake sympathies. Right, Auntie? Think about what I said. You still have time. Time's up. Out. She pointed to the door, her eyes blazing with fury. Arguing was useless. I stepped out into the corridor. The door slammed shut so hard the wall shook. Well, Annie didn't share the details, but her reaction speaks for itself. I was right. The cause of the fight was the bruises that Avalon noticed. Apparently, she wanted to confront Annie's abuser to protect her. Too bad I couldn't find out who that abuser is. I have a pretty good idea. You read stories like these, right? My phone vibrated in my pocket. The screen lit up with a message from Andy. Send over the information you requested yesterday. Check your email. Better look at it in the room. Ugh. Settling into the chair, I took my laptop out of my bag and pressed the power button. One unread email was waiting for me. A double click of the mouse and the detailed message unfolded before me. And you're gonna lose your mind over this. I think I already knows who is behind the murder at your academy. Yesterday you asked me to dig up more on a certain Lucine Milton. Well, I dug, and it's gonna blow your mind. I won't retell everything I found, just read the article and you'll understand everything yourself. Below was a blue hyperlink. I hovered my cursor over it. The link led to some news. I clicked on it and waited a few seconds while the page loaded. A local newspaper news portal appeared on the screen. The headline of the article jumped out in large black type. School dispute nearly turns tragic. Below the headline in small print was a date. The article was 2 years old. It began to read, on October 12th, a shocking incident occurred at Wellbridge Hall School during the lunch break. One student stabbed a fellow pupil with a knife. According to sources, a student named Lucine Milton brought a kitchen knife from the canteen and attacked one of the other students directly in the hallway during a lunch break. The victim sustained injuries to her arm and shoulder. Her life is not in danger. Student staff intervened immediately and called the police and an ambulance. Lucine had been detained and referred for an urgent psychological evaluation. According to teachers and classmates, Lucine had always seemed withdrawn and antisocial. She avoided contact with her classmates and took no part in school life and communicated only with her sister. The school has tightened its security measures and declined to comment. The educational process has been temporarily suspended. At the end of the article, there was a small photograph. I clicked on the image to expand it to full screen. I did find the Easter egg about myself. I'm gonna clip it and put it on stuff later, so... But yes, I did. It was very cute. Yeah, CB, I don't know about strong, but still going. I really want to finish this. Bit, exactly. The photo showed Sophie Williams, but not the Sophie I knew. Her face twisted with fury, blood visible on her hands and clothes. 2 police officers were escorting her out of the school building. Is this really her? The same girl who told me those heartfelt stories about Avalyn, who cried on my shoulder? I took a sip of water from the glass on the desk and went back to reading the letter. I dug further and found out that Lucine was declared unfit to stand trial and committed to a psychiatric facility. She spent 6 months there, after which her parents took her home, and that's where Lucine's trail goes cold. The Miltons simply vanished into thin air. No record of relocation, change of address, new documents, nothing. James, if I were you, I'd already be on the phone with the police and getting as far away from that academy as possible. That girl is clearly not right in the head. Struggle bus, and it is, period. It's my favorite stream yet. Good, I'm glad. I love these games, but boy... Oh, I'm tired. And my throat hurts. And if she's capable of putting a knife in a classmate, what's to stop her from doing the same to you? If this is true, then everything I thought I knew about Sophie goes out the window. Could I really have misjudged her so completely? No, that's Sophie's twin sister. We know that. Right? We were just chopping it up with everyone, so it's fun. It is fun to hydrate before I hydrate. You're right. You're right. And you guys don't forget to hydrate before you hydrate too. But CB, I hope your night has been going well. I saw that Tiff, Shadow, and Beth were on, and so I hope they've been having a good stream. I have them tapped up. I don't know who else has been on tonight. I'm gonna end up putting in close to 8 hours for this goddamn. You just drank a whole bottle of yourself. Good.
Now I'm all fired up.
Thank you for liking the live. Cheese and crackers. I'm gonna be wrong. I'm gonna guess wrong. I closed the laptop and checked the time. It was time to go report to Nika. I stood before the office door, standing at the nameplate Veronica Preston, director. 3 days ago, I crossed this threshold for the first time, not yet knowing what I was getting into, and today I had to name the killer. I allowed myself just a few seconds to collect my thoughts. The door was ajar. I knocked. Come in, James. You've been making your rounds. Everyone seems to be having a good stream today. God, I'm so glad about that. I left earlier. The entire VOD will be available on YouTube if you are interested, and I'm going to most likely cut it together to make a Let's Play. But we'll see. We'll see. You'll go like it. Thank you. And CB, I hope that your rounds have been fun and that you've gotten to enjoy your popping into everybody's stream. Nika was standing by the window with her back to me. She turned around at the sound of my footsteps. Hello, did you manage to finish everything? I walked over to the chair across from her desk and sat down. I tried to make the most of the time that I had. Wait, what game? This game? The full... I want to make like a Let's Play of this one. Which game did you say was next? Oh, yeah, no, I want to make a Let's Play. Like, I want to cut this to be a Let's Play and, like, take out all of the, like, pauses and just, like, actually, like, make a video of it, not just have the live of it. But I digress. But I do... We have Bewitching Sinners to finish, and then I have a couple more Atomic Games Light Up. Make several videos out of this. I want to do like an Atome dating series where I do like Let's Play of that. Since I enjoy doing those on my days off. Big brain. Big brain indeed. I tried to make the most of the time that I had. Well then, shall we get down to business? Nika nodded, a short, nervous gesture. She sank down onto the director's chairs and fixed me with a stare, as if trying to read the answer before I spoke it. It feels like all I've been doing these past few days is waiting on your answer, but now the moment has come, James. I'm afraid to hear the truth, but we can't put it off any longer. Please tell me you found the killer. Let this all be over. I'd like to say I'm 100% certain about the killer, but I'm not. The fire destroying the recordings that would have shown who entered the pool on Sunday evening, that seriously complicated things. But you do have other evidence, right? You searched the rooms, talked to the girls. Yeah, I managed to dig up plenty of evidence and dirt. I took out my notepad and flipped through the scribbling pages. James, please don't drag it out. Just tell me who did it. Okay, well, we need to save. First of all, we need to save, because I don't want to play the whole game again. I want to find out who it is right now. Okay, so we have Vivian Devereaux, who I don't think did it. Sophie Williams, who there's still a question mark on, because if her and Lucine Milton were the same person, then I could definitely see it. We guessing Sam or someone else. That's what I'm like. I feel like it's either Sam or Lucine. Who's your for sure suspect? These two are definitely like, because if Sophie Williams and Lucine Milton are not the same person and they are twins, and it's not like a bipolar or like not bipolar, what is it that people have multiple personality disorder? I don't think it's Mickey and I don't think it's Annie. Because I think Annie was possibly also being abused by Sam, and Mickey clearly just took the academic records. Schizophrenia, thank you. How tall is Sophie? Sophie is tall enough that I think that she could probably do it, because she's definitely as tall as she's definitely as tall as Evelyn was. But here's my theory, is if it was Sophie, I think Sophie, and she has a twin, Lucine, could do it together. Like, Lucine goes nutso, and then they frame it together as a suicide. Or it was Sam. So I'm gonna go Sam and hope for the best, because if we're putting somebody in prison, we definitely have solid evidence of it being, of her committing a crime, even if it's not the crime. But she has a backer, and that backer could potentially be the Devereaux, is my thought, is that potentially Sam's backer is Vivian's parents. And so then if it gets out that Vivian and Sam were a thing, they're not gonna keep backing Sam. Anyway, those are my theories. What do you guys think? Based on what we've learned. All right, we're accusing Sam. Sam Rivers. What? Nika sharply raised her head, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Sam, James, are you serious? More than serious, and I have solid reasons to suspect her. I opened my notebook to the page of notes on Sam Rivers. Let's start with the fact that the swimming coach has a drinking problem. Well, I mean, yeah, that's... Number one. You mean today's hangover? Not just that. Sam also got pretty drunk on Tuesday evening. Remember when she nearly caught me in her room? Well, you didn't exactly smell like roses yourself after your little get-together. A smirk flickered across Nika's face, but her eyes held a clear reproach. It was for the case. Fine, what's done is done. As for Sam, she never showed up drunk in front of the students before, at least no one reported it to me. Have you considered what she's simply trying to, I don't know, drown her sorrows? Perhaps you're right, but alcohol isn't her only problem. If Sam wasn't drinking that night, there are other facts that point to her. On the night of the murder, Evelyn was looking for Sam. She wanted to talk to her about something. Where did you get that information? From Sophie Williams. She told me that Evelyn wanted to talk to Miss Rivers about something, but Sophie doesn't know exactly what. Did you ask Sam herself? She claims that the last time she saw Evelyn was on Friday when she canceled their training session, but who knows if she's telling the truth. I ran my eyes over the lines of the notebook next to Sam Rivers' photo. When searching Sam's room, I found something interesting. An adult magazine was hidden under the mattress. I paused, choosing my words carefully. The magazine had photos of young women. The color drained from Nika's face, leaving her deathly pale. Nika, did you know that Sam, well, is into girls? And not as in women, as in girls. Nika stood up from the desk so abruptly that the pen holder tipped over, scattering pens across the floor. Of course I didn't know that about her. She paced around the office, clearly trying to calm down. I have no problem with other people's preferences. Everyone has the right to their personal life. Though I'll admit, if Sam had openly stated this when she was hired, the Academy administration would hardly have approved her candidacy. It's a school for girls, you'll understand. The parents wouldn't have accepted it. Nika returned to her desk and sank heavily into the chair. But even so, that doesn't mean that she behaved inappropriately towards the students. Is this even relevant to the investigation? Yeah, well, on its own, no, but combined with what I'm about to tell you next, the picture changes. Sam was in a romantic relationship on Academy grounds. Nika froze, her attentive gaze fixed on me. A relationship with another teacher? No. With a student, with Vivian Devereaux. Nika covered her face with her hands. For a few seconds, she sat motionless, then quietly asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." I saw their correspondence, months of communication, planning secret meetings, pet names, and then Vivian herself confessed to everything. Our last conversation turned out to be quite candid. My God, Sam, how could she? And all of this on Academy grounds right under my nose. What a nightmare. And from the correspondence, I learned not only about Sam and Vivian's relationship, but I also found out about who was the server room fire. Vivian Devereaux started the fire at Sam's request. Was she afraid we'd see their meetings on the recording? Or maybe there was something even more serious, for example, a recording of Evelyn walking into the pool on the night of the murder, or Sam leaving it. Vivian told me that Evelyn caught them together that very evening. Evelyn saw them, and what happened next? According to Vivian, she left and Sam stayed and talked with Evelyn. No one saw Evelyn alive after that. Nika has morals, I love her, right? Right? Oh. Hold on, we've got to pause until our Twitch friends get back from the ads. Because I don't want to make them, hold on.
Charizards.
Charizards. So, y'all will have to let me know whenever y'all get back from the ads. So, everyone stretch. Nika's everything we wanted her to be so far and maybe more, right? I want to know if we're going to get the entire rundown after we finish this submission. I'm just also hoping that we get a happily ever after. The kitties aren't gonna like me after this.
It's like sweet
You want to watch a real romance, go watch Taemin's B-side. Freaking love that anime.
Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful.
Wizards is so funny, right? That like ever since I've heard TTS say Charizards, you will stop this game. Heike said, I am not missing this.
Pull the lever, Runk.
Wrong lever!
Why do we even have that lever?
He said you are not continuing without me. Anyway, whenever I first heard TTS say Charizards, I was like,
and then I fired, and then I fired, and I missed. I missed both times. And then I fired, and I missed. This went on for several hours, and then I fired, and then I missed.
I was like, I gotta make that a channel point redeem, and then I found the Charizard throwing it back, and I was like, Charizards!
Somebody come get your man. I think he got lost in my DMs. My DMs. You better come get your man. I think he wanna be way more than friends. Way more than friends. What do you want me to say? It ain't my fault that I'm out here getting loose. Gotta blame it on the goose. Gotta
Victory.
blame it on my juice, baby.
Are you back? Are y'all back from ads? I had stopped once I realized that y'all were gonna get ads. Okay, cool. So you made our time without continuing very entertaining. The investigation that Cusco is on, Cusco's investigation, the investigation that involves Cusco. Luffy! Oh, jump scare. Trust me, I'm awake. That's not all. I requested information about Sam through my contact, asking them to dig deeper than standard employment background checks. Sam isn't just a swimming coach with sports college degree. She's former military, a fighter from an elite special forces operations in the US Army. What? But in her resume, her real biography has been carefully scrubbed. Someone's helping her create a new identity. Sam participated in combat operations. She was in the thick of it. Assault operations, target eliminations. After that, Sam developed severe PTSD, nightmares, panic attacks, uncontrollable outbursts of aggression. She failed the psychological evaluation and was discharged from the army. Good lord. After the army, she developed serious problems with alcohol and aggression. 3 years ago in a bar, she beat a man nearly to death simply because he was hitting on her friend. But why isn't she in prison? The case was hushed up. The victim withdrew his statement, clearly paid off for intimidation. But the assault itself remains in the police record. Nika, your academy employs a woman with a military killer training, psychological problems, alcohol dependency, and a history of violence, not to mention grooming minors. And she's around the students every single day. What you've told me, that's already enough to fire Sam, maybe even put her behind bars. But I still can't believe she killed her own student. Is there anything else, or are we done with surprises for today? That's everything I managed to find out. And I'm also pretty sure that she's the one who assaulted Annie, but I obviously can't prove that. I'm trying to understand the logic. Which of these facts was the decisive one? Why did Sam decide to kill Avalon? What is Sam's motive? I don't know. An outburst of uncontrollable rage, the threat of the affair being exposed? I'm fairly certain it's the threat of the affair being exposed. One, 2, 3. Right? Y'all both about to die, though. Imagine the situation: a teacher in an elite academy starting an affair with a student. She hopes no one will find out, that the secret will stay a secret, but Evelyn accidentally learns about the affair. On Sunday evening, Evelyn decides to stop by the pool. Maybe she forgot something there or wanted to check on the training schedule, but she became a witness to someone else's secret. Yikes. Sorry, am I interrupting? Frost, what the hell are you doing here? I have the same question for you, Miss Rivers. Damn, Evelyn, you've got it all wrong. I doubt it. Evelyn, it's much more complicated than you think. Vivian, leave. We need to talk. How much do you want for your silence? You're good at keeping quiet, so maybe just do it for money. Vivian, shut up and leave. Listen, Evelyn, I know how this looks, but let's talk calmly. Go ahead. What's there to explain? Women, men, people are people, feelings, attraction, it's all natural. I know many people wouldn't understand, but you're a smart girl, Evelyn. You won't judge me for this, will you? For an affair with a minor? What minor? She turns 18 in less than a week, but what? In a couple of days she'll suddenly get smarter, become more grown up? Total nonsense. And look at her. She looks more mature than many adults. And think about Vivian. Her family is something else. Rich, important. If they find out, they'll eat the girl alive. Is that what you want, to ruin someone's life? Jesus, that logic, I know. But icky. But why the hell am I justifying myself? It was all consensual. And I mean, you could put the reverse on them and too and be like, yeah, what does change?
I'm on
oh my
vacation
God.
every single day cause I love my occupation. Hey, I'm on vacation.
Oh, no.
If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it. I'm on vacation every single day cause I love my occupation. I'm on vacation every single day, every single day.
Well, can't quit now. Sue, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, my name is Tess. Welcome to Relaxation Nation, and don't forget your sunscreen, which is our daily redeem here. I understand if you have to raid and run. I know that Zoo does long streams, and this is not the normal content that I would normally be making. But you got to make sure that your ass is covered, which is your after stream self-care. Stop, no. I'm so sorry. You did a 7-hour stream. Oh my God, you finally got to raid me back. Let's go. Let's go indeed. How is your Steel Soul run going? God damn it. Anyway, I'm a variety streamer. I'm playing games like Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, and Hollow Knight, Silksong, as well as Hollow Knight. But today we're doing an Otome dating simulator with questionable content. So Rose Academy is hype. You have no idea what it is. It's an Otome dating simulator that I demoed back in the fall and got gifted the full key for once it released on Steam. And so we're playing that today. All the variety. Yes, thank you so much for the lurk. But thank you again for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. If you were one of the people here and you're not already following Zoo, you should do that. He's an amazing content creator. Sorry, I can't get myself together. We are at the very end, so you guys came in at the best part, which is our killer reveal. Just to catch you up to speed really quick. So we are a private detective that was hired by our camp crush, who we hadn't seen in 10 years. She was our first love, to come to her private school and investigate a suicide that she thought was a murder. Thank you guys for the follows. Through that, we've discovered that her roommate, the girl who was killed, might possibly have, the roommate might have schizophrenia, or a twin sister who is not totally sane and stabbed somebody at their old school. Next, we have the rich girl who is currently dating the swim teacher, and the swim teacher is also ex-military from the US, and also has a history of PTSD and violence and alcoholism. So anyway, we're currently breaking down the evidence that we got to the love interest and the principal before she has to go present this theory in front of the board members and hope that we're not wrong. So yeah, let's go back to the game. We do need to lock in. We need to lock in very much. Sam is the worst, indeed. Okay. So yes, but anyway, thank you guys for the follows, and I hope that you guys enjoyed the end of this lovely stream. Listen, Frost, let's be straight. What do you want? Money? I can get you onto the national team. I think you should go to Miss Preston and resign today. Why? Why be so drastic? Competitions are just... Wrong lever indeed. How did we end up here? Why be so drastic? Competitions are just around the corner. Who's going to train you? It'll take months to find a new coach. Isn't that the best? This is great, Renee. You'll go stale without training. You'll lose your scholarship. What will your parents say? I'm sure I'll manage. Yes, I messed that up, I admit, but damn, everyone makes mistakes. Am I not human? What now? Should I slit my wrist, hang myself? Who wouldn't want? Who would want that? That's not necessary. Just leave the academy. Is that so? Fine, to hell with it. I'll go to the principal tomorrow. No. No? Today. You must go to Miss Preston today. It's Sunday. She might be busy or already resting. The light was on in her office. And if I don't go, then what? Then I'll go to Miss Preston myself and tell her everything that led me to her office. So that's how you talk now. Go on, then run along, complain. We'll see who they believe. I'm disappointed by your decision, but I accept. Oops. And at that moment, Evelyn made a fatal mistake. She turned her back on Sam Rivers. Oops. Oh dear. And now we've come full circle with the pictures. Well, yeah, I did try to warn you guys. Sam knew that if Evelyn talked, she could lose everything. It wouldn't just be termination. A relationship with an underage student, that's a criminal offense. Prison, the end of her career, a stigma for life. Oh my. Now you guys understand why I was laughing so hard whenever y'all came in, because this is possibly the worst time to have to introduce myself to new friends. Yes, it is an introduction, isn't it, Mel? Center, Ellen, we're all in this together now. So we're right, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if that was actually what happened or if we're just painting the picture that well. Thank you for the follow. For Vivian, it would also be an end. Expulsion, disgrace for the Devereaux family. Sam may have decided to protect herself and her beloved in a drastic way. At the word beloved, Nika winced. Well, we all did. Sam was cornered. On one hand, the risk of losing everything she will ever have. On the other hand, a chance at keeping things as they were by eliminating the only witness, Evelyn. Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub. Sub for murder. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Relaxation Nation officially. I hope you enjoy your new emotes. On the other, chances get to stay as they were, eliminating the only witness, Evelyn. People have killed for far less, and here 2 people's futures were at stake. Nika slowly exhaled. God, James, that's monstrous. But logical. Fear and desperation are poor advisors. That really is a serious motive. Yeah. She closed her eyes for a moment as if accepting a difficult but inevitable decision. I'll pass everything onto the Board of Trustees. If it all checks out, Sam will face the full force of the law. The phone buzzed at the desk. Nika picked up the receiver and immediately stood, pacing the office. Good afternoon, Mr. Thornton. Yes, all right. I'll be expecting you. She hung up and exhaled loudly. The Board of Trustees members will arrive earlier than planned. They're already approaching the gates. I was hoping we'd have more time to discuss things. I wanted to hear all the details. I'm sure you've accumulated plenty of interesting stories about my charges. Boy, have we. Yes, there are plenty of stories, but right now it's more important to focus on what matters, telling the board who killed Evelyn. Nika nodded silently, nervously biting her lip. Worried? Yes. I really hope your theory is confirmed and that this information will be enough for the police to find and punish the guilty party. I rose from my chair. It was time to say goodbye. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay until the end of the investigation. My leave is ending and I need to get back to work. I understand. Okay, wait, so we do get to know what happened, right? But I would like... Keep me informed, alright? It's important to me to know how all of it ends. Of course, I'll call you when everything becomes clear. Nika stepped closer, stopping a step away from me. James, will we ever see each other again? Oh, probably in credits and stuff. I hope so. Anyway, this is the love interest of 10 years, and so we sealed the deal the other night during the murder investigation. Do I want to pursue this relationship beyond these walls? You better say yes. Of course. Let's not make promises. Sorry, that was a one-night stand. I'm out. Of course. I'll call you when I get back to the city. Now, Kith, I'll be waiting. Your decision has affected the relationship. Well, I sure hope so. We only spent 3 days together, and the thought of parting already hurts. Maybe it's madness to hope for some continuation, a happy future. Our worlds are so different, our paths so divergent. My heart would break if you said no, imagine. But doesn't everything good in life begin with a little madness? She stepped forward and embraced me. My arms pulled her closer. I breathed in the scent of her hair, trying to commit every detail of this moment to memory. Thank you for being there, not just as a detective, as a friend. Because nothing says romance like murder mystery. Exactly. Have you seen the James Bond movies? Spies, action, thriller, murder? Come on. Our name is even James. More than a friend, I hope. She pulled back and looked into my eyes. Tension hung between us. Go, before I can't let you leave. I touched her cheek and ran my thumb along her cheekbone. She closed her eyes, pressing into my palm. Until we meet again, Nika. Okay, but like, I walk out of the director's office. 10 minutes later, I was already standing in front of the academy with a bag on my shoulder. I packed quickly, there wasn't much, and I'd never really unpacked during my 3 days. The front of the courtyard was empty. A taxi waited at the gate. Before I walked to the car, I turned back to the building. The dormitory windows stared down at me like dozens of eyes. I hope I didn't make the wrong choice. And me too, because this is about to be really bad if we did. I walked up to the taxi. The driver was already waiting for the door with the door open. To the station? Yes, time to head home. It's the same driver. What are the odds? I was woken by the rumble of the garage truck outside. I lay with my eyes closed, listening to the familiar sounds of the city and trying to shake off the last remnants of sleep. And it was all a dream. I'd already gotten used to being away from the city bustle, and the air here is completely different. I reached for my phone, 9:30. They're probably having breakfast at the academy right now. Oh, we get a call from Nika. As if hearing my thoughts, the phone vibrated. The screen lit up with the name, Nika. Hello? God, I'm nervous. Like, this is really happening. What is... Good morning. Did I wake you? No, I was already up. How are you? Hold on. Yesterday was difficult. I promised to keep you updated, so I'm calling. I threw back the blanket and sat up, planting my feet on the cold floor. Tell me. I passed on to the board all the information you gathered. Everyone was shocked that someone like that had been allowed to work at the academy. 3 years ago, Sam passed every check. Her references were impeccable, which, it's now clear, means they were forged. Several people approved her candidacy, including the chairman of the board of trustees. But your evidence and the clear motives convinced them. We called the police immediately, but when they went up to Sam's room, it was empty. What do you mean? The room was empty. She'd clearly packed in a hurry. Drawers pulled out, wardrobe flung open, belongings gone. She fled, James. Shocker. Damn, how did she know we were coming for her? I bet Vivian told her that she spilled the beans. I don't know, maybe someone tipped her off, or she simply felt the noose tightening. There was a lot between us during these days, but obviously she didn't trust me enough. I sensed the danger. Nika's voice pulled me from my thoughts. On the bright side of things, though, I'm not sure bright is quite the word here in any case, but all the facts about her checked out. The police have issued a nationwide search warrant for her. For some reason, I'm certain they won't find her. And how did the board react? What about your position? Strangely enough, I kept my position. The board decided that the blame lay not with me, but those who approved Sam's candidacy 3 years ago. And though they didn't say it outright, I think they're grateful that I brought you in. You didn't just gather the facts about Sam, you explained the motive. Thanks to that, we were able to resolve everything quietly. If we'd gone straight to the police, the academy would have been at the center of a scandal. The media would have torn us apart. As it stands, we managed to handle it almost without a trace. At least the Academy's reputation wasn't damaged. A student was murdered, but at least the Academy's reputation wasn't damaged. Am I right, folks? There was exhaustion in Nika's voice. You know what the most terrible part is? All these years she was around the students. What if someone else could have been hurt? You mean like Annie? At least it's over now. Yes, thanks to you, James. You found the killer. That's what matters most. A voice came through the line. Miss Preston, the investigator, is already here. I'm sorry, I have to go. Mountains of reports, documents for the police, work without an end. James, I owe you. When I'm free of all this paperwork, dinner's on me. Remember, a school is still a business, period, especially a private school. I won't say no to dinner. Until then, and once again, thank you for everything. She hung up. I stayed sitting with the phone in my hand. So the Avalon Frost case is closed. I've done what I came to do. On one hand, the truth has been found. On the other, justice doesn't always bring relief. I got up and walked to the hallway mirror, a tired man looking back at me. Well, that's the job. My therapist always said, it's important to find the bright moments even in the darkest cases. I thought of Vivienne Devereaux, her clever green eyes, her perfect posture, her Mona Lisa smile. A beautiful bird in a golden cage, forced to play a role her entire life. I hope that in our conversations, she was herself at least some of the time, because behind all of that glamour was simply a girl who wanted to be loved. It's a shame that we had so little time. I would have liked to know her better, without all the masks and games. The memories of her had a strangely calming effect. Okay, still weird. The affliction with Vivienne. And now I need coffee. Strong, black, no sugar. I head to the kitchen, leaving the phone on the rumpled sheets. The phone rang. A familiar name lit up the screen. Vivienne. The Avalon Frost case is closed. One mystery solved, but how many more stories are hidden within the walls of Rose Academy? Perhaps it's worth finding them all out. Wait. Why was Vivienne calling? Is Vivienne okay? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, cliffhanger. No, not like this. Right? Not like this indeed. What the helly? Okay, so there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pictures that we didn't get. Like, so there's 12 key moments that we didn't get. They're wrong for that, right? They said, you are gonna play this game multiple times. Now I'm gonna have to go and figure out if they have a second one in the works or not. Damn. That was so rude. And now I'm just supposed to go to sleep, right? Now I'm just supposed to return to my normal life and send you guys on your way? Good luck, right? I'm gonna be thinking about this for so long. But that's the thing with Otome games. And that, again, I don't know how many of you guys played them or not, but they are so replayable because there's so many different endings. Like, even the shorter ones still have like 10 plus sometimes. So anyway, we don't even know if we got the girl. That's dumb. They just shook us up and said peace, right? We don't even know if they got a happily ever after. That was just dead wrong of them. Devs, if you're watching this, great game. Did us dirty. Did us dirty. Okay. So, for my friends on TikTok, thank you guys for sticking with me for so long. I really appreciate you. I know this was a really long day. And I appreciate you guys hanging out. Again, no stream tomorrow, but normally I do stream Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we do not normally play Atome games. But on Tuesday we'll be back for some more Hollow Knight. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? You're gonna go to Steam, you're gonna type in case number 1 Rose Academy, and you're going to purchase it. That's what you're going to do. And you're gonna play it yourself. No, Wookie. You're gonna go buy the game. And then whenever you're playing through the game, you're gonna see my little username in the book and go, wow, I know her. Anyway, again, thank you so much, friends. If you are on Twitch, if you don't mind staying just for a little bit longer so that way we can go raid out into somebody, I would really, really appreciate that. But for my friends on TikTok, you guys know how it goes. Until next time, much love. Bye. All right. Oh, I'm still so shook. Yes, I'm sure I want to quit. Oh my God. I'm so frustrated. All right, let's see. All right, if y'all are not just lurking and don't mind copy and pasting our raid message, we have one for subs and one for followers. And I'm going to check and see who's online. I think we have some good options. I know the couple friends are playing some Dark Souls games, and so we could raid one of them. On okay, sorry, I'm still trying to look at it. Yeah, I think let's raid Shadow. He's playing Elden Ring with a friend, so let's go watch some seamless Elden Ring. That sounds like a good time. Again, thank you guys so much, and I hope that we get to see you again. I'll be back on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, but until next time, you guys know how it goes. Much love. Bye.